Good morning. If everyone could please find their main seats in the room, that would be great. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, even though it's quite cold and earlier than usual. And welcome to the Global Taiwan Institute's 2023 Annual Symposium, US-Taiwan Relations, a Global Partnership for Peace and Security. My name is Adrienne Wu, and I'm a research associate here at GTI, and I will be your MC for today. GTI is a 501c3 think tank dedicated to insightful research on policy issues related to Taiwan and the world. Our mission is to enhance the relationship between Taiwan and other countries, especially the United States, through policy research and programs that promote better public understanding about Taiwan and its people. To realize the vision and mission of GTI, we have several core programs. The Global Taiwan Brief, which is a bi-weekly publication featuring timely expert analyses on various policy-related issues. Public seminars, which allow the broader policy community to engage in important discussions related to Taiwan, just like how we're doing today. And 3 podcasts, GTI Insights, Taiwan Security Review, and Taiwan Salon. We also have occasional reports, which allow us to provide more in-depth research. If you have not done so already, please be sure to stop by the registration table outside these main doors, where you can find QR codes allowing you to check out our recent programs. We have a lot to cover today, so without further ado, I am honored to introduce the speaker for today's welcome remarks, the chairwoman of GTI's Executive Board, Jennifer Hu.
Well, thank you, Adrienne. Good morning. Great to see so many faces this early in the morning. I want to thank you all for joining us today. On behalf of our co-founders and the board of directors at the Global Taiwan Institute, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to this year's annual symposium. To begin, I'd like to actually extend thanks again to our co-founders and donors for all they provide to our organization. I know that GTI really is a passion project for so many of you. It wouldn't be here and we wouldn't be where we are today without your generous support. I also want to thank our staff, interns, fellows, for their hard work with every step of organizing this event. I know how hard it is to have to stay up late, get up really early, get everything settled, and so we thank you very much. Without your time and dedication, none of our programs would even be possible. And it's great to see some of our former staff here as well. It's always a pleasure for us to see how we've grown over 7 years and how much of all of our team members have grown as well. And thank you also to the fantastic and distinguished group of speakers that we have here with us today. We're very excited to have the chance to engage with you. Finally, I want to thank all of you again for coming here today, both in person and virtually, for taking the time out of your busy schedules to participate in this symposium. We view this event first and foremost as an opportunity for discussion and dialogue. So seeing so many faces in the crowd is very exciting. So since we were just founded 7 years ago, so much has changed, and obviously now more than ever, Taiwan is really in the spotlight. As Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen noted in her National Day address yesterday, Taiwan has become Taiwan of the world. And thanks to its exemplary handling of the COVID-19 pandemic, sustained economic growth, and increasingly critical position in global semiconductor supply chains, Taiwan is receiving unprecedented attention. In many capitals around the world, Taiwan and Taiwan-related issues are increasingly topics of interest. And we definitely see that in our programming from our Global Taiwan Brief to all the podcasts that we now host. And as the growing number of MOUs, bilateral dialogues, and foreign delegations can attest, this increased attention is already translating to meaningful results. Amid this surge in global awareness of and appreciation for Taiwan, support for Taiwan in the United States has similarly grown, of course. The Biden administration's commitment to Taiwan remains strong. In Congress, a very strong bipartisan consensus has formed around strengthening and expanding the US-Taiwan relationship, with numerous congressional delegations traveling to the island each year. Meanwhile, the US-Taiwan trade partnership has continued to flourish, highlighted by the signing of the first agreement of the US-Taiwan Initiative on 21st Century Trade in June of this year. Unfortunately, not all of the attention Taiwan is receiving is positive. Over the last year, the People's Republic of China has substantially increased its pressure on Taiwan, from its near daily air incursions into the airspace around Taiwan to its tireless efforts to marginalize Taipei on the international stage. Beijing has shown that it will do whatever it can to exert its influence over the island. These threats, however, have only gained increased salience following Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February last year. At the same time, skepticism of the United States has begun to emerge in Taiwan, with China working to amplify these doubts. In light of these concerns, we at GTI believe that the US-Taiwan relationship has become more crucial than ever. So in recognition of this, we assembled our first task force on US-Taiwan relations, led by former National Security Advisor Robert O'Brien, and composed of a bipartisan group of policy experts and practitioners. Together, we conducted our delegation visit to Taiwan in March, where we met with a wide range of senior officials, business leaders, and civil society groups. We're very excited to announce that these efforts will culminate in the release of a new report. I want to close my remarks with one more quote from President Tsai's National Day address. If we do not move forward, we move backward. If we do not progress, our fate will be decided for us. Now is a crucial time for both Taiwan and its many supporters around the world. With that in mind, we're very excited today to be joined by so many esteemed experts for what we promise to be a fantastic day of discussions. Thank you once again for coming. And now I want to take the time to introduce our next speaker, Taiwan's representative to the United States, Ambassador Xiaobi Kim. Throughout her time in DC, B. Kim has worked tirelessly to advance US-Taiwan relations, and she has played a major role in the continued growth in that relationship. While I know all that work has kept her incredibly busy, she has somehow managed to find the time to serve as a strong supporter of GTI's work, including providing remarks at many of our events and last year's symposium. B. Kim, we're so excited and honored to have you joining us in person for the first time at our symposium. Now let's give a very warm welcome to Ambassador Xiaobi Kim.
Good morning. And thank you, Jennifer, for that kind introduction. Jennifer and I go way back. Just in case you don't know, about 24 years ago, I had a job as interpreter, or what they called English language advisor, to the former president. And a lot happened politically during that period of time on this job, and ultimately I decided to quit the job and run for office. And guess who was my successor? Jennifer. Considering all the stress that I've been under since then, I think Jennifer's turned out in much better condition. But very glad to be here at GTI and the opportunity to see everyone in person. As Jennifer said, since my arrival in this current position in DC, I've been faithfully attending all the GTI symposiums annually in a virtual way, and glad to have this first gathering here in person. And as Jennifer also said, it is a critical time in terms of geopolitical circumstances for us to find ways to work together in preserving the peace and stability of our region and the resilience of Taiwan. Appreciate all the experts here today who have taken an interest in our shared interests, actually, in preserving the peace and stability of the region, as well as the prosperity for our peoples. As the representative of Taiwan in the United States, I've really appreciated the bipartisan support coming from not only Congress, but the American people towards Taiwan. And as all of you who also follow American politics, I think we cannot take for granted the fact that there is such unique unity in support for Taiwan. Just over the last year, we've welcomed over 40 members of Congress to Taiwan. We've seen over 30 resolutions and bills proposed on the Hill, some of them further ahead than others, but that is a demonstration of the very robust energy eager to support the deepening partnership between Taiwan and the United States. We're also grateful that the former Speaker McCarthy had a very bipartisan but also warm reception for President Tsai during her transit through the United States this past spring. Actually, both the President and Vice President William Lai have had very smooth and successful transits through the United States this year. Our American friends have been very active in supporting Taiwan in many ways, including in international organizations. Once again, both the administration and Congress have vocally indicated the importance of Taiwan's inclusion in global platforms such as the World Health Assembly, ICAO, and other international institutions. The U.S. executive and congressional branch has also highlighted injustices by the misuse of UN Resolution 2758 to exclude the participation of the people of Taiwan and experts from Taiwan in international or UN-related institutions. And together with the U.S., as well as other like-minded friends, including Japan and Australia, who have formally joined, the GCTF platform has served to open a new, although not comprehensive yet, but a very important innovative platform for Taiwan's experts to connect to the world. And we will continue to actively pursue any opportunity possible provided by platforms such as the GCTF. The geopolitical environment, as Jennifer just also highlighted, poses many challenges to Taiwan. I think the unfortunate Russian invasion of Ukraine, as well as the evolving situation of the conflict between Hamas and Israel over the last few days continue to remind us that we can never take peace for granted, especially as Taiwan faces increasing levels of coercion and threats against our democratic existence. So in light of these circumstances, Taiwan has also invested heavily in fortifying our own self-defense. We appreciate the Biden administration for announcing already 11 major arms sales packages to Taiwan. And Taiwan has, in turn, also increased our defense spending in real numbers as well as in proportion of our GDP consistently over the last 8 years of President Tsai's term. Not only are we committed to increasing our investments in our defense acquisitions and FMS, we appreciate that with the partnership with the United States under the framework of the Taiwan Relations Act and the Six Assurances, some new and innovative platforms such as Presidential Drawdown Authority and Foreign Military Finance serve as supplemental to addressing some of Taiwan's immediate defense needs. Domestically, we are also taking steps to reform our defense system. I'm sure you're all aware of the announcement that will come into implementation as of January, the extension of training period for Taiwan's conscripts from 4 months to a year. We are also enhancing the reserve recall system and the training program for our reserve forces. For our regular forces, a lot is ongoing, and of course, we have a long way to go, such as reforming our command structure so our small units will be much more resilient, adaptive, and mission-oriented in terms of combat training and facing unexpected contingencies. Of course, throughout this process, our partnership with the United States continues to be very important, in fact, critical to the fortification of Taiwan's self-defense capabilities. And on this, we appreciate all the experts here, as well as outside of this room in the greater DC policy community for continuing to support this very critical partnership. On the economic side, we've also made some good progress. Appreciate that there have been a number of platforms that have served to deepen and broaden the economic partnership. The EPPD, or Economic Prosperity Partnership Dialogue, that has crossed different administrations and continues to serve as an important platform for strategic dialogue on important economic and commercial matters. The TTIC, or Trade and Investment, Technology Trade Investment Collaboration, is also a very important platform for bringing together not only government but private sector businesses to present the pressing issues and challenges towards deepening our economic partnership, and of course, proposing a very important solutions, such as the active effort we have ongoing in resolving the long-standing double taxation issues. And on this matter, I'm also pleased to say that after decades of stagnation on this issue, we are finally seeing some very good progress and action, both in the executive branch as well as in congressional action. Four-corner discussions on Capitol Hill involving both Senate Finance Committee as well as House Ways and Means Committees on concrete resolutions in finding the best pathway forward have been important, as have been contributions by the Senate Foreign Relations Committee as well as the House Foreign International Relations Committee. So we appreciate all the energy, again, in supporting substantive progress in our relationship, both on the security front, on the economic front, but also in Taiwan's continuing engagements on international pressing issues, from those issues I just mentioned, global health, international civil aviation safety, but also climate change, as well as engaging with third countries and partners, including our diplomatic allies, but also other like-minded friends and partners around the world. So the relationship continues to progress in a very critical and important way. Again, very thankful for all the energy in supporting this relationship, and we certainly hope that despite all of the trials and tribulations, the very challenging and volatile international conditions in which we are functioning, that under President Tsai's leadership, carrying a very steady course in turbulent waters, with her commitment to maintaining the status quo, and our position that while we will not provoke, we will not yield to pressure either, that we can continue to forge a very steady pathway forward. And again, thanks for your support in these initiatives, and we will continue to move ahead. I've been quoting a Taiwanese song that was also mentioned in President Tsai's last inauguration speech, and that is a song about a pathway ahead. In Taiwanese, it says, "When there is a road ahead, we will take it in stride. But when there is no pathway ahead, we will climb mountains and cross rivers and overcome all obstacles and difficulties ahead." I know the pathway is never easy as a straight path ahead, but there are times we have to take detours, we have to slow down, or we have to find other alternatives. But in it, we're always grateful that Taiwanese people are not alone. And the security and stability and peace of the Taiwan Strait is not only a matter of priority for the people of Taiwan, but also of interest to the world. Thanks again.
Well, good morning. My name is Russell Hsiao. I am the Executive Director of the Global Taiwan Institute. Thank you, Ambassador Hsiao, for those very insightful remarks on the current state of US-Taiwan relations. I cannot emphasize enough how important your perspectives are in helping inform our discussions here, not only at this symposium, but also throughout the course of our core programs as highlighted by our chairwoman. I also want to take this opportunity to thank Chairwoman Hu for her leadership of GTI, and also to congratulate her for her election for another term as chair of our organization. Now, it is my honor and privilege to introduce the opening keynote speech for GTI's 7th annual symposium. Among the keynote speaker's many accomplishments, he also has the distinction of serving as the opening keynote for 5 of our 7 past symposiums. The Honorable Dr. Joseph Wu is the Foreign Minister of the Republic of China, Taiwan. And prior to his current appointment, he served in many senior government and party posts, to include the Secretary General in the Office of the President, Secretary General of the National Security Council, Secretary General of the Democratic Progressive Party, you get the idea, among countless other senior government and party positions. So we are honored and delighted that we are able to feature his video remarks for our opening keynote speech today. Please play his remarks.
Ms. Jennifer Hu, Chair of the Global Taiwan Institute, Mr. Russell Hsiao, GTI Executive Director, Ambassador Hsiao, dear friends and colleagues in Washington, D.C., ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great honor to speak at the Global Taiwan Institute's annual symposium again. I want to thank the GTI for its outstanding work on Taiwan-US relations over the years. Your research and programs help people all around the world gain a better understanding of Taiwan. Your continued support for Taiwan is very much appreciated. Now, as more people know about Taiwan and are trying to even better understand Taiwan, much attention is being focused on Taiwan's global importance and current circumstances. However, our history of democratization and our vibrant and open society are now facing difficult challenges that require even more international attention and support. Looking across the global geopolitical landscape, the strategic challenge posed by authoritarian expansionism is greater than ever before. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which has now lasted for over a year and a half, has caused not only tens of thousands of fatalities, but also a dangerous convergence of major authoritarian powers. In the Indo-Pacific region, we are also witnessing the unfolding of the PRC ambitions. From turning rocks into man-made military bases and reckless confrontation with Philippine and Vietnamese official vessels in the South China Sea, to patrolling the disputed area in the East China Sea and chasing away Japanese fishing vessels, China has doubled down on its aggressive actions in the region. In the Taiwan Strait, the PRC continues to escalate tensions. Chinese Air Force incursions into our air defense identification zone are occurring on a daily basis. In September alone, we monitored the highest ever number of more than 500 sorties of Chinese military aircraft operating around Taiwan. As our presidential and parliamentary elections draw near, the PRC launches millions of cyber attacks against Taiwan every day and spreads disinformation to weaken Taiwan people's trust in the government, with the aim to shape the debate and outcome of the upcoming elections. Amid the ongoing shifting geopolitical landscape, Taiwan and the United States have, over the years, forged a strong partnership that covers a wide dimension of policy areas and continue to serve as an important pillar for upholding peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region and beyond. On the security front, it has been heartening to see many major dialogues, including the G7 summit, the US-Japan-Korea Camp David summit, and the Japan-EU summit, stress the importance of peace and stability over the Taiwan Strait. The Biden administration has continued to lead other nations in encouraging and facilitating these public statements of support. It has continued to show rock-solid commitment to Taiwan's security and deepen economic cooperation with Taiwan. The firm support from the US and other nations let Taiwan people know that we are not alone. For this, we express our deepest appreciation. Specifically, US support for Taiwan's security includes the normalization of arms sale, ongoing efforts to help Taiwan advance its asymmetric capabilities, and the deepening of bilateral security exchanges. And on the economic front, the recently signed agreement under the US-Taiwan Initiative on the 21st Century Trade is our most detailed trade pact since 1979, laying a solid foundation for more agreements going forward. Global Cooperation and Training Framework, commonly known as GCTF, is another shining example of Taiwan-US joint efforts for the promotion of common good. More than 7,000 participants from 126 countries throughout the Indo-Pacific, Latin America, and Africa have benefited from the joint efforts between Taiwan, the US, Japan, and Australia. The platform has focused on a range of important issues, including cybersecurity, countering disinformation, maritime security, energy security, environmental protection, women's empowerment, aviation safety, and humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. Together, we are bringing the world to Taiwan to promote common interest. Supply chain cooperation, especially in the semiconductor industry, is another stellar area of Taiwan-US collaboration. As you know very well, the US is a global leader in IC design, while Taiwan is the most crucial player in chips manufacturing in the global supply chain. The combination of our strength has spurred not just the stock price of certain tech companies, but the revolution of digital technology that benefits the entire human race. With the global strategic spotlight falling more on Taiwan, I would like to reiterate that we in Taiwan understand our responsibilities very well. Facing threat and coercion, we are confident enough to say that peace is the only option, for the consequences of war will be too serious for the rest of the world to bear. On this, Taiwan will continue its policy of prudence to deny China any excuse to launch an attack. Under President Tsai's leadership, this prudent and persevering policy has prevented war and won the appreciation of the international community. We have also made our policy crystal clear to Beijing that we are open to peaceful dialogue to find a way forward for Taiwan and the PRC to coexist based on the cross-Strait status quo. Of course, peace will be preserved through strength. The Tsai administration has been making investment in defense and conducting necessary military reforms. Let me tell our friends here unequivocally, never underestimate our ability and determination to defend ourselves. But I will also stress again that war is neither imminent nor inevitable, and we want to deter war from happening. At the same time, we need to continue to strengthen relations with other like-minded countries. With our own efforts as well as strong support from the United States, Taiwan's relations with Japan, Canada, Australia, India, and the European Union and a number of European countries have reached new heights. And the importance of peace and stability over the Taiwan Strait to regional and global security and prosperity is a clear consensus throughout the international community. Successive U.S. administrations have called Taiwan a force for good in the world. Indeed, Taiwan has long been making significant contributions to good causes and will work closely with the United States and other like-minded partners to address global concerns such as public health, religious freedom, counterterrorism, and the promotion of democracy and human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is undergoing an unprecedented shift, and the decisions we make and the actions we take today will have a fundamental impact to our future generations. While Taiwan is a frontline country facing authoritarian expansionism, we will, despite our difficult situation, continue to work with the U.S. and stay vigilant and prudent to bolster our own defense capabilities and strengthen relations with fellow democracies to sustain peace over the Taiwan Strait and promote development across the world. At the same time, we call upon democratic partners to stand with us and reinforce our comprehensive cooperation to collectively promote regional peace. It is only through unity and cooperation that we can effectively deter the grave challenges posed by authoritarianism. This unity will not only benefit Taiwan, but also contribute to the stability and prosperity of the entire region, and indeed, the world. I firmly believe that together we shall stay strong and the free world shall prevail. My dear friends, I look forward to making these advancements with you all whenever and wherever possible. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, welcome to the first panel of GTI's 7th Annual Symposium. Here at GTI, among the various achievements that we are proud of, in addition to the fact that we are the only think tank in Washington, D.C., focused exclusively on Taiwan policy research, we also pride ourselves in hosting this annual symposium now for 7 consecutive years, and through the pandemic as well. GTI's annual symposium is the only all-day public symposium held in Washington, D.C., focused on a full spectrum of policy issues featuring international perspectives and experts on US-Taiwan relations and the future of peace in the Taiwan Strait. As with past symposiums, this opening panel is intended to focus on the broader strategic picture. In particular, we'll be looking at the implications of the geopolitical and economic shifts for the Taiwan Strait. And as President Tsai stated in her National Day address, Taiwan at this moment has become a Taiwan of the world. In geostrategy, the development of global democracy and international supply chain systems, we are the most reliable, effective, and safest partner to the world. The strength of international support for us has reached an unprecedented height, end quote. I think it is within this context of Taiwan's growing strategic importance that statements made by US officials about how the United States and the People's Republic of China are engaged in a state of strategic competition and have repeatedly defined the PRC as a pacing challenge snap into clearer view. And this is not simply because of China's increased aggression towards Taiwan, but also due to the full spectrum nature of the challenges and threats posed by the PRC to global rules-based order. And with tensions rising in the Taiwan Strait and war raging in Eastern Europe and now in the Middle East, the global geopolitical conditions are, as the Foreign Minister of Taiwan just stated, in a state of unprecedented shift. To help us unpack how global political and economic trends will affect Taiwan security, and not just Taiwan security, but future of peace in the Taiwan Strait and beyond, I am incredibly excited by the stellar group of experts who we've been able to assemble here today to examine the shifting international geopolitical and economic landscape and their implications for this Taiwan Strait. I will introduce each of them in the order that they will be speaking. To my immediate right, we have Dr. Hal Brands, who is a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, He's also concurrently the Henry Kissinger Distinguished Professor of Global Affairs at Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies. He is also the author of and co-author of several books. The two most recent are especially relevant to our discussions here today, and that's The Twilight Struggle, What the Cold War Teaches Us About Great Power Rivalry Today, and Danger Zone, The Coming Conflict with China, which he co-authored with Michael Beckley, who GTI actually had the privilege of also hosting at one of our past symposiums in prior years. Again, those two books are very relevant to our discussion. Next to Dr. Brands, we'll have Lisa Tobin, who is the Senior Director of Research and Analysis for Economy at the Special Competitive Studies Project. And before joining SCSP, she served as the National Security Council staff as China Director, where she led the development of multiple U.S. strategy and policies related to China, including on trade and economics, climate and environment, and military issues. And so her expertise as a practitioner is especially pertinent to our discussion, and we are delighted that she is joining us today to discuss the topic at hand. At the far end, to my right, is Dr. Han-Suk Hee, who is an associate professor at the Graduate School of International Studies at Yonsei University and the president of the Institute of National Security Strategy, a think tank based in Seoul that supports the South Korean government with policy proposals for diplomacy, national security, and other issues. He served as Korea's Consul General in Shanghai from 2015 and 2017, and has held numerous academic posting focused on China. So he's one of the most well-renowned China scholar in the Republic of Korea, and we're delighted that he has joined us, I think, actually from Europe, though, on this trip, on the most recent trip, but probably the farthest of anyone who has traveled to participate in our conference today. Although not here physically right now, but she will be joining us shortly, is Ambassador Kelly Curry, who is a non-resident senior fellow with the Freedom and Prosperity Center at the Atlantic Council. Previously, she served as U.S. Ambassador at Large for Global Women's Issue and as U.S. Representative at the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women. And so without further ado, I've asked each of their speakers to open with around 10 minutes for their opening statements. It will be followed by a moderated discussion that I will lead. And then with the remaining balance of the time that we have, we will open it up for audience Q&A. So I encourage you to have your questions queued up because we have an incredible group of experts here this morning. And so we really want this to be hopefully an engaging discussion for everyone involved. So Hal, yep, here. Over to you.
All right. Well, thank you so much for having me. It's a privilege to have the opportunity to be here this morning. If you can't hear me, just gesticulate and I'll talk louder. So I will get to the sort of global dimensions of the Taiwan problem in a second, but I want to run up to that by talking a little bit about the framework through which I often look at this issue, which is just kind of the narrower lens of deterrence in the Taiwan Strait and the Western Pacific more broadly. And I'm going to outline a framework for deterrence in the Taiwan Strait and then talk a little bit about how global events have been both enhancing and challenging that framework over the past 18 months or so, and how I think they'll continue to do so in the coming years. And so let me do this by making 6 quick points. The first is that if there is a war, if China does decide to assault Taiwan, whether by mounting a blockade or a full-on invasion or any of the scenarios you can think of, it'll be the war that basically everybody saw coming. I think the U.S. national security community kind of got religion about the challenge to Taiwan, so to speak, after the August 2022 crisis in particular, so much so that the Pentagon eventually had to tell people to stop talking about the prospect of war with China in the 2020s because there had become sort of a bidding war among senior Pentagon officials to say, well, the war is going to come in 2027. No, it's going to come in 2025 or maybe 2024, and so on and so forth. The second point, though, is that once a war in the Taiwan Strait has begun, there will be no good options for the United States. Non-intervention would be catastrophic. Intervention would involve fighting a major, hopefully limited war against a nuclear-armed great power. And that's before you even get into the physical, the human costs, obviously for Taiwan first and foremost, but even beyond Taiwan, the way that a war would rip up supply chains, it would turn major sea lanes into shooting galleries. It would be the worst thing the war has experienced, probably since World War II, and there would be no prospect of it stopping fairly quickly because great power wars tend to go long, especially when they're fought over high stakes, and this would be a war over high stakes because it wouldn't just be a war over Taiwan, it would be a war for predominance in the Western Pacific and Asia and perhaps globally. Sorry about that. So what that means is that the United States and other countries, including Taiwan, also U.S. allies in the region, have to go out loud to try to deter a war that they hope never to fight. So that's point 2. Point 3 is that the strongest deterrent packages combine 2 different types of deterrence. There's deterrence by denial, so I'm going to deter Russell from doing something by showing that I can stop him from doing it, that he will be unsuccessful in doing whatever it is he's trying to do. But then also deterrence by punishment. I may not be able to stop Russell from doing this awful thing, but I can impose high costs on him after he does it. And those costs will be high enough that they will give him some pause about whether he should do the thing in the first place, because he'll worry that he'll be worse off even if he manages to steal my water bottle or whatever the stake is. So if you're thinking about a Taiwan context, the strongest deterrent package is going to be the plausible ability to deny the objectives of a Chinese assault on Taiwan, combined with a significant global punishment campaign. And let me talk a little bit more about kind of the concrete pillars of deterrence. I think there are 5 or perhaps 6. The first is a Taiwan that can hold out long enough for help to arrive. We don't talk about that one as much as we should in the United States, but if that pillar fails, none of the other ones will matter. The second is a U.S. military that can conduct a successful denial defense in the Western Pacific, so it can, sink the invasion fleet or break the blockade or do whatever it needs to do to prevent China from achieving its objectives quickly. The third is a regional, perhaps trans-regional coalition of countries that can assist in that denial defense by adding their own capabilities to it, while also raising the costs that China has to pay for attacking Taiwan by turning a war over Taiwan into a big regional war as opposed to a small focused war. So here the denial and punishment logic start to blend together. The fourth is a global punishment campaign that could involve imposition of economic and technological sanctions. It could involve choking off China's oil supplies. It could involve a whole bunch of different things, but basically meant to ensure that the war is a catastrophe economically, strategically, perhaps politically for Xi Jinping, even if he manages to seize Taiwan. And then the last one, and this is the least comfortable of all of them, is an American ability, a demonstrated American ability to fight a limited nuclear war in the Western Pacific, not because I think the United States would introduce nuclear weapons first in a crisis over Taiwan. I don't think it would, for reasons I'm happy to talk about, but simply to deter China from using its own growing arsenal to try to attack Taiwan and then deter the United States from intervening even conventionally. And if you put all those things together, I think that's a pretty convincing deterrent package, right? It can convince even a more risk-acceptant Xi Jinping that a war over Taiwan is likely to go badly, it's likely to be very costly, and so today is not the day to do it. Leads me to my 5th point, which is that there's been real progress on all of these dimensions, all of these pillars over the past couple years and going back even further in some cases, but there's still a huge ways to go. That's true if you look at, I would say, the encouraging but very halting progress that Taiwan has made on its own defense reforms. It's true of the operational concepts that the U.S. is working on. It's true of the progress, but also the questions that surround a lot of the work the United States has done to try to interest other countries in the security of Taiwan and peace and stability in the Western Pacific. It's certainly true of issues surrounding, would the Europeans and others join in an economic and technological punishment campaign if China were to attack. On each of these dimensions, things are more encouraging from the perspective of sort of our own preparations and our own capabilities than they were 3 or 4 years ago. But there are huge questions that remain with respect to each of them, and I'm happy to go into detail on that if people are interested. And of course, there's the reality that the Chinese threat continues to mature very, very quickly. So it's not actually clear that the US, Taiwan, and their friends are getting ahead of the threat, or the way the threat is maturing in these areas. Okay, this brings me to the sixth point, which is sort of the global point. So how has the global context affected the prospects for successful deterrence in Taiwan Strait over the past 18 months or so? In some ways, I think that Vladimir Putin actually did Taiwan and the United States an enormous favor by invading Ukraine, because he has managed to catalyze a pretty significant response in security and diplomatic terms, not just in Europe, but really around the globe. And so if you look at some of the moves the United States is taking, they're inadequate, but they're nonetheless noteworthy, to increase investment in its defense industrial base. If you look at the defense reforms that Japan is undertaking, if you look at the ways that countries in Europe have become more interested in the fate of Taiwan, just as countries in Asia have become more interested in the fate of Ukraine, a lot of it can be traced back in one way or another to the psychological shock that was created by Putin's invasion of Ukraine, and the realization, as Japan's prime minister put it, that Ukraine today could be East Asia tomorrow, that if you have successful aggression in one theater, it could encourage successful aggression in another. And so on a lot of those dimensions, the Ukraine war has acted as a catalyst for needed efforts to shore up peace and security in the Western Pacific. But I think that there's two ways in which global events have been less helpful over the past 18 months. The first is that I'm not actually sure that Xi Jinping's lessons from Ukraine are what we might hope they would be, right? And so we would certainly hope that Xi Jinping's lesson from Ukraine is conquest is really hard, US intelligence capabilities are really good, aggressors are going to pay a really high price if they try something and it doesn't work, and so on and so forth. It's plausible that those are the lessons that he's taken. It's also plausible that one lesson that he's taken is that the United States simply will not fight a war against a nuclear-armed great power, because that's exactly what the Biden administration has said for some very reasonable motives in the Ukraine case, right? And so it's hard to know exactly which way the war is kind of inclining Xi Jinping to think, in part because the lessons are ambiguous, and in part because his thinking is such a black box. Unfortunately, the Chinese system is becoming increasingly a black box. The second way in which the global context, I think, presents a challenge is very simple, and it's simply that it reminds people who forgot this in Washington that there will never be a time when the United States is going to be laser focused on Asia and Asia alone. There will never be a time when security threats in Europe and the Middle East go away to a point that the United States can do that. There will never be a time when US interests in Europe and the Middle East shrink to such insignificance that the United States can simply say, we don't care about violent instability in Eastern Europe, we don't care about violent instability in the Persian Gulf, and so on and so forth. And so if the bet that people are making is that there will come a point when the United States can put 90% of its energy and its focus and its preparation on shoring up peace and stability in the Western Pacific, I think that moment will never come. And I think that when we pretend that moment will come, it actually discourages us from grappling with the reality of what it would take resource-wise to prepare for a potential conflict with China while also upholding other important interests the United States has in the world. So that's the second way in which the global context matters. So I'll stop there, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Hal. I mean, I think this is a very bold statement that you just concluded with, considering we're a room full of Asianists here. But nevertheless, and if I may just tee this up for you, because you brought up the parallel, the implications of Ukraine, and another facet of the implications of Ukraine in a much more tangible way, so much as it has helped contribute or catalyze, concerns about the implications of aggression in the Western Pacific. There's our very tangible trade-offs in terms of support for Ukraine, the ability to defend itself, and the ability for the United States to provide tangible military support for Taiwan in the event of a military conflict. And I want to sort of tee that up for you to sort of weigh in on in the Q&A about that argument that support for Ukraine is actually is whether that is preventing the United States from providing material and real support for Taiwan in the event of a imminent military contingency. Next, I'm going to turn it over to Lisa. Lisa, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much to Russell and GTI for having me. So at SCSP, where we work, our mission is to help ensure that the United States and other democracies can prevail in the techno-economic competition with China. We see technology at the center of this great power rivalry, and so we are asking the question, is the U.S., along with our democratic allies and partners, positioned and organized to win in an age when technology is defining increasing numbers of domains in our lives, from national security to economics to our societies? So Hal has already covered the waterfront in terms of military and deterrence issues, so I'll focus more on technology and economic issues. So this competition over technology and really over the rules and norms of the international system is occurring against a backdrop of some interesting geoeconomic shifts. And the post-Cold War international order is changing, and the days of unfettered globalization have come to a close. So I think we in the West have learned the hard way that efficiency maximization shouldn't be the only criteria that determines our trade and investment decisions. And as we've painfully learned, decades of outsourcing have limited our ability to produce critical products like medicine and batteries and drones and even things we need for warfighting, like the energetic materials that go into missiles that supply Ukraine. So supply chain globalization has cut off this link between local production and local innovation in the U.S. economy. And the policy reorientation that you're starting to see come out of Washington towards friendshoring and reshoring and de-risking is a response to these trends. It's also a response to the related dynamic that I've written about and call China's brute force economics. We face a rival in the PRC that is determined, it's ruthless, and it's well-resourced. And they're employing a lot of different mercantilist tactics like dumping underpriced goods and blocking access to their domestic market and strategic sectors to achieve their techno-economic goals. So as we've seen, this approach is paying dividends for Beijing, and they've gotten ahead of the United States in a number of key technologies, things from solar panels to 5G network hardware to hypersonics and drones, which I've already mentioned. It's clear from their authoritative documents, as well as from their actions, that the CCP intends to leverage this techno-economic power to eradicate security threats and achieve its security ambitions around the world and reshape global politics, norms, and rules according to the party's values. And all of these trends are converging around Taiwan and the Indo-Pacific. So in order to succeed in this competition, the U.S. needs to work with its allies and partners and get better organized around techno-industrial strategy. And Taiwan, I think, should play a decisive role both as a member of this group and as a model for how to get aspects of industrial strategy right. So the U.S. is embarking on, and the EU as well, actually, is embarking on what we call in the United States a modern American industrial strategy with big moves like the CHIPS and the IRA Act. Among Asian experts, one of the biggest questions that's often raised is the United States just trying to out-China China with industrial policy? In other words, industrial strategy is equated in the minds of a lot of China watchers as just top-down, heavy-handed communist central planning that may be getting China some dividends, but is also very wasteful. And I think that Taiwan's example with industrial strategy shows that this does not necessarily need to be the case. Taiwan, of course, is a leading democracy with a thriving market economy and an advanced technology sector, and it's positioned itself as an indispensable node in the global technology supply chain, particularly, of course, in semiconductors. So what can we learn from industrial strategy with Taiwanese characteristics? I think there's a few lessons that the United States and some of our democratic allies can learn. First, the value of public-private partnerships. Taiwan shows that a nation can get organized around long-term technology strategy by harnessing the power of public-private partnerships to drive innovation. Second, it's better to do this with friends. Taiwan has accepted a high level of international participation in its strategic technology sectors. Instead of pushing out or isolating foreign firms once they've transferred technology, they're rather integrated into Taiwan's efforts, and they've incentivized the deepening of these linkages. And then third, the importance of strategic suppliers. Some countries approach industrial policy by building vertically integrated national champions, and this often involves a lot of heavy subsidization. Taiwan instead has focused on developing strategic suppliers that rely on cooperative arrangements with foreign firms. And these foreign firms also importantly represent a source of stable demand and thus revenue growth. So the best example, of course, of Taiwanese industrial strategy is TSMC, which produces around 90% of the world's most advanced chips. And just by way of comparison to show how significant this statistic is, no country accounts for more than 18.5% of global oil production. So TSMC partly grew powerful because it narrowly defined its field of competence and established a culture of process innovation. So what does this mean for the rest of us? Is it possible for democracies to work together in the techno-economic competition with China? We have a lot of advantages in democracies, but too often these advantages are spread out, diffuse, and dispersed. So how do we get better organized? I think in Washington, policymakers have been coalescing around a two-pronged approach to winning the tech competition with China. Let's call it protect and promote. So protect, of course, is about protecting our advanced technology from exploitation by adversaries. Think export controls, investment screening, research security, and the like. And then promote, of course, I've already talked about. That's about running faster at home, investing in our own competitiveness. The CHIPS Act is the key example. Other countries and the EU have also invested billions of dollars into domestic semiconductor production. So I will posit that we need a third P in this protect and promote agenda, and it's largely been missing in the policy development, and let's call it pooling market demand. It's a bit awkward, but play along with me. It's a third P so that I can remember all of them. So we need to ensure sufficient long-term market demand for the strategic technologies that we're producing. The CHIPS Act and things like that start to address the supply side of the equation, but the feedback that we often hear is that what's going to happen when all of this kicks into gear and we're producing all these chips and hopefully EV batteries and other things at home? Is there going to be a stable source of demand or is China going to continue to underprice us and basically suck up all of that market demand? Chinese firms still have easy access to the combined market demand of large democratic markets like the US, the EU, Japan, and others. So combined, that market demand is vast, and China still has access. But China doesn't reciprocate, and under Xi Jinping's leadership, in fact, the China market, of course, is growing increasingly hostile to foreign participants. So rather than hoping for change through trade, we should prioritize trade and investments with allies and partners, starting to shift away from China, starting with advanced technology products and services in capital-intensive industries like semiconductors and computing. As the largest single market, the United States really needs to lead this effort, along with other market economies in terms of pooling market demand. The aim is to decrease our collective exposure to China's industrial predation and make it less profitable for China over the long term. Over time, an agenda of pooling market demand can ensure that democratic market opportunities have the opportunity to build new markets where we actually can compete on a level playing field, one that isn't distorted by China. So our goal in all of this should be developing complementary economic statecraft strategies that leverage and enhance the strengths of democratic allies and partners. Democracies have a lot of reasons for optimism. We account for 60%, more than 60% actually, of global GDP. China's less than 20%. We have many other advantages in terms of capital markets, talent, and world-class research. and educational institutions that thrive in an open environment where ideas can be exchanged freely. So just to close, we need to coalesce around moves to protect our technology from exploitation, promote our own competitiveness, and pool our market demand. And if we can do this, I'm optimistic that we can prevail in the tech competition. Thank you.
Excellent, Lisa. Thank you so much for those insights. And again, just to tee up a question for you to address at the Q&A session is, the former British Prime Minister Liz Truss once said that the world cannot rely on the UN Security Council or the World Trade Organization, and instead call for like a network of liberty, she quote unquote, with free nations working together to develop a economic NATO, right? To coordinate and push back against Beijing. What this sounded like, although I don't think she said explicitly in those terms, is the COCOM model, which is the Coordinating Committee for Multilateral Export Controls. What are your thoughts on the advisability and feasibility of resurrecting something like COCOM? All right. And next, I'd like to turn over. Hey, Kelly, that's great. Next, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Han-Seok Kee. Again, with our annual symposiums, what we want to do here is to introduce international perspectives on US-Taiwan relations, but also just Taiwan writ large. And so we're very pleased in the past to also feature Japanese experts and Australian experts at our annual symposium. And this year, I'm delighted that Dr. Han-Seok Kee can join us and also share the Korean perspectives on issues related to the Taiwan Strait. Dr. Han, over to you.
Thank you, Russell. My name is Seok Han. I'm coming from Korea. It's my great pleasure to join. Oh, okay. To join GTI conference this year. I'd like to talking more about maybe my job is Chinese studies, so I just frequently communicate with Chinese people and Chinese academia. So based on my research, my communication with the Chinese people, I'd like to make a presentation. At the current snapshot situation, I think the international situation is not that conducive to the security of Taiwan at this moment. Because as Ambassador Shao mentioned that the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the war is prolonged for more than a year. And on top of that, we have a Hamas-Israel war is ongoing process. In this perspective, I think Xi Jinping, he watches this situation very carefully. Two things that he thinks. One is what will be U.S. response to those kind of wars. Second thing is U.S. will take up the two-front war. So I think the Russia-Ukraine war is prolonged, and the U.S.-China confrontation is still going on. And at the same time, recently Hamas and Israel war is erupted, and this is maybe Xi Jinping might think that this is high time for him to invade or he initiate an anti-Taiwan operation. So that's currently the situation. I think from my perspective that's going on. Second thing is then how we cope with those kind of the initial kind of confrontation. That would be the like-minded country. We have to cooperate each other. One of the big things I observed recently would be Camp David Summit. So that is a U.S., Japan, Korea tripartite cooperation that might be working for the defense of Taiwan. And actually, many people, including China, they didn't expect that this kind of things may happen because of the chronic animosity between Korea and Japan. They're not going to happen anymore. But early this year, the newly elected Korean, the President Yoon Suk-yeol, he just initiated to have a detente with Japan, and very successfully he made a detente between two countries. And on top of that, they lead this kind of detente with the U.S., Japan, Korea tripartite cooperation. So this Camp David Summit would be a big venue for the defend Taiwan's security. So in Camp David summit, they have agreement on security cooperation framework. That framework would be very kind of fundamental, kind of baseline for the Taiwanese defense. And one of the big big change in foreign relations recently would be Korea's change. Last year, Korea has a new president, and new president, he just changed the whole kind of diplomatic structure in Korea. So if I little bit compare the comparison between previous government and current government, previous government would be pro-China and pro-North Korea and a little distance from the United States. But this government, Yoon Suk-yeol government, is pro-US, pro-Japan, and kind of approach to North Korea is a principle-based. And those kind of things would be big change in international structure and also the regional structure of Korea. And this kind of things would change Korea's perception toward China and Taiwan. And many people, including the United States, they consistently try to ask in Korea that just in case anything happening in Taiwan Strait, what would be Korea's attitude? So far, Korea was pretty reluctant to join this war because many Korean people believe that Taiwan is the contingency is not related to Korea's security. But from this government, I think those kind of concept has been changed because many people believe that Taiwan contingency is Korea's contingency. Because Korea and Taiwan is so much connected. If you just recall the Korean War, at the time of Korean War, still, if you run into Chinese people, many Chinese people say that if there is no Chinese assistance over to Korean War, then China should have unified at this moment. So I think from Xi Jinping's perspective, if Xi Jinping wants to invade Taiwan, then the one thing that Xi Jinping doesn't want to see would be American troops in Korea wants to involve into Taiwan Strait contingencies. So before he initiate any war against Taiwan, he wants to make some kind of provocations in Korean Peninsula, something. Then he would not make many Korean the American troops in Korea not involved into Taiwan. So I think. From now on, many Korean people start to believe that Taiwan contingency is Korea's contingency. And second thing is in Korea, if we take a look at Korea's the rating of other countries, then Korea is record the highest number of anti-China sentiment right now. Recently, the Pew Research they released the information that the Korea rating 81% of the Korean public, they share the anti-China sentiment. In comparison to Japan, 69%, Taiwan, 62%, and United States, 60%, India, 57%. So Korea is way high of anti-China sentiment. Why we have that kind of anti-China sentiment? One is the first thing, the most thing would be the thought controversies. Due to thought controversies, many Korean people got suffered from an unfair treatment of Chinese the regime. So that will be one of the thing. And second thing is after that, many Chinese people sometimes they just insult Korea in terms of Korean costume is based on Chinese tradition and kimchi coming from China. And those kind of things hurt many Korean people's sentiments. So I think that kind of the anti-China sentiment would prolong for a while. But unfortunately, Chinese people, they recognize that this anti-China sentiment not coming from themselves, but coming from Korea's media or some other things. So I think for the time being, those kind of anti-China sentiment would not be gone. I just listened to, before this session, I just listened to the Minister Wu Jiaoxie's remarks. And there he just mentioned US, Japan, European countries, a like-minded country, but not Korea in there. I was very disappointed. Why Korea was not there? Because I think Korean people, especially among the Korea's academia, we just shared that we have to join, we have to help Taiwan just in case any contingency happen, but we could not say that in public. Why? Because we are still the record high dependency or economic dependency on China. So many Korean people they would not dare speak out in front of Chinese. So I raised before I joined this program, and Russell, he just sent me an article. I just read that one article written by Victor Cha, is collective resilience. I agree with his idea of collective resilience. That is very important. But his idea of collective resilience is a little bit different from our perspective of collective resilience. What Victor Cha said is that China also depends on high technology in many countries. So many countries, we just cooperate each other, then we can make kind of leverage against China. That might be one case. But another case would be if we got through the controversies. At the time, China gave Korea economic sanction. But at the time, the field that they just imposed economic sanction would be entertainment, tourism, and consumer goods. What does that mean? That means that China doesn't want to see the boomerang effect from the Chinese economic sanction over to Korea. So China only focus on entertainment, consumer goods, and tourism. So that's why Korea just sustained that kind of economic sanction, because their economic sanction would be quite limited. The same thing happens. So we have to, what I'm trying to say of collective resilience is China wants to impose economic sanction. That field would be maybe agricultural products or maritime products or those kind of things. So we have a lot of the resilience, the collective resilience, just in case. For example, Australia got the economic sanction from China. At the time, United States or other countries, they tried to purchase the Australian wine, Australian lobsters, those kind of things. Currently, the Chinese, they tried to sanction over to Japanese maritime products due to the drain of the contaminated water. So at the time, many countries around, including Korea, we should purchase the Japanese maritime product. That would be collective resilience. If that kind of coalition formed, then Korea might have much more room to manipulate. We can publicly say against China, and we are more supporting to the Taiwan Strait contingencies. So I will stop here. I will just collect your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Han, for sharing your perspectives. I was struck by when you were commenting about the attitudes and sentiments in Korea that I read this really interesting poll done by Jonganilbo that was conducted in August, wherein 64.5% of the South Korean respondents agreed that South Korea should provide direct or indirect support for U.S. military operations in a Taiwan contingency. I was, really, surprised actually, to see that, since this is one of the more explicit expression of Korean sentiments with regards to Taiwan that I've seen of late, and based on your assessments, it seems like overall with regards to attitudes towards China and attitudes towards Taiwan, this is trending in. It seems to be trending in that direction. If I may ask you to just maybe in the Q&A, if we have time, to kind of, you stated here, and I was really, it really caught my attention when you had said it. And this isn't the first time you did, which is, from Korea's perspective, you said Taiwan's contingency is Korea's contingency. This is, of course, also identical, I think, to the statement made by very senior Japanese officials in years back, where the former and late Japanese Prime Minister said that Taiwan contingency is a contingency for Japan. And if I may ask you then, how is Korea preparing for this contingency? If you may share some perspective on that. So last but not least, I'd like to turn it over to Ambassador Kelly Curry. Master Curry?
Is this on? Am I on? Okay, great, awesome. And apologies for rolling in a little bit late, and I hope I'm not going to repeat things that were said in my absence. I'll try to bring a little bit of freshness to the topic if I can. And thank you so much to GTI for having me to participate in your annual symposium. This is a really important discussion at a really important time, and I think Professor Han's comments and probably some things that Hal and Liza have also said this morning point toward the very tenuous nature, especially when it comes to geopolitics in this moment, and how what a dangerous time we're in. I also need to caveat right up at the top that my remarks are in my personal capacity and do not reflect the positions or opinions of the Atlantic Council or any of the other organizations that I am currently affiliated with, just to be very clear. These are my personal thoughts and opinions. So I'm going to kind of start out broad and then funnel down a little bit. I think that right now, when I think about the geopolitical context we're in and everybody talking about Cold War 2.0, I agree with some of the things that other commentators have said, that we are already and have actually been in a Cold War with China for a long time, and that we weren't actually doing anything about it for the first for many years, and while China was prosecuting a Cold War against us, we were pretending like it wasn't happening for a long time. And I think that it's important, though, as we do start to engage in this process, as we have over the past 5 to 6 years, that we learn the right lessons from Cold War 1.0 and not learn the wrong lessons and do things that are going to actually harm us as we deal with a very different, there are certain continuities and then there are certain differences, the biggest being obviously the economic interdependence with China and China's relative wealth and power compared to the former Soviet Union and things like that, again, grand strategists are in a much better place to think about and talk about than I am. But as we face this authoritarian resurgence that marks Cold War 2.0, I think that we do need to try to learn the right lessons. And one of the lessons that I personally am focused on as somebody who has spent most of my career working on issues around human rights and democracy and political reform, particularly in the Indo-Pacific region, is thinking about the idea that the first Cold War was not so cold in many of the places where around the world outside of Europe and the United States and North America, that in many places there was a lot of hotness to the Cold War, if you will. And if you look at the map now and you look at what's happening, Ukraine being kind of the first hot war of the new Cold War, and it's still to be determined if Hamas and Israel are the second hot war of the new Cold War era. But I think that there's a very good chance that will turn out to be the case, depending on where the battle lines ultimately get drawn. I think we've already seen Russia will come in on the side of the terrorists on this one, and China will continue to try to pull off the straddling act that it has with Ukraine with limited success, but will find ways to be opportunistic and make the situation work for themselves like they always do, because they don't have a limiting principle in terms of their ability to say one thing in public and do a completely different thing behind the scenes, and act in a completely amoral, opportunistic, unprincipled way when it comes to these things. Also, their complete lack of concern for humanitarian response, their lack of willingness to be concerned about things like accountability and the protection of civilians. Those things don't really matter to the Chinese Communist Party in the way that they matter to Western democracies, including, and in some ways especially, the United States. And so I think that one of the things that I would like us to learn from the first Cold War as we begin prosecuting the second one in a serious way is that in those places where we did not stay true to our principles as as we expressed them, we ran into problems. And we continue actually to deal with the long tail of some of those problems. If you look at our southern border and the problems at the southern border that are caused by endemic violence in countries in Latin America, where again, the hotness of the Cold War, of Cold War I, created endemic violence in some of these societies and weak government institutions and tendencies toward authoritarianism and lack of pluralism and inability to coalesce around pluralistic political institutions. So I think that we need to be very mindful of that as we go forward and we think about how we're going to build out these connectivities with partners and who we are going to choose to partner with and what we are willing to do to, especially when it comes to authoritarian and repressive regimes that we are trying to keep, quote, out of China's orbit and whatever that means. And so again, I think we need to be very mindful of the delta between our stated values and what we are actually doing on the ground in particular countries and how that reflects on us. I think this is a really important lesson that we do need to learn from the first Cold War. I don't see us learning it right now, and that concerns me. I think that the second is something that has really become a problem, and I think we saw this in Ukraine. I think we see it in the Israel-Hamas conflict, actually, and this is about the credibility of deterrence and whether our deterrence is credible. I think this is a huge issue for Taiwan, obviously, because if our deterrence in the Taiwan Straits is not credible, then that changes very much the calculations for Xi Jinping. I think that in the past 15 years, our deterrence has not been credible at all. I think with Syria, you can go down the line. Syria, Afghanistan, all sorts of situations where U.S. Deterrence and Western deterrence has proven to be lacking in credibility. We either need to change that or we need to stop pretending like we're trying to do deterrence. And I know Hal has written a lot about this and is much more of an expert. But I think and then the other thing that I think we need to think about is where we have a value proposition that appeals to our partners and is asymmetrical to our opponents, our authoritarian opponents. And I think about things that, like women, peace, and security, and other kind of value propositions where we have a lot to offer partners. They are interested in what we have to offer, and the Chinese and Russians not only don't have anything to offer, but aren't even interested in trying and are actively opposed to these agendas and things like that. I'm happy to further go into that. And then I think that we also, going back to kind of the first issue, is that we need to think very carefully about the places where we have problems selling our value propositions in strategic states and how we deal with that. And by that I mean in authoritarian countries where our value proposition is not as attractive as China's, countries that are committed to authoritarianism. I'm thinking about the Gulf states, for instance, and some of the Central Asian countries, and where you see quite resilient authoritarianism and the economic or security wherewithal to maintain that authoritarianism despite what would normally be the consequences of it in terms of people resisting it. And I think that we need to think very carefully and clearly and strategically about how we approach those states and understand that our approach to them is necessarily going to be very different than our approach to other countries, and that we have to be able to do that. And how we do this, again, without going back to that first point, with doing the least amount of violence to our principles. And I think that we've really got to, continue to close the gap between how we think about economic security and national security, and stop keeping these policy-making processes in separate lanes, which is a trend that I've noticed in the past 6 months re-emerging with the current administration, and or even the past year, and it's deeply problematic because it's a false distinction at this point, and we've got to really work that back. I think that, like us, Taiwan's biggest challenge is that its economic dependency on China, and that this is and that the economic and other elites in our societies and all of our democratic societies that push us toward policies that help China to bail out the natural and normal consequences of its terrible political model by continuing to provide capital, continuing to excuse behavior that we would not excuse in any other member state in terms of human rights, violations of international law, including the Convention on the Law of the Sea, violations of other countries' sovereignty, other kinds of activities that we underreact to this day when China engages in them, as opposed to when other countries engage in them. And I think that this is something that we need to really think about. And so I'll kind of stop there on the big picture and then just say that I just got back from Tbilisi, Georgia. And it was very interesting to me to spend time with people from countries that are currently dealing with the remnants and the continued efforts of China on the Belt and Road, and as it reframes the Belt and Road under the GDI, GSI, GCI rubric, and sees a shared future of humanity for all mankind. And that these countries, it is a source of continual concern to me that countries that are being targeted by China, and Georgia is an excellent example. They signed a strategic partnership with China in July. It was done in complete secrecy, despite the fact that Georgia is a democracy, and its elected prime minister went to Beijing, and the foreign ministry of Georgia did not even know anything about signing the strategic partnership that was full of GDI, GSI, GCI language. It was full of BRI endorsements. It was full of One China principle. It was full of all sorts of things that circumscribe Georgia's sovereignty, circumscribe Georgia's foreign policy capabilities, and circumscribe Georgia's domestic economic choices by making agreements about a deep water port and other infrastructure that the Georgian people had no visibility and no opportunity to talk about. And so this is this keeps happening despite what we in this room probably think of as a surplus and a massive amount of information out there about how these how these deals are not in the favor of the countries that are signing them, that Georgia is a country that has in its constitution a orientation toward ultimately joining the EU and NATO. And when I was talking to people, they're like, what do you think about the strategic partnership? I'm like, what do you think about your constitutional character of being pointed toward the EU and NATO, and how this is a real problem? But it's also very difficult, going back to where I started, to go into these countries and say this when the United States has, for the past 6 months, slammed on the brakes and thrown the car into reverse when it comes to de-risking in very practical ways, and has gone back to a pro-engagement policy. It is very awkward as an American to go into countries and say to them, you need to be very mindful and concerned about what these deals do to your country. And when we have decided to stop helping, when we've decided, as Derek Scissors says, the first thing we need to do is stop helping them, we've decided to stop not helping them. And I don't know why that's happening. I mean, I have some theories, but yeah, I think that it puts us in a very awkward position as we seek to build out these networks that Victor talks about, and I agree that that's what we should be doing, but it's very hard to do that when we're publicly restarting rebranding the strategic engagement or, strategic engagement with China, and rebranding strategic reassurance in some ways and doing it again. And it really, the bipolarity of our policy makes us a very awkward messenger when it comes to this stuff. And I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Your emphasis on the point about how deterrence is failing reminds me a lot of what Hal was mentioning. I think, Hal, you wrote a piece in the Foreign Policy that you argued basically that deterrence is failing. And I do have a question. This is much more for the entire panel. I know I put a lot of questions already on the table, so pick and choose as you please. But there are experts now who are making the case that the United States and Taiwan should be offering, quote, credible assurances, end quote, to Beijing regarding its one China principle, because deterrence also requires assurances, right? and in order to avoid war in the Taiwan Strait. So what are your thoughts of the experts on this panel about, about the necessity of, quote, credible assurances in order to have a stronger deterrent posture? So with that, I just want to make sure that the audience is aware that we have until 10:30 for this panel. So we do have 15 minutes remaining. I know I put a lot on the table for our panelists, and so I would first like to give our panelists a chance to maybe quickly respond to some of the questions I had presented. If you need me to repeat them, let me know. And then for the audience members to start, formulating your questions, you can, and then and we'll open up for Q&A as soon as our panel has a chance to respond to some of the initial set of questions. Hal, you want to go first?
Sure. I mean, just on the reassurance issue, just theoretically speaking, right, the reassurance is the other side of the coin when it comes to deterrence, right? And so if I say that I'm going to shoot you if you do thing X, I also have to promise that I won't shoot you if you don't do thing X, right? And so there presumably are some things the United States and Taiwan could and should do to avoid a situation where you have increasingly assertive but also increasingly sort of insecure China that feels as though the Taiwan issue is slipping away from it in a way that it can't tolerate. Now, the United States and Taiwan have mostly been doing this for a long, long time, right? So it shouldn't be the U.S. policy to support Taiwanese independence, for instance, and it isn't, right? And so I think there are sort of bedrock assurances that can be built into the relationship if you're trying to convince Xi Jinping that maintaining the status quo is more attractive than disrupting it. I don't know that those are radically new assurances that the U.S. needs to offer. I do think it's worth thinking about there are things the United States and Taiwan are going to have to do to strengthen their deterrent posture that will annoy China, right? And so anything that Taiwan does to strengthen its capability for survival will annoy China, right? Anything the United States does to bolster its military position or its alliances in the region will annoy China. But that's okay, right? Because you have to be willing to do things that annoy the other side if you're going to defend your position. The thing that the United States, I think, has to stay away from a little bit is what I would call bad provocation, right? So provocation that doesn't meaningfully aid Taiwan in any way, but nonetheless sends sort of symbolic signals that annoy Beijing and give it an opportunity to do things that reset the status quo in the Strait in the way that the exercises in August 2022 did. And so, there's lots of legislation that was either before Congress in 2022 or may come back this year that will do, essentially symbolic things like renaming the building where U.S. and, Taiwanese representatives meet. It's beyond me how that would actually contribute to deterrence in the Taiwan Strait, but it would appear to be changing sort of the political status of Taiwan in U.S. policy. And so that's just an example of something where I think we need to do the cost-benefit analysis very carefully to figure out if we're actually doing things that help or not.
I would just point out, though, the PRC's own office relating to Taiwan does call itself the Taiwan Affairs Office, so I am a little bit, wondering why they're so concerned about that. In any case, Lisa, do you want to address the COCOM question?
Sure, yeah, I'll address the great question about an economic NATO or similar proposals. I love this term, a network of liberty. I think I'm going to steal that from Liz Truss. So I think these proposals are getting at the right problem and the right objective. So the problem, of course, being that the way that the international system is led by the U.S. is currently constructed with military alliances on the one hand, and then international bodies like the WTO, which are intended to be able to rein in economic abuses like you see China practicing. Neither of those is effectively reining in China's economic coercion. So that's the problem. And the objective here is pooling democratic strengths, because combined, if we're acting together, we can overmatch China's scope and scale. So in general, that's all sort of heading in the right direction, I think. And I think the point here is that democratic unity is the best way to deter Beijing. I think the tweaks I would make to how some of these proposals like economic NATO are usually explained, I think our goal needs to be to reduce our exposure to the abuser, that's China. And so if an economic NATO is constructed so it's like a mutual defense treaty where if China strikes out against one of our allies economically, we need to come in and retaliate against China in kind of a tit-for-tat way, I actually think that's not generally the right strategic way to go, because it's almost like creating an insurance mechanism where small countries can maintain their deep ties to China and kind of be safe, kind of be insured, and the US will have their back. I don't think strategically that's creating the right incentive structures, which should be to reduce our overall exposure. So that's why I like to talk about demand alliances, where over time we're shifting our demand, we're pooling our demand as democracies, so that eventually we will be less exposed to China, and their economic coercion just won't work. If we're not exposed to the bully, their threats aren't going to work. And so I think I would just tweak it to make it more about demand alliances than kind of a mutual economic defense treaty.
I also support the economic NATO is quite valuable. Especially, I think the Chinese government and Xi Jinping, they are very much concerned about their popularity is lower down, right, in the world. At the same time, they are losing their own cooperators. One of the country would be Korea. So recently, maybe up from last year when the new government initiated, up until this May of this year, China was pretty supportive of the new government. They want to make a good relationship with new government, but they changed their attitude on May, because at that time, the Korean president, he mentioned that he is opposing the change of current status quo by the force. On that words, and the China was obstructed by those kind of words, because that is commented on Taiwan. So Taiwan issue, Korea is mentioned of Taiwan issue, that's very sensitive to China. So I think China wants to grab Korea to their own orbit again. But Korea is beyond their orbit, and we try to go tilting toward the US side. So that is a very sensitive one. So as I mentioned that the collective resilience or economic NATO, those kind of things would give the countries around China more flexible or more room to manipulate against China. So I think that would be a good way to make deterrence more consolidated.
Any comments that you wanted to add, or we can?
Yeah, a couple thoughts. I mean, I think that I agree with what Hal is saying, but I think that like deterrence, reassurance only works if it is credible. And the problem for us is that Beijing will never believe us, no matter how much we reassure them that we are not trying to threaten the Chinese Communist Party's hold on power for reasons that are very deeply seated within the CCP and its whole political ideology and its way of thinking about the world. They will never, no matter what we do, we cannot reassure them enough about their fundamental number one core concern, which is regime preservation. And because of that, I do think that we need to be very, I agree that we need to be very targeted, and we need, when we do things that, and I hate this, I don't, let me back up. I get frustrated with this whole, that we're being provocative by doing things because, you know, in a lot of instances, Beijing chooses to be provoked. They decide to be triggered by things, and I think that you make a good point with the Taiwan Affairs Office, where they choose to be triggered by something that should not really trigger them because they are opportunistic about it. And you know, again, this all kind of goes to the regime psychology there. But I think that we need to be realistic, and we need to stop self-deterring ourselves from doing things that help to promote our own national interests and our own national security and Taiwan's security as it relates to ours, and just because we are worried that it might, quote, provoke Beijing, because that is something that happens a lot in policy making. And I know Liza has, and I have dealt with this over and over and over again, that, we can't do that because, China will do X, Y, Z. And I'm like, again, that's not a reason not to do something. That, they are, we can only control what we do. We cannot control what they do. And I think we have to stop. We have to recognize that they have agency and they get to choose whether they overreact to stuff. And a lot of times when they overreact to things, it makes them look ridiculous. And that's not a bad thing also. I think we need to be aware of that. I love the idea of demand alliances. I'm a big proponent of free trade with free nations. I think, again, the more we are focused on how we, what it comes down to is we can't beat China in a race to the bottom. They have no limiting principle. They have no principles at all. And in fact, when it comes to their economic, political, and security engagement with their partners. But we are constrained in many, many ways on those things and as democracies. And so we can get in a race to the bottom with them, but we will lose and we will damage ourselves in the process. If instead we work toward high standard arrangements that are based on values where we have an advantage, transparency, trust, accountability, and sanctity of contracts, the things that we bring to the table that are actually our inherent and asymmetrical advantages, we've got to be more, leaning in that direction instead of trying to figure out how to out-China on some of these things, which we spend an unfortunate amount of time trying to do.
Well, I apologize for hogging up all the times of our panelists with my questions, but we do have some time left for Q&A. And what I want to do, a lot of questions. We're gonna pull the questions, and then we're gonna go a lightning round. Basically, just jump right straight to the lightning round here. So, all right, let's see. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get through it all. Let's go to the middle table. Let's go David, and then Elizabeth over there, and then from the front table, this gentleman right here on the right side. Okay, so. Will, David, can you raise your hand, please? Will's right behind you. David, someone's right behind you. Yeah.
Well, my question relates to this issue of assurance. And thank you for bringing it up, Russell, and for your comments, Mr. Brandt, on it. One of the most difficult areas with respect to that has to do with our defense cooperation with Taiwan, because the defense cooperation is a central element of our deterrence. But on the same time, if it goes beyond one of our commitments to Beijing, which is that we will not have any American forces on Taiwan, it will have crossed a red line for Beijing. So how we handle that cooperation is a very tricky question. I wonder if you could comment on it and on the way the administration is presently handling it. Thank you.
Elizabeth over there. Ben, can you go? Elizabeth, just keep your hands up. And again, state your name and your affiliation.
Yeah, hi.
Excuse me.
Liz Laris, Pacific Forum. So I have a question for Lisa Toba, but Ambassador Curry, I'm sure you can answer this as well. My question concerns U.S. Export controls on high-sensitive technology transfers to China. The U.S. has imposed numerous controls, but you also know that U.S. businesses are concerned that this is going to cost them. So we have tension in the United States between national security interests, then also the business interests. And so, Lisa Tobin, when you're talking about like the demand side of things, is there enough that if you get rid of that China market for some of these businesses that are lobbying Congress very hard, and or lobbying the executive branch as much as they do, where is the demand for this business? Because my concern is that China can see, that business is going to lobby really hard. And, we're sending a confusing message to China that, we want to do business with you, but we're also going to impose these controls. And then there's going to be some breakdown and, money talks. So that's my concern.
This gentleman in the front over here. Will, this gentleman, just keep. Please wait for the mic and state your name and affiliation.
Hi, Eric Tucker, Impact Alternatives. With the election coming up, Hal had mentioned the some of the generals had to be toned down in their stridency. I'm concerned about China becoming a kind of a football, trying to out-hawk each other. I'm very much for a bipartisan, do and don't talk. Even saying pivot to Asia years ago may have provoked China to reorient itself. As the ambassador pointed out, we're straddling things as far as, we can't fully decouple from China. I'd love to rewind the clock back to the WTO and take a different course for the last 20 years, but we're stuck with this situation. We have to do things to punish China, but also leave something in reserve as far as our engagement. How do we straddle those issues? And then anything on Taiwan being overly dependent on its PRC investment and trade at this point, and how they're going to unwind that. Thank you.
I know there are plenty of questions, and I apologize, I won't be able to get through all of them. So I'm just going to give our panelists an opportunity to respond to any of those questions that were presented by our audience members. Hal, you want to go first?
Sure, I can go quickly. I'm not that stressed about defense cooperation with Taiwan. We need it, and we need a lot more of it because, just level of basic ability to kind of like do things together is so low between the U.S. and Taiwan because the military relationship has been so attenuated over the past few decades. And so on everything from sort of like helping the Taiwanese use some of the systems that the United States is going to be providing to thinking about continuity of government arrangements and things like that, there's going to need to be more interaction between the two sides' militaries. But, if you look at the crises that have emerged in the Taiwan Strait over the past quarter century, they're typically not brought about by the question of whether there's like 100 or 300 American personnel wearing uniforms on Taiwan. They're brought about by symbolic issues, a visit by the Speaker of the House to Taiwan, a speech given at Cornell University. And so my view is that there's actually some room to do this in a way that isn't going to be hugely destabilizing, and that's important. Second, I'm actually kind of encouraged by the fact that China hasn't become more of a political football in the United States. There was a lot of concern about this after the 2022 midterms, that you were going to have certain Republicans just banging the drum on China nonstop. You were going to, strategic clarity for Taiwan was going to be the question in the GOP debates. That was going to be the equivalent of like, will you get out of the Iran nuclear deal on day one, where everybody would raise their hand and so on and so forth. And that hasn't happened for the most part. I mean, I think the Select Committee on China has tried pretty hard to go about its business in a bipartisan fashion, even though that's meant staying away from some important issues. You had a Republican Speaker of the House work more closely with the Biden administration to handle an interaction with Tsai Ing-wen than a Democratic Speaker of the House had worked with the Biden administration on that back in 2022. It may become a little bit harder as 2024 approaches, but the reality is that because everything is now going to be about Trump again, there's just going to be less policy content in the GOP primary and in the general election, which is actually going to reduce the salience of the China issue somewhat.
So on the question on export controls, which is really more, I think, a question about U.S. and other foreign countries selling technology products into the China market, I think this is an issue of short-term gain versus long-term pain, the pain of dangerous overdependence that we find ourselves in now. U.S. companies often push policymakers and say, we are dependent on the China market for revenues to fund our long-term R&D, and if we lose the China revenues, then we won't be able to fund our R&D, and then we will die. So that's hurt. Sometimes I think we often need to check their math and see, how much money they're actually gaining in the China market that they're putting into R&D. So we need to actually press them on the facts there. But I think the main thing that gets lost from the coverage of this issue is that Washington isn't really the protagonist in this whole situation. Xi Jinping has been pushing one-way decoupling from the West, from the U.S. for decades. It's just started to catch up steam in the last few years and have some success. They've been intent on developing their own indigenous supply chains and wean themselves off dependence on U.S. technology for many years. And we've seen them have some success in terms of displacing US and EU competition in things like solar panels, in telecom, where we used to have strong North American firms that have been pushed out over time, and we no longer are able to compete for the China market. Lagging edge semiconductors are next. Beijing is using all of its brute force economics, massive subsidies, starting to push out foreign competition, block foreign market access. And so the goal is to indigenize all that production and become self-sufficient in lagging edge chips, which, by the way, are not subject to export controls. Those are targeting the high-end chips. So I think the point is that, countries and companies for many years have held out great hope for the China market and increased market access, increased ability to generate revenues in the China market. And over time, they've been disappointed again and again because Beijing inherently would rather have that demand be supplied by Chinese firms. And we're seeing the same thing start to play out in lagging edge semiconductors.
Now, we are talking about China in the United States, but the East Asian countries right nearby China, they are concerning more. I think the most important thing is that we have to give East Asian countries some confirmation that we are on the same page. Before I coming to Washington, D.C., I was in Germany. I was just shocked by the German people's attitude toward China because they know the ethos, they know the values, but they are very hurry up to revamp their own economy. So they want to make a concession with Chinese people. Those kind of things would give East Asian people much more concern. So I think it's better for us to convince all the relating countries, U.S. and European countries, East Asian countries. We have to have some confirmation of we are on the same page, and that kind of trust would be very important to promote our own values against China.
And unfortunately, we're not sending that message right now. And I think that that's a huge problem. And to go to I think we actually are in the opposite problem of having China as a political football right now, where the business community, and this relates to the export controls issue and the business community's lobbying as well as the political reality, if you will, for the Biden administration, which is that inflation has proved more durable than they expected. It has proved more resilient to the Federal Reserve's efforts to attack it through monetary policy. And nobody really talks about the reason, one of the main reasons why that is the case, and the role that China plays in causing inflation to remain durable in the United States because of both, movement of supply chains and relocation of supply chains is expensive for companies. And, and China has artificially, through both purchases of U.S. treasuries as well as, the China price of goods, has contributed to the long time, in fact, excessive amount of time that the United States was able to print money, keep artificially low interest rates in our economy, and not have inflation. The role that cheap goods from China, as well as Chinese purchases of U.S. treasuries, played, and again, I'm not an economist, I just play one on TV, but it's, the role that these things played in keeping our economy chugging along in a certain way and inflation out of the economy, we have not really publicly grappled with that. And so I think that in addition to the massive ramp up and pushback, every action has an opposite and equal reaction that you see from the business community and other elites who have made so much money off of the old way of doing things, the WTO and globalization with China at the center way of doing things, and that Liza's right. I mean, this has been Lucy with the football for 30 years, where these companies, these U.S. and foreign companies, will be allowed to be given this much space in the Chinese economy, and the brass ring of more market share and more penetration into the Chinese market is always just out of reach, and that is intentional. And now that dual circulation is really able to be a reality, it's never going to come. But these companies have built a business model that's based on, this fantasy, and this was always a fantasy, but now the reality of it is hitting. The pain is going to come now, or it's going to come later, but it's not avoidable. And I think that especially because of the way our business community is organized, the way European business communities are organized, that these companies are like, you know what, we know that this is a disaster and that this is a death spiral in terms of our China business, but that, we just need to keep running, pushing the string for 2 or 3 more years and squeeze what we can out of this, broken and defunct business model and make this the next CEO's problem. And, they think about this quarterly earnings report, and they don't think past that. And this is a huge problem that we have created for ourselves, but the idea that we're going to be able to avoid the pain of it by re-engagement with Janet Yellen and Gina Raimondo and John Kerry going to Beijing and Xi Jinping coming for the APEC summit is somehow going to magically make all of this go away. It's delusional, but that's what we're doing right now.
Well, as the Foreign Minister Wu stated in his opening keynote, the world is undergoing unprecedented shifts, and I think this was certainly underscored by the presentations that we heard in this opening panel, and that's what we hope to provide in terms of the broader strategic landscape that US-Taiwan relations and Taiwan's relations with the world is operating under. And so with that, please join me in thanking our panelists for this panel. Turn it over to Adrian for some housekeeping.
All right. Good morning. I think we have a quorum here, a critical mass. I'm Alex Wong with the Hudson Institute. It's a pleasure to be moderating this second panel of the day. This is a discussion of the 2024 presidential elections, both here in the United States and in Taiwan. But I want to be clear. This is not a panel on punditry of the horse race in either election. But what we can say is that it is clear that both elections are two of the guaranteed events in 2024 that will have a significant impact on cross-strait relations, on U.S. policy, on China's policy, on cross-strait issues. And I think to a greater extent, here, just talking about the U.S. elections, to a greater extent than in recent memory, Taiwan has been a topic of discussion, a political issue that the candidates are touching on and are being asked about. And so it is ripe for discussion. So to explore the dimensions, those dimensions of the elections, we have a very august panel with us today. Let me introduce first David Sachs. He is a fellow for Asia Studies here at the Council of Foreign Relations. We have Ryan Haas here to my right, senior fellow, and I'm going to get this title right, the Chen Fu and Cecilia Yan-Ku Chair in Taiwan Studies, and the director of the China Center at the Brookings Institution. We have Igor Creston in from Texas. He is the Bradford M. Freeman Managing Director of Global Policy at the George W. Bush Institute. And at the far end there, we have Zach Cooper, a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute and a partner at Armitage International. Now, I want to say, this really is an august panel. That's not just an empty compliment. When policymakers and other thinkers and journalists around town are looking to get the real inside view of what is occurring in Taiwan and what it really means, they turn to these folks here. So before we begin, let's give them a round of applause for participating. But let's dive right into it. David, let me start with you. Let's focus on the top candidates in the Taiwan election. How are they approaching the cross-strait issue and how they speak about it on the campaign trail? And what does that portend if they win?
Well, thank you, Alex, and thank you to GTI and Russell for having me today. I want to also compliment GTI on the great choice of venue for today's annual symposium. I think that they made a wonderful decision. So, wading into kind of the treacherous waters here of cross-strait relations, I want to start with just a couple of top-line thoughts before going into each of the three principal candidates and then ending with what I think the United States can and should do as we lead into the election and the unique kind of 5-month period that Taiwan has between the election and the inauguration. So first, I think there are some interesting commonalities between the three principal candidates here, William Lai, Tsai Ing-wen's vice president, Ho Yo-i, the current mayor of New Taipei City and the KMT's candidate, as well as Ko Wen-je, the former mayor of Taipei, and the candidate for the TPP. And the first one that I think is striking is that all three of those candidates are native Taiwanese, Benshengren, as you would call them. Their families came to Taiwan prior to the Civil War. And I think that this is the first time in a Taiwanese election where all of the candidates share that as a family background. And I think that colors how they identify with the ROC versus Taiwan, as well as how they view cross-strait relations. The other thing that's interesting is that I think these candidates, to some extent, and I'll go into a little more of the particulars, are not necessarily that experienced in terms of cross-strait relations at the national level. Ko Wen-je and Ho Yo-i, both relatively new to politics. Ko Wen-je, a very famous surgeon who entered politics, in the 2000s. Ho Yo-i, a career civil servant who led the police department and is now obviously an incumbent mayor. And William Lai, also a doctor and a politician, and of course he was the premier and now the vice president for Tsai, but I would argue cross-strait relations have not really been a part of his portfolio to this point. And so these are people who are much more, I think, comfortable talking about domestic issues within Taiwan. And there is a sense that they don't necessarily have the comfort level that Tsai Ing-wen or Ma Ying-jeou had when they ran for office talking about cross-strait relations. Tsai Ing-wen, of course, was the Minister of the Mainland Affairs Council under Chen Shui-bian. Ma Ying-jeou, a close aide to CCK, and then the Minister of Justice. So in my view, they brought a certain level of familiarity that we don't necessarily see here. Nonetheless, I think all three candidates have used similar language in terms of wanting to maintain the status quo and approach cross-strait relations with a degree of pragmatism. So what does that mean, I think, in practice? I'll start with William Lai here, and again, I don't want to try to have any horse racing or handicap, but he does have a sizable lead right now in the polls, and that can all change quite quickly, but he does have a big lead. And so, if you speak to interlocutors from the PRC, the only thing that they will say about William Lai is his comment on being a pragmatic worker for Taiwan independence. And regardless of how he has tried to shift, I think, his view of cross-strait relations and his position on cross-strait relations, he, to this point, doesn't get any credit from the PRC for doing so. They believe that in his heart of hearts, that is his position, that he will work towards Taiwan independence, whether that's overtly or covertly, that is what he will attempt to do. And William Lai, as I noted, has tried to change this perception, and I think his policy on cross-strait relations, we saw what was his most fully fleshed out position in a Wall Street Journal op-ed, I think published over the summer, where he talked about his support for the status quo and approaching cross-strait relations with pragmatism and consistency. At the same time, he put his focus on building up deterrence, economic security, and building partnerships with other democracies before getting to cross-strait relations. So I think an interesting view of his priorities if he were to be elected president. Following that, he did a quite extensive interview with Bloomberg right before he transited to the United States. And, if you read the transcript of that interview, the reporter really did push Lai to try to make headlines on pursuing independence. Asked him about this in multiple ways, multiple times, and Lai was pretty disciplined. He said Taiwan is already independent, and it's not necessary to declare independence twice. He also pledged that he would not change Taiwan's name if he's elected president. In other occasions, he has said that he will keep Tsai Ing-wen's cross-strait policy in place and be a source of continuity. But you have, a stray comment about, for instance, his desire to visit the White House as the president of Taiwan. So I think that what Lai is learning now is actually that the standard as a presidential candidate and then as a president, if he were to be elected, is quite high, and that his words really do matter, and that he has to be quite disciplined, especially when talking about cross-strait relations. But I do think as well, he is clearly trying to position himself as a source of continuity with Tsai Ing-wen, which from the U.S. perspective is a quite level-headed, pragmatic approach to cross-strait relations. Having said all of that, I don't see any way that Beijing accepts this as a framework for resuming cross-strait dialogue, and I'll get back to that at the end. Ko Wen-je has, of course, kind of built his brand around not being beholden to what he views as the kind of ideological constraints on both the KMT and the DPP. So he has rejected the 1992 consensus, rejected one country, two systems, and he has continued to put forward something that he first formulated when he was mayor and had the Taipei-Shanghai Forum, which is that both sides of the Taiwan Strait are one family. This is language that is, I think, similar to what Xi Jinping says in some contexts about the shared blood across the Taiwan Strait, et cetera. But to me, it is hard to also see how Beijing would accept this as a framework for cross-strait relations. When speaking with Chinese interlocutors, they continue to focus on the fact that Ko came to power with the DPP's support on the back of the Sunflower Movement and in opposition to the cross-strait services and trade agreement that the Ma administration put forward. So there is still suspicion, I think, in the PRC on what Ko Wen-je's policy would actually be if he is elected. And finally, on Ho Yo-i, he wrote a quite extensive piece for Foreign Affairs that coincided with his visit to the United States, where he did endorse the 1992 consensus after questions of whether he would do so. He has also said the ROC is our nation, Taiwan is our home, which to me is, again, trying to thread this needle of reopening cross-strait dialogue with the PRC, but also reflecting his native Taiwanese character, so to speak. I would also note that when he's campaigning out in Taiwan, he's more comfortable speaking in Taiwanese than in Mandarin. So a distinct KMT figure from Ma Ying-jeou, I would argue. Now, a couple of similarities that I see between the three, if I could just list them besides their common background. All three have rejected one country, two systems, which is a political non-starter in Taiwan now, regardless of the political party that you come from. And I think what's striking is that also all three have put the primary emphasis on defense and deterrence. So even when you read Ho Yo-i's piece in Foreign Affairs, for instance, he has this 3Ds framework, and the first of those 3Ds is deterrence. Substantively, he also calls for joint exercises between the United States and Taiwan, which is something that Beijing has consistently objected to and would object to. But for him, this is about building a strong defense and deterrent and then talking with Beijing, not talking with Beijing and then you don't even need a strong defense and deterrent. William Lai in his Wall Street Journal piece put an emphasis on deterrence. I think that is also what Tsai Ing-wen sees as a big part of her legacy and something that Lai would attempt to bring forward. And Ko Wen-je has spoken on multiple occasions about building up the resilience of Taiwan society as well as investing in defense. So I think that there's a broad convergence among the candidates on the need to strengthen Taiwan's defense and deterrent. And that is, quite frankly, very different from what we saw from 2008 to 2016, where we saw defense spending flatlining and even declining in real terms. And I think that's a big shift and something that is not necessarily welcomed in Beijing.
So that level of convergence is very interesting. If I can turn to Ryan, though, I think another element of how the candidates are talking about cross-strait relations in Taiwan, or what's overlaying it, is this question of U.S. commitment. What is the level and nature of the U.S. commitment and interestingly, U.S. presidential candidates are also talking about the nature and the level of our commitment. And I know you were recently in Taiwan. How are they viewing that? Is their view of it accurate? What would you say to them on that question?
Well, thank you, Alex. It's a really important question, and thank you to GTI for having this event. I was in Taiwan recently, and I had an opportunity to meet with leaders across Taiwan's political spectrum. And one of the things that I took away from that experience was the degree of concern that they have about the idea of America's skepticism, the idea that the United States is not reliable or that its motives may be in doubt. And the Taiwan's leaders have the best feel for the attitudes of Taiwan society. When they're concerned, we should be concerned. And so I take it very seriously. Their concern was not that America's skeptics in Taiwan will rule the day and dominate the debate. It's that they will succeed in tarnishing the image of the United States and the reliability of the United States in ways that shrink political space for the United States and Taiwan to continue to develop the relationship. And at some level, I think that we need to accept that there will be an element of America's skepticism that is ongoing and latent in Taiwan society. I think this is natural, it's normal. It exists in pretty much every one of our major allies around the world. And in the coming months and years, this will be an issue. We will have elections in Taiwan, we'll have elections in the United States. President Biden and President Xi will meet each other most likely next month. And so there will be opportunities for America's skeptics to raise their voices in the coming period. But I think that we have a pretty compelling case to make for why the United States remains a safe bet to our friends in Taiwan. And I'll just offer a few very quick examples before I turn it back to you, Alex. The first is the fact that President Biden has said 4 times publicly that the United States would be prepared to come to Taiwan's defense if it is attacked. In my experience around U.S. presidents, when they say things that commit American blood and treasure to the defense of someone else publicly multiple times, they usually mean it. And I think that his words are a reflection of his conviction. The second reason why I think the United States is a safe bet is that we are guided by enduring interests that have transcended Democratic and Republican administrations, that have provided a pretty broad continuity in America's overall approach to Taiwan over decades. Since the end of World War II, the overriding purpose of American strategy in the Taiwan Strait has been to preserve peace and to prevent instability. That will continue. That is in our interest. Third, I think that there is broad and deep support in the United States for Taiwan. This is reflected in public polling. It's reflected in the views of elected representatives who represent the views of their constituents. I expect that will continue well into the future. And then lastly, Washington and Taipei have robust channels to communicate with each other that have only grown in recent months and years. If our friends in Taiwan have questions about the motives or intentions of American actions, they have the ability to ask directly to their American counterparts. They should. And it's the responsibility of American officials to respond. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that at the end of the day, I think that America's overall approach to Taiwan is guided by self-interest and shared values. It's not charity, it's not goodwill. It's driven by what is in our own interest. And because of that, I think that it will remain a safe bet well into the future. Now, I would prefer for American officials to be more proactive in making this case publicly than they have been. I understand why they have been reluctant to do so or cautious about doing so. I think that the Biden administration is very committed to not being seen as preferring any candidate or political party and wanting very much to avoid any false impression that they do, particularly in the run-up to Taiwan's elections. But after we get through this electoral cycle, after the outcomes of the elections are clear, I hope that American officials will feel more confident and comfortable making the case assertively for why America remains a safe bet and why America skeptics in Taiwan are wrong. And I think that there are a couple of reasons why it's important for us to do so. The first is that it's possible to envision a scenario in which our counterparts in Beijing want to create a perception that the United States and China will return to the way that things were in the past, that there will be a US-China condominium for dealing with Taiwan, for cabineting the Taiwan issue among great powers to make sure that it doesn't get out of control. And we should be ready to puncture any perception along those lines. Taiwan is not an issue that is up for co-management between the United States and China. It's not a Beijing-Washington issue. It's a global issue. It's also an issue in which the 23 million people who live in Taiwan have agency to decide their future course. But the other reason why I think it's important, and this is the final point I'll make before I turn it back to you, Alex, is that it's in our interest, it's in America's interest for Taiwan to be strong and confident. A strong and confident Taiwan is good for cross-strait stability, and at the end of the day, that is the objective that matters most to the United States, so we should be willing to raise our voices in support of it. But I hope I've put enough on the table to spark a conversation amongst us after.
No, that's a very good point. And I think this question of commitment is an important one. And one I think big factor that the Taiwan people are looking at is the level of U.S. commitment and really global commitment to the war in Ukraine. And I want to turn to Igor. In our own U.S. elections, particularly in the GOP primary, this is becoming an issue of Ukraine funding, of commitment to Ukraine. How is this affecting, or what are the lessons we need to draw from this? And how is this affecting our policy toward Taiwan? How should the Taiwanese look at this?
Well, thank you, Alex, and I want to thank Russell and GTI for having me here all the way from Dallas, Texas. And then I'll also mention that my views most definitely do not represent the views of President and Mrs. Bush or the views of the Bush Institute in general. But I want to start my remarks by saying the way we approach our work at the Institute. And that's rooted in our program is called Advancing Free Societies and Freedom and Democracy. And it's rooted in the belief that democracies are important and free societies are important around the world, and American national interests are benefited by advancing those free societies and us helping them. And that is the prism through we look at the Ukraine issue, at the Taiwan issue, and a number of other issues through the prism of free societies. So in terms of looking at Taiwan, it's very important to the point you mentioned, Ryan, that we look at Taiwan as a nation, a free nation, of 24, 23 million people. We can argue about the niceties of calling it, one thing or the other, but the issue is deserves our support because it is a free nation, and we need to sort of take into account. Then back to your question, Alex, I'll try to answer it sort of quickly. This is, and again, not endorsing any candidate. The lesson I think for Taiwan is. From the Ukraine debate is, make sure that you're seeing, the Ukraine debate for what it is, which is a debate between isolationism, in both the broader populace and a debate between sort of, internationalism. I mean, that's in a nutshell, the forces that are at play here in the primary and others. And I think our support for Ukraine, comes from those forces that, frankly, would, in an event of a contingency, probably would say, we can help Taiwan for a little bit, but then, we've got to mind our own house. And I think I firmly believe that's the case. And I think there's folks who try to separate those things and say, we shouldn't be helping Ukraine, or we can, we should focus everything on China. I think those forces are really fundamental. And so I think you're seeing that play out. It is my hope that they play out in the favor of helping free societies, both Ukraine and Taiwan being one of those. On the specifics, I think the best thing we can help that will help Taiwan is if we help Ukraine win. If the United States sustains its support and does so in a way that's very clear, and the administration sets a clear goal. Of course, Ukrainian and U.S. national security interests won't align, 100%. But I think saying as long as it takes, Putin's testing that proposition and redesigning Russian policy to be in it for the long haul. So the more we do to help to give Ukrainians everything they need in quantities they need, and sending the signals that, for instance, we have a NATO summit coming up here, a very important one. An unequivocal message that Ukraine will be a part of NATO, which is still the gold standard in international sort of security arrangements. That's the fastest way to end this war. And if we do so, I think we'll send a clear signal to Taiwan that the West stood up to a bully and the West prevailed. And that that I think will serve as a lesson. And then the other part is we're seeing that the Ukrainian sort of issue is obviously become a political issue, and Taiwan has enjoyed from my time on Capitol Hill really broad support along sort of both parties, and it needs to frankly take advantage of that support and work really hard on Capitol Hill right now with the administration to get the things it thinks it needs, get them in quantities it needs for the longer term, to make sure that if we do come to a position where these things will become political footballs, and we have unfortunately quite the disarray in our political system, that Taiwan has managed to have those resources, and of course investing in its own defense needs for the long term. And then one more thing, sort of, I'll mention on that point is we're seeing, especially with the sort of the recent developments in Israel, an unprecedented attack on free societies and democracies. And unfortunately, if you look at sort of Freedom House and others, democracies are on the back foot. Freedom's being endangered. It's in retreat. So looking at these issues in a wholesale way of issues and how American leadership, is viewed both in the world, but how we protect those very values that, again, have made us safer, which is what we would argue at the Institute. I think we need to really look at that prism and look at it from that really big picture view rather than trying to sort of, again, separate, in terms of issues, like should we support Taiwan, should we support Ukraine, and take a broader look and saying that, do we support the international system and the values that have made us safe here. So maybe I'll just stop there and can pull on any of those threads.
Thanks, Igor. I do want to turn back to the Gaza conflict and its connection here. If there's a connection between the Ukraine war and Taiwan, we should explore how this new Gaza conflict magnifies that, makes it even a more of a connected web of geopolitics. But let me turn to Zach. The debates here in the U.S. on cross-strait policy are complicated, but stepping back, they generally occur within the hash marks of our U.S. one China policy that's been regnant for over 40 years now. My question for you is, as Taiwan rises as a political issue, as a central issue in U.S. politics and in U.S. policy, and if the prospect for conflict continues to increase, should there be a rethinking of the doctrine in any respect, the U.S. one China doctrine?
It's a really important question, and thanks, Alex, for your leadership on this and many other issues on Asia. And it's great to be part of this panel. GTI brings together so many brilliant people on Taiwan, many of whom are here in the audience. Let me just offer two thoughts on that. So the first is to build on what some of the other panelists have said. Taiwan is kind of a remarkable issue. There is less political discord on Taiwan than any other major issue in the national security space, and I don't think it's close. And yet, you actually see less action than you would expect, given all of that bipartisan agreement, right? So we've been talking for years about legislation that would provide substantial new aid to Taiwan, and a little bit of it has gotten through. But actually, often we authorize a whole bunch of money and then don't appropriate. So I think we're heading into a new cycle now where, in fact, we might not see a defense authorization bill this year at all. We may, to come back to what Alex was saying about the connection between Israel and Ukraine and Taiwan, we could see a supplemental that would be an effort to combine funding for all three together, which I would be very supportive of. But it is very possible that will be the only money moving this year on Taiwan. So we're in this strange world where there is a huge amount of bipartisan agreement, but there's been a little bit less action than I think you would have thought, given the level of political support here in Washington. But one area where I think there is some broad political agreement is that the policy we've had in the past on Taiwan, it makes people a little bit uncomfortable now, right? And I think you see this a bit in what Joe Biden's saying 4 times when he comes out and says more explicitly that he would support Taiwan in a conflict, right? It's not, in my view, this isn't a question about the one China policy. This is more a question about strategic ambiguity. and whether strategic ambiguity is the right approach. And to be clear, and there will be differences, I know, on the panel about this, I actually don't think that strategic clarity is the right answer. But I do think what you're hearing from Americans on both sides of the aisle is a little bit of a willingness to have what you might call less ambiguous strategic ambiguity. Now, the problem with that is I'm not a politician, but I know that doesn't sell well in Washington. So I think the challenge for the Biden team is, how do you articulate a policy that doesn't suggest that strategic ambiguity and strategic clarity are somehow a binary choice, right? Because they exist on a spectrum, but it suggests that we're going to move a little bit towards a less ambiguous position, right? Because remember, at the end of the day, when the U.S. never describes its policy on cross-strait issues as strategic ambiguity, but that's how most people think of it, right? So, and this builds on something Ryan was saying. I think there's a real opportunity, either for this administration or for whoever comes next, to get out there in the public and explain proactively what our policy is on Taiwan. And of course, doing that in the next couple of months in the run-up to an election. The timing's not right now. I think there was a window to do this in August, September, or maybe a little bit earlier. But my view is that there is a way to reframe the policy without changing the fundamentals in a way that would make it more politically sustainable. And we could have a debate about what the wording should be. I like something like dynamic deterrence, something that acknowledges that actually the job of the United States is to maintain deterrence. But we're not in this old world that we used to be in where the challenge was dual deterrence, right? Of course, there's a little bit of dual deterrence that still matters, but our top priority now is not restraining Taiwan from invading the mainland, right? Things have changed. And so US policy has to adjust. And oh, by the way, Chinese policy is adjusting. And so US policy has to adjust to that. So I would favor an approach that doesn't do away with the core tenets of American policy, but reframes it in a way that, frankly, the president can explain more easily to the American people, that members of Congress can explain more easily to their voters. And I just don't think strategic ambiguity does that anymore. But let me be really clear. This is an incredibly risky proposition. It would have to be done incredibly carefully. And I think there are real risks. So I appreciate why the administration would want to be very careful in how it explains this approach. But I think the benefit is that my personal view is that we're at a little bit of a risk that eventually, if people can't understand what the Taiwan policy is, they want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And they say, hey, one China policy, let's just get rid of that, right? Or let's just jump from strategic ambiguity to a completely other option, strategic clarity, something else that does have some real strategic downsides. So I think part of this for this administration or the next one is about trying to articulate a message that the American people can understand, that the people in Taiwan can understand, that puts us on a more sustainable long-term footing. I'll leave it there.
If I could go back to you on that and follow up. You know, David had mentioned this Wall Street Journal op-ed that Lai Ching-te had published. Now, there were multiple audiences for that, but he laid out a cross-strait policy as part of his campaign. Putting on your U.S. campaign advisor hat, would you advise candidates now in the U.S. to publicly articulate perhaps a change along the lines of your laying out, the goal of which is to float a trial balloon in a less pressurized situation than actually being president, and seeing if you can norm this change in policy as if they do in fact win?
So I would certainly prefer that if they're going to change something, they not change the one China policy. I know others in the room will have a different view. I think the question is, what's the objective of the change, right? And my view is for the United States, for Taiwan, the status quo is pretty good. And so I'm not looking to rock the boat. In fact, very much the opposite. I'm trying to think about how to prevent a landslide, right? And my fear is that if the American people don't understand what our Taiwan policy is, and some of this is because we don't really explain it very often to the American people, then eventually they will call for more drastic action. So I do think there's room for political leaders to explain more clearly what it is that we're trying to do on Taiwan, what our policy is. But I think the question is, are those presidential candidates ready to give a nuanced speech on Taiwan policy at the moment? My guess is that most of them are not. I think there are probably a handful that could, who've thought about this a bit. But I think, especially on the Republican side, that's probably not quite the environment that we're in for most of the candidates today. But maybe in a few months, with a little bit more prep, there would be, I guess, more preparation for that kind of debate.
Let me turn to Ryan, just to kind of following up on that. Is there a danger of Taiwan becoming politicized and it losing some of the bipartisan status it has if it's talked about more in the U.S. campaigns?
I am a bit concerned about that, Alex. I do think that if Taiwan becomes politicized, if it becomes an object on which candidates seek to score political points and discredit others, then it will create fissures that will undermine the bipartisan nature of the support that Taiwan has enjoyed for the past 40-plus years. And that would be, I think, a detriment to the US-Taiwan relationship, to Taiwan security, and also cross-strait stability. So I'm not terribly enthusiastic about inflating Taiwan into this oversized football that everyone kicks at. I also think that if Taiwan becomes a highly politicized issue, where we're going to end up is a debate between responsible versus reckless. In other words, candidates who want to radically transform America's overall approach to Taiwan will be described or attacked as being reckless, and those that are doing the attacking will describe themselves as being responsible. And if that's the fault line or the fissure that gets created over the course of the next 12 months, then I think that as a community, we will be ill-served.
Let me turn it back to the Taiwan elections. David, you had given us a very good rundown of how the candidates in Taiwan are positioning themselves, and you brought up this idea of convergence, actually, between the candidates. So my question is, does it matter to Beijing who wins? And if whoever wins, will their reaction be different? And if their reaction is different or the same, what is the U.S. policy reaction, depending on the outcome of the elections?
Yeah, I think that, of course, it matters to Beijing who wins, and I don't think that they're going to have the same reaction regardless of the outcome. But what I think that the United States should urge Beijing to do in the period leading up to the election and in the period between the election and the inauguration is to urge Beijing not to prejudge whoever is the winner. And I think that Beijing made a big mistake in basically dismissing Tsai Ing-wen's proposal for cross-strait relations in her first inaugural as an incomplete test paper. And, I think when policymakers actually are honest with themselves in Beijing and look at this, they'll see it as a wasted opportunity for the last 8 years. And so I think that the United States should urge China not to make the same mistake, and don't just assume because of something that Lai or Ke or Ho has said in the past that will be their position as president, and to give them a chance to make the case for why they should be a trusted interlocutor for managing cross-strait relations. And I think actually we can point as well to something. I mean, the last panel talked about reassurance and what role reassurance should play in deterrence. And I actually think that part of our messaging should also be that China's reaction to Lai's transit of the United States was incredibly unhelpful, and that this was something that, I think from my perspective and generally speaking, was managed quite carefully between the United States and Taiwan. Very low key, controlled very tightly, and China, in my view, did the exact same thing that it would have done had the transit been more forward-leaning. And so if the conclusion here is that Beijing is basically going to do what it does regardless of U.S. and Taiwanese actions, then why would we modulate what we do? And so I think that the message to Beijing has to be that if you want to have this kind of iterative process, then there has to be some signs out of Beijing that it is appreciating these efforts that are being made.
I should note that, in my view, the best element of that transit was the choice to go to Citi Field and to see my Mets play and not the Yankees, just as an aside. But seriously, on a serious point, Igor, going back to this, the Gaza conflict and its effect on this question, I think it's been very interesting. A number of us have been watching the reactions from the various world powers to the conflict over the weekend. Obviously, strong statements from the United States and our allies and partners. But you look at Russia's statement. You obviously look at Iran's reaction and the evidence that they are funding and in fact more connected to this horrific attack than they are admitting. And then China's reaction, its statement. And perhaps we're seeing the outlines of a fissure between us, if there wasn't an outline of this before, between those on the side of Israel and those who are on the side of Russia in their war with Ukraine and Hamas in their attack on Israel. Maybe I'm going to step back. Explore that for me, because not only is Ukraine and Taiwan a political issue in our elections, this attack, I think, will be, the Gaza conflict will be a continuing issue in our elections and something that the world is watching and has implications for Taiwan. Explore that for me, and what is important for U.S. policymakers and candidates to say about this?
Well, thanks. It's a great question. Again, horrific scenes out of Israel that I think will change a couple of things for good. And this is, again, my own prediction. I think the idea of a two-state solution is as good as done. Even if it was at some point a practical reality, it will no longer be a practical reality. And I think reiterating that as a policy option, wouldn't serve U.S. Good as well. And then the other part is any rapprochement. I think this is hopefully not the case, but between Israel and the Saudis and that strategic impact, and again, building a lot of good work that the previous administration here, the Trump administration did on that, that's a grave challenge. And for Russia and China, this is, of course, an opportunity to test U.S. leadership and put a lot of the blame on the United States. I mean, you've seen, the Russian statement saying that this is squarely the fault of a U.S. Middle East policy that has failed. China may take a more nuanced approach, but this is an opportunity for those, again, the adversaries to have the United States, distracted from, in Russia's case, obviously the support for Ukraine, and Russia will seize on any opportunity that it can, and that's why I don't have any sort of direct or have seen direct evidence of Russian involvement. But if you look at the question of who benefits from this senseless slaughter and violence, well, I would say Vladimir Putin should be at the top of that list, because U.S. attention, both popular and media, is going to shift to a different place than Ukraine. And here are the Ukrainians waving their hands saying, hey, we have a war along a 1,000-mile contact line with, one of your two top adversaries, and you need to be helping us. So I think, and then for the Chinese, who also try to play, a role in the region and be more assertive, this will be an opportunity as well to say, well, the United States really, again, is a chaos agent. And I think, we're going to, again, see this play out, and there's a number of different scenarios here. We don't know whether Hezbollah will to what extent it will get involved, in Lebanon, to what extent Israel will respond to it, where will respond, will it be in Syria, will it be, will it be in Iran, which would be, of course, causes belly for Iran to respond and potentially hit U.S. U.S. bases in the region and U.S. assets. We're moving 2 carrier strike groups from last I heard to the Eastern Med, and these issues are unpredictable and can spark a really much wider conflagration. And again, coming back to the interests of our two top adversaries, diverting U.S. interests away from Ukraine and Taiwan will serve their interests pretty well. So while we, of course, I think the speech that the president gave was really on point on Israel, and we should do what we can. But again, we have to understand what our adversaries are going to do and plan, and also calibrate our messaging accordingly, and not let again reiterate that we are we're still with Ukraine, and we're going to help them, and again, because these issues are connected. So maybe I'll just stop there unless you want to.
So maybe stepping away a little bit afar from our election topic, I want to go to Zach, and Look, I think the initial reaction from the U.S. government and from the Biden administration on both material support as well as political cover for Israel's response to the Gaza conflict has been very strong. Look, there is some trepidation among some watchers that as the war proceeds, as the political and information warfare comes out of images of violence, which is the nature of warfare, that there might be some diminution of support, or that's the fear. Analytically, should the Taiwan government and the Taiwan people look at the U.S. commitment in the Gaza conflict and draw lessons for U.S. commitment in Taiwan?
Yeah, I think this is a central question, and Igor sort of raised this already. So in some ways, there's a trade-off here, right? So if you're sitting in Taipei and you're watching what the U.S. is doing in Ukraine or in Israel, you've got two interests that cut across one another, right? And scholars would say that one interest is you'd like your closest friend to have a reputation for standing by its friends, right? And then the other trade-off is you'd like your closest friend to prioritize you and your region in particular. And so the more the U.S. does to help Ukraine or to help Israel, the greater U.S. reputation is for standing by its friends, but the worse it looks for the prioritization of Taiwan over other issues. So there's a basic trade-off. Now, as Igor is saying, there's some people who approach this and say, well, let's just throw the reputation issue away. That doesn't matter. Let's just focus on prioritizing the one thing that matters in the world, which is dealing with China. I'll just give you my view and the view I hear when I'm in Taipei. That doesn't seem to be the way other people look at this, right? I mean, everything is connected. The U.S. is a global power. We have global responsibilities. So you can't just do one thing. And I started my career out as a defense planner. The basics of defense planning is managing these complex trade-offs. It's not binary. We're only going to do this one thing, or we're going to do China, but if you spend $1 on Ukraine, that means we're going to lose the fight against China, or we're going to lose the ability to deter China in a cross-strait conflict. I don't think this makes any sense. And I think the people who make this argument, they could have a strong argument if, say, the Biden administration had a couple 100,000 American troops in Ukraine, or if the Biden administration was deploying large numbers of ground forces to Israel. That's not what we're talking about here, right? I mean, what we're talking about here is providing aid to two friends that desperately need it. So for me, when I think about this trade-off between reputation and prioritization, I think, hey, the United States' reputation does matter. Providing a relatively small amount of money in the big scheme of the U.S. defense budget or GDP to deal with challenges that we're facing from Russia, from Iran, from others, is probably worth the money. And oh, by the way, if we don't do that, then I think what we're going to be talking about is a large reintroduction of American forces into Europe and into the Middle East to deal with a stronger Russia a few years from now, or to deal with a stronger Iran. So my view is this is actually a pretty simple question. And if I was sitting in Taipei, I would think I want the U.S. not, of course, to give everything it can to Ukraine and Israel and leave nothing left for Taiwan, but of course to balance these two in a reasonable way. And here I think the Biden team has done a pretty good job, right? I mean, again, we're not talking about having hundreds of thousands of American troops in, facing on the battlefield every day our opponents. We're actually just talking about helping Ukraine and Israel through material support. This is, in my view, sort of an easy choice in the reputation prioritization game. There are hard choices that we've faced in the past. I just don't think that this is one of them.
Interesting response. Before I want to have ample time for questions from the audience, because I tend to think that gets the most interesting responses. But before I do that, I want to do somewhat put you all on the spot a little bit. If you may remember, in the 2016 period after President Trump won election, but during the interregnum between his election and inauguration, he took a phone call of congratulations from President Tsai. Yes or no, would you advise whoever's elected in 2024 on the U.S. side to accept a phone call from whoever's elected in Taiwan, a call of congratulations? Ryan.
Well, that is certainly putting me on the spot. I guess it would depend upon the circumstances. I mean, it's hard to sort of have a blanket yes or no. Do I think that it's important for there to be connectivity between Washington and Taipei? Absolutely. Do I think that it's important that it be done at an authoritative level? Absolutely. Do I think that American interests are advanced by doing that? I'm not sure. It would have to depend upon the circumstances where we are in January 2025. And so that's how I would think about it.
I'll endorse everything Ryan said, but I'll just note also that, I mean, the difference here with the Trump call was that he was president-elect and not president. Right. And so, you know, it's a whole nother game whether President Biden would speak to Tsai Ing-wen after being reelected versus a Republican president-elect who hasn't yet taken office. So if we're talking about just the Republican, if they were to win in 2024, then I would say with Ryan, it's a calculus on what's going on in the Taiwan Strait and everything like that. But if it's President Biden reelected, then I would take that off the table.
Igor?
So I think I'm one of the very few people who's privileged enough to see President Tsai ride a horse in Denver, Colorado, when we were involved in her transit a few years ago with Senator Gardner. So I think they should go back horseback riding. I think a call doesn't do it good. And so this is
horseback riding, much stronger signal.
So maybe President Bush can host them in Crawford or something along these lines. If I could answer this question for more, I think I think there's something set to symbolism, but the substance is really what we should focus on. So it would be, a difficult thing, but I think it's, it's important to show our support. And if we, again, if that's the way they choose to do that, then I would be for it. But again, horseback riding, think about that. So
it's a really hard question. So I agree with everything that Ryan and others have said. I was in Taipei the week that Trump and Tsai had the call. And I remember asking President Tsai sort of what her thoughts were afterwards on the benefits of the call. And I think, as you all remember from what she said in public, she really downplayed it, right? And I guess I come down on the side of the more substantive engagements that we have. We want to get something out of each of these engagements rather than just have them be symbolic. And I'm not sure how much Taiwan got out of that phone call. Now, if you have real concerns in Taiwan about the reliability of the United States, it actually might be quite important. But I think this is where it comes back to Ryan's question of what are the circumstances. But for me, it's really a question of, does this action push the ball forward in substantively helping Taiwan? I think some of the symbolism is really overplayed in Washington and sometimes in Taipei as well.
So the conclusion is we will get the horses fed and saddled and ready for that
now we're
joint
talking.
ride. Is Russell? Is there someone with a microphone? And so maybe the folks with the microphones just choose people. I don't know if I want to point. Okay, well, I see a hand up right here in this with the fellow with the Taiwan flag T-shirt.
So my name is Alan Jones. I just want to ask a question about what will be the ultimate litmus test for PRC in regards to Taiwan. So a couple of days ago, the huge number of Japanese delegations visited Taiwan. And although PRC did send the Coast Guard patrol ship to the Senkaku Islands, but that's just minimal response. And what would be the ultimate litmus test for PRC?
You mean kind of like a tripwire or a red line is what you're maybe in electoral terms, is there a red line of the statements that candidates would make for, maybe David, you're the best, is there something that PRC is looking for out of the candidates here?
No, I'll let Ryan comment on this as well, but I think that there is ample documentation if you look at the anti-secession law and other things from the PRC in terms of what their red lines are. Of course, you don't want to necessarily give the PRC red lines where they don't exist, because they'll take them happily and try to circumscribe US-Taiwan relations as well as Taiwan's engagements and interactions with other countries. But I do think that there are some fundamental red lines for the PRC on Taiwan declaring independence, on, the United States, resurrecting what looks like a mutual defense treaty with Taiwan and putting a significant military presence on the island. And those are things to be cognizant of. But I don't think that, enhanced engagement between Taiwan and Japan, for instance, is going to trigger a conflict in the Taiwan Strait.
Alan, it's a good question. I agree with David. I think that if you look back historically, the three things that the Chinese have sort of identified as their red lines are a mutual defense treaty between the United States and Taiwan, recognition of Taiwan as an independent state, or U.S. military deployments to Taiwan. Those historically have been the areas that they have identified as serving as their red lines, and it's sort of up to our discretion whether and how seriously to take them.
All right, next question. Jared.
Hi, I'm Garrett van der Wees, George Mason University, and also an advisor to GTI. I have a question that basically relates to what all of you have said, so jump in when you want. China has always emphasized peaceful reunification. The Americans have in their policy always emphasized peaceful resolution. In her speech just yesterday, President Tsai Ing-wen talked about what I think it's a new concept, and that's peaceful coexistence. How do you feel that that term could be used in carrying forward our policies here in the United States and also back in Europe, of course?
So peaceful coexistence, new watchword or what? Anyone want to jump in?
Well, I think all of us are reticent for a couple of reasons. I think that's a tough sell in Beijing, right? Because I don't think Beijing imagines long-term peaceful coexistence with Taiwan. They want, in their view, reunification. So I'm not suggesting that they're going to force that using military force today, tomorrow, or anything of that sort, but I think they will reject that formulation outright. I think the problem is there's no obvious formulation that all of the parties are going to agree to. And so I think this is part of why we're in a deadlock. And I would just say, I agree very much. I think David said this, that the Chinese missed an opportunity with Tsai Ing-wen, right? For 8 years, not talking to Taiwan has not been a productive pathway. So I think it behooves them to find some formulation that works for them to be able to at least have conversations with Taiwan. But I got to tell you, I think even if, say, the KMT wins in January, I think it's still going to be really hard to come up with a formulation that works for the KMT and for the Communist Party. The pathway for those kinds of discussions, I think, is just narrowed and narrowed and narrowed, and I'm not sure that there is a formulation that works on both sides of the strait right now.
This fellow with the mask.
I'm Wen Junlin from Institute of Taiwan Study from Los Angeles. A question about there's a suspicion of U.S. commitment to Taiwan. If you read through the commentary in Taipei, or there's a very prevailing suspicions. And back in April when Taiwan was in Reagan Library in front of the international media, she made a very specific request about U.S. supply the weaponry to defend Taiwan. And as we know it now, we have 11 arms sale package already approved, but delivery is so far behind. And a lot of U.S. representatives, they make a point that they want to urge administration to speed up the delivery. But so far, the result was so disappointed. Is there any way we can move that delivery up so that the suspicions of Taiwanese people about U.S. commitment will not be so rampant? Thank you.
Thank you. So the speed of arms sales and financing and its connection to the perception of U.S. commitment, any way we can speed it up? This is a very technical question. I know. Anyone?
I'll just say I think it's really important. And as some of you know, there's basically a task force of the Defense Department to try and figure out how to do this. And I think the answer is there are no easy solutions, right? And it's because there are some political hurdles, there are some defense industrial-based challenges. All of the contractors are struggling with some of the systems. I think AIT spends a lot of time trying to think about how to speed up this process, but there's no silver bullet. So I think this, if you were trying to imagine the top priority for people going forward on Taiwan, I would think this would be right up there. I will say, I think members of Congress, we've got a bunch of folks who've spent lots of time on the Hill here. I think members of Congress are very engaged on this issue. I was on the Hill yesterday and heard a lot about this from a senior staffer. So my sense is it's getting a lot of attention, but the question is, how do you actually do this? And you have to step back and realize that this comes at the same time that we're facing massive industrial base issues, not just on Taiwan, but on a whole range of things. American shipbuilding, aid to Ukraine, now aid to Israel. So I think there are a lot of challenges that have to be resolved, and they're all interrelated. But I don't know that there's a easy, fast solution that's going to get the aid to Taiwan that we all want in a significantly faster manner.
I would just add very briefly to echo Zach's point. Congress held a hearing publicly a couple of weeks ago on this very topic, and I think that was the first time Congress had ever used its power to convene hearings to focus squarely on the question of defense cooperation with Taiwan and providing Taiwan with the capabilities that it needs. And so, they are very focused on this, but the FMS cycle is very difficult and the defense industrial base issues are real. And so actually, to me, the Presidential Drawdown Authority and the FMF, the beauty of that is that you're getting capabilities out of totally different stocks and production lines, so that can actually be expedited to Taiwan. So because of Presidential Drawdown Authority and FMF, those capabilities will probably arrive on island before some of the FMS packages that had been announced to Congress before that. So that's an example of a creative way to go about this. Another one would be to explore more defense co-production with Taiwan or leveraging some of Taiwan's own industrial capabilities. They're doing a lot right now to research drones. Obviously, they built the indigenous defense submarine, which has a lot of U.S. components inside of it. And so that is another creative approach to try to get Taiwan capabilities ahead of some of the FMS sales.
Okay, let's hit the back of the room. I don't want to just be in the front.
Well, thank you for all the really insightful comments. One of the things that was brought up was the One China policy and commitments to Taiwan. And a common thread I see there is the TRA. It's U.S. policy to maintain the capacity to resort to force or other forms of coercion. So my question is, if we are to live up to our U.S. policy, what is a sufficient capacity to resist Chinese coercion against Taiwan?
Igor, any thoughts?
Well, I again, not being the expert, for instance, Zach is on the defense sort of particularities of it. I mean, the way sort of we interpreted the Taiwan Relations Act when I was on the Hill is everything short of a formal defense commitment. So, and that was defined in a lot of ways by the Taiwanese side, by AIT and others working and saying, what is it that you think you need for the goals. And those have changed over the years. I mean, the TRA is there's very few members who are even still around who voted for it or were in Congress or remember it. And so in many ways, and it was shaped by other things like the Six Assurances. So it's a living commitment that's defined by both sides coming together and saying, okay, with the sort of some of the constraints of this short of changing again our One China policy, what is it that Taiwan needs at the moment given the security landscape, both in the Asia Pacific, and globally. I think the Ukraine war's changed a lot of that in that equation and the question. Of course, that's a land war in Europe, and this would be a different type of contingency. But again, closeness and trying to sort of, again, the task force that Zach mentioned. I mean, these are things to try to get at that very question. And so, I don't know, Zach, if you want to.
And I want to do note for folks who don't know, Igor really was a driver of some of the most significant and strongest Taiwan legislation when he worked for Senator Gardner, who was the chair of the Asia Subcommittee a couple of years ago. So he speaks from knowledge. Let's move to another question, get as many folks as possible. Maybe, sir, in the green tie.
Thanks very much for the discussion. I'm Mike Fonte. I'm the director of the DPP's office here in Washington. Zach, I'd like to hear you string out a little bit what more dynamic deterrence means, as far as you can tell at this point. My understanding has always been this dual deterrence is the policy, not strategic ambiguity. No use of force by China, no declaration of independence, mutual agreed upon, et cetera, resolution. So where do you go with the dynamic deterrence? That's what I'd like to hear a little bit more about. Thanks.
Yeah, Mike. Okay, so I learn everything I know about deterrence from my children. So I'm gonna boil this down as simply as I can to how I've learned from them. So when one of my children is threatening the other consistently, at some point, yes, I'm trying to practice dual deterrence, but it's a little less dual than it used to be before one of them was threatening the other all the time. So I think this is kind of the problem that Americans have, right? Like, yeah, of course the policy is dual deterrence. I don't want my children hitting each other. But I mean, I do have to deter one of the parties slightly more actively than the other. And what you want when you have a deterrent message is usually a pretty clear deterrent message, right? Which doesn't mean that you have to have strategic clarity, but it does mean that you want the party you're trying to deter to be very clear that you are intending to deter them. And I think, going back, it's not just deterrence from invasion, right? It's also deterrence from a blockade, from missile barrages, from seizing an outlying island, any of those things. And so I think when Americans hear, well, of course our policy is dual deterrence, yeah, it is. That hasn't changed, but that doesn't really seem to encapsulate what we're trying to do today, right? I mean, it's not a 50-50 balance anymore. And so I think what's a challenge now is if you're a politician and you go out there and you say, well, our policy is dual deterrence, I know what you'll get, which is you'll get questions from the audience saying, really? That's really what we're trying to do? I mean, aren't we trying to deter China primarily? And of course, we're in a political season. Yes, we're going to try and prevent political leaders in Taiwan from saying things that might potentially lead to a conflict. But I think this is really about adjusting the balance. So that's why I like the kind of framing something along the lines of dynamic deterrence, to acknowledge that we have to adjust our deterrence posture to where the primary challenge is coming from. And in my view, the primary challenge at the moment is coming from Beijing. So it's not 100% and zero, but it's not 50-50 either. And I think the reality is if Beijing continues to increase the pressure on Taiwan, the US is going to have to continue to increase its deterrent messaging to China. And so I think having a strategy that adjusts a bit more dynamically is something that we're going to have to think about embracing over the next couple of years.
Okay, we are at the 5-minute warning, so let's take 2 questions, so get as many in as possible. The fellow in the front here with the beard, and then the fellow all the way in the back.
Thank you for everybody's wise comments. I'm Ethan Franz. I'm a graduate student at American University in Foreign Policy and National Security. I want to piggyback off from your question, actually, and contribute it to the symbolism versus substance. And is it possible that we should have a conversation as to when we sell, what arms we sell to Taiwan, what is substantive and what is symbolic? As far as intimidation factors. What I always think of is Abrams tanks. Are Abrams tanks intimidating? Sure. Are they the priority for a mountainous island nation that needs to deter a naval or marine assault? I think that's something that really needs to be talked about when we decide what we sell and also what Taiwan asks to buy. So I open that to comments from anyone on the panel. Thank you.
And just a question in the back, let's get that one, and we can get responses to both.
I'm Ray Wang from Georgetown University. I think we have witnessed large-scale military exercise and military incursion against Taiwan in the past 3 years. And it seems the incursion has been more diverse and more frequent, especially after Pelosi's visit last year. So I wonder how US and Taiwan can cooperate to practically to address this pressing concern for Taiwan's security. Thank you.
So, to put it simply, tanks versus porcupine quills, and how to deal with incursions. Anyone want to take this up? Either?
Sure. So I think that the debate that we have, I mean, the buzzword right now is asymmetric and innovative capabilities for Taiwan. But there is no kind of universal definition of what capabilities are asymmetric and innovative versus what is, unnecessary and a legacy system. So for instance, take the indigenous defense submarine that Taiwan just rolled out a couple weeks ago. I could get right here, U.S. naval officers who believe that IDS is a perfect example of an asymmetric and innovative capability that Taiwan has to have and greatly complicates the PLA's planning and assumptions. And I can get other U.S. naval officers here who think it's a boondoggle and a huge waste of money and that Taiwan would be much better served buying harpoons, javelins, and stingers. So I think the notion that basically we can all come together on a consensus of what is asymmetric and innovative and where Taiwan should spend its money versus not is quite ambitious, to put it politely. I think that there are real trade-offs, though, that Taiwan faces. It spends around 2.5% of its GDP on defense. That's about $20 billion a year. I think Taiwan should spend much more on its defense. But as long as Taiwan has those very real constraints, we do have to take into consideration that Abrams tanks would come at the expense of X, Y, and Z, and so that is something that we need to keep in mind.
How about incursions? How do we deal with this issue of China testing, stressing the Taiwan military's ability to defend its ADIZ and other boundaries? Tough problem.
Okay, I'll give one thought on this. So I do think that there's a challenge in Washington, which is that we are just way too focused on the invasion scenario and are not thinking at all seriously enough about these other scenarios. And that wouldn't be a big problem if the capabilities we need to deal with other scenarios are sort of lesser included capabilities, right? So if the things that you need to deal with an invasion are the same things you need to deal with seizure of an outlying island or a blockade, it wouldn't matter so much. But actually, I think the capabilities are often very, very different, right? And the posture Taiwan would need is very, very different. So I think, unfortunately, this is where sometimes the simplistic debate in Washington is a little bit unhelpful, right? Of course, if we're talking about an invasion, there are a whole set of asymmetric capabilities that are incredibly important. But some of those capabilities don't help you very much in blockade breaking, right? And now what we would do with other U.S. partners, especially U.S. treaty allies, would be the U.S. would take responsibility for some aspects of those scenarios where our friend doesn't have the capability to provide those capabilities themselves. But obviously, we don't have that sort of arrangement at the moment with Taiwan. So I think it puts Taiwan in an incredibly difficult position. This is what David was saying, too, to have to buy capabilities that are sort of just for one scenario, right? When actually it needs a full spectrum of capabilities. Now, the mix of that, as you all know, is really the tough question. But I think we've got to think of all of these different types of scenarios when we think about what Taiwan needs on the defense side. And sometimes it's going to look very asymmetric, and other times it may look a little bit more symmetric than people may be comfortable with.
Well, unfortunately, we have to end this really in-depth conversation. I've enjoyed it. I think I speak for the audience to say that we all enjoyed it. But let's give a round of applause and thank our panelists.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Now it is my honor and privilege to introduce our luncheon keynote speaker for GTI's 7th Annual Symposium. The Honorable Jedediah Royal is the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Indo-Pacific Security Affairs. Before joining IPSA, Mr. Royal served as Deputy Director of the Defense Security Cooperation Agency, where he coordinated the implementation of a diverse array of security cooperation programs. Prior to joining DSCA, Mr. Royal served as the Director of Defense Policy and Plans at the U.S. mission to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, known as NATO. And in this capacity, Mr. Royal represented the United States to the NATO Alliance on Defense Policy, Capability Planning, Deterrence, Burden Sharing, and Partnership Matters, among many, many other senior government posts. I cannot emphasize enough how honored we are to be able to host the Honorable Jedediah Royal for this luncheon keynote. So please, without further ado, join me in welcoming our keynote luncheon speaker, Mr. Jedediah Royal.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you, Russell. Let me just start by commending you on pulling together such a wonderful event and how well attended it is. It's great to be with all of you today. You're doing some really important work here at the Institute, and we certainly are paying attention in government on the proceedings going on here and the research coming out of the Institute. So thank you for all of the work that you're doing. Thank you also to those of you who have traveled, in some cases, a very long way to attend this event. I know that's not easy, but your presence here is really important at such a consequential time for cross-strait affairs. Before I begin, I just want to acknowledge the world's a busy place. We have a lot of activity going on in Eastern Europe, in Ukraine. We're watching some extraordinary events occur in Israel right now. And I know that talking about Taiwan can feel a little bit drowned out, perhaps in the churn of current events. This is really important for us to continue to talk about status quo maintenance and deterrence, peace, stability, regional security in Asia as well. We certainly don't want to see further destabilizing activity occurring in the world. And I'll just say, you know, we stand with the people of Ukraine, we stand with the people of Israel during this exceptionally difficult time. And this administration is doing quite a lot to make sure the United States is doing its part. And I should just say that also includes doing our part for cross-strait deterrence and in regional security as well. And so that's why the theme of this year's symposium really could not be more appropriate as the department works to maintain our ongoing support to Taiwan, while simultaneously building and strengthening regional alliances and partnerships to promote security and stability in the Indo-Pacific region. Our ongoing efforts to bolster Taiwan's self-defense capabilities, consistent with our long-standing policy, remain a key priority for the administration. This has largely been in response to the coercive actions of the People's Republic of China, which clearly seeks to pressure Taiwan economically, diplomatically, and militarily. Last year, Xi Jinping reiterated his position that the PRC would never renounce the use of force as a means of reunification with Taiwan. He has underwritten this claim through mandates to modernize the PLA and the increased use of these modernized forces to take destabilizing, coercive action against Taiwan. These activities, alongside the enduring reality that the PRC remains the only country with the will and increasingly the means to reshape the global order, they are among the reasons why the department continues to identify the PRC as our pacing challenge. We are watching the PRC's coercion strategy play out in real time. The PLA's increased provocative and destabilizing acts over and around Taiwan, including ballistic missile overflights, incursions into Taiwan's self-declared air defense identification zone, and a series of major military exercises, all clearly illustrate the PRC's effort to bully and intimidate Taiwan. In August 2022, following then Speaker Pelosi's travel to Taiwan, the PLA conducted a large-scale and provocative military exercise aimed at pressuring the island. The repetition of these tactics in April 2023 in response to Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen's routine transit of the United States highlights how the PRC is attempting to normalize military displays of force as a means to undermine Taiwan's resilience. Combined with the rise of risky maneuvers and intercepts by the PLA Navy and Air Force, not only in and around the Taiwan Strait, but also against the United States, our allies, and our partners, the PRC continues to demonstrate clear intent that it does not intend to act responsibly within the region or with respect to Taiwan. And such actions affirm that the PRC will continue to retain the right to use military force to pursue its political goal of unification with Taiwan. Despite this behavior by the PRC, the department believes that conflict is neither imminent nor inevitable. Deterrence today is real and strong, and we're actively taking on the hard work necessary to keep it that way. The United States continues to invest in our own capabilities, our operational concepts, and our regional force posture. And we continue to support Taiwan's self-defense capability, consistent with the Taiwan Relations Act of 1979. The department's goal is unwavering, to ensure that Xi Jinping wakes up every day, considering the risks of PRC aggression and believing that today is not the day to invade Taiwan. In pursuit of this objective, we continue to conduct careful, threat-based analysis that directly informs our development, plans, and distribution of forces. We've made and are continuing to make substantial adjustments to our posture across the Indo-Pacific, focusing on broadening and deepening the presence of U.S. forces to promote regional stability. We strongly believe that stability in the Indo-Pacific region is critical for global security and prosperity, which is why we've accelerated our efforts to build and grow robust regional partnerships and agreements aimed at fostering a free and open Indo-Pacific. Threat-informed analysis also enables the department to better identify and prioritize the capabilities required for Taiwan's self-defense. While we regularly use our defense trade mechanisms like defense commercial sales or foreign military sales to provide materiel and non-materiel support to Taiwan, we're also leveraging security assistance tools like Presidential Drawdown Authority and foreign military financing. Pairing these key U.S. efforts with the significant investments that Taiwan has made in its self-defense ensures that every dollar invested bolsters cross-strait deterrence. Working closely with Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense helps us ensure that we are prioritizing the most important capability for the island's defense. To continue this work and in anticipation of Taiwan's upcoming election and administrative transition, the United States will continue to pursue our long-standing objectives and support the provision of critical defense capabilities to Taiwan, regardless of the electoral outcome. I appreciate and recognize the example that Taiwan sets as a vibrant and thriving democracy in the Indo-Pacific. And I look forward to continuing this close work as we've done for more than 40 years. Moreover, I deeply appreciate the growing investments that Taiwan is making in its own self-defense capabilities, which we expect will continue commensurate with the rising PRC threat. Increased spending and recent defense reforms targeting an asymmetric defense strategy illustrate Taiwan's resolve in maintaining deterrence. I applaud Taiwan for continuing to take these important steps, integrated across policy, force design, and materiel. And the United States encourages Taiwan to continue doing so in the years to come. But the United States and Taiwan are not alone in pursuing the goal of maintaining regional peace and stability. Every day, more and more nations in the Indo-Pacific and around the world recognize the growing regional and global security challenges posed by the PRC, and they're posturing themselves to meet those challenges. This is why the department is currently doing more than ever to strengthen our relationships across the Indo-Pacific region with a significant emphasis on maintaining deterrence. This year's Camp David summit among the leaders of the United States, Japan, and South Korea, the ongoing AUKUS partnership efforts, our deepening alliance with the Philippines, all of these seek to further our goal of a free and open Indo-Pacific, underpinned by security and stability. These are only a small subset of our key efforts across the region. The department is also capitalizing on this momentum through strengthening bilateral defense relationships throughout the region, with both traditional and non-traditional partners, all in ways that support our shared interest to sustain peace and prosperity around the region. Many of our allies and partners who share our vision for regional peace and stability would be severely affected by a cross-Strait crisis. Taiwan's ever-increasing role in the global economy is critical, and any disruptions to shipping in the Strait resulting from PLA actions would have devastating consequences around the world. As Dr. Eli Ratner testified in front of Congress last month, major conflict in the Taiwan Strait would destroy lives and ruin livelihoods both in and around the Strait. And conflict would cost thousands of casualties and jeopardize over $2 trillion in global economic activity. These are not just the stakes for Taiwan, the United States, or the PRC. These are global stakes with deep reaches into Asia, Africa, Europe, and the whole Western Hemisphere. And this is why our strategy in partnership with Taiwan lies at the heart of the administration's vision for a free and open Indo-Pacific. A future in which the PRC attempts to unify with Taiwan by force is one fraught with global economic disaster and a transformed geopolitical and security landscape. It is a future that is incompatible with the vision for peace, stability, and prosperity shared by countries around the world. As Secretary Austin said at the Reagan Library last December, we're living in a decisive decade for the rules-based international order. And what we've seen in this year of historic momentum points to a fundamental truth. Countries around the world are deciding that a free and open Indo-Pacific is vitally important, and they're acting like it. We are clear-eyed in our understanding of the challenges posed by the PRC and determined in our pursuit of the policies and posture necessary to counter destabilizing activity across the Taiwan Strait, in the Indo-Pacific, and elsewhere across the globe. These efforts will require sustained attention and increased resources in the years ahead as we continue to support Taiwan through every means available. And we'll continue to seek out the assistance of allies and partners from within and beyond the region who share our interest in peace and stability. Thank you very much for your time and attention. I look forward to taking some questions. Thanks, Russell.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense. The PDAS has generously agreed to take some questions. I know he has a hard stop at 1 p.m. where he will have to leave for a meeting at the White House. And so with that, let me just open it up because I know we have a very well-informed audience. And so please raise your hand and state your name as well as your affiliation. And please keep it to a question and not a comment. All right, the lady in the back at the very end table there, please. Keep your hand raised so that that way the microphones can find you.
Jenny Ting with Radio Free Asia. I wonder with the Ukraine war and also the Israeli conflict, if a Taiwan Strait crisis also happen, whether it's a blockade or it's a war, can the U.S. military sustain the three contingencies at the same time? Thank you.
Thanks very much for that question. Look, we're making decisions on a daily basis within the department when it comes to organizing our resources, our capabilities, our forces to make sure that we are postured for every contingency that may exist. I feel very confident that the United States is able to manage through our force posture and through our resource management any number of contingencies that may come our way. And so I would just encourage you to fully take on board how much work and energy we're putting into making sure that we're prepared for every situation. And if the United States does engage itself, I can assure you that we will be victorious in that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. David, in the middle table, please. Keep David Brown, keep your
David Brown, retired Foreign Service officer. Thank you for your remarks. I'd like to ask a question about the PRC military activities around Taiwan. They were not part of the status quo 5 or 6 years ago. In my mind, they are more than just political signaling. They're a form of military training that's very concerning, and a challenge in terms of our commitment to a deterrence posture because we want to deter things which are not just an actual attack, but also this kind of very provocative, threatening behavior. And I understand that this is being done in what we would consider to be international airspace and so forth, but what more can be done by Taiwan and the United States to deter or limit this kind of PLA activity? Thank you.
Thanks, David, for your question. Thanks also for your service. I think our strategy will continue to be the same, which is that we need to make sure the United States is postured and prepared for contingencies throughout the Indo-Pacific region. We're doing that. We're building the right plans. We're developing the right forces. We're working with allies and partners to make sure we have the right access where we need it. We need to make sure that Taiwan has what it needs for itself, for its own self-defenses. And as I mentioned in my remarks, quite an extraordinary amount of engagement that is allowing us to understand their requirements and make sure we're using all of the means available to us. And then I think we need to make sure that other allies and partners are coming alongside this work and not staying silent on just how dangerous these risky intercepts are and just how dangerous these military exercises are. And so those three different lines of effort should combine together, should aggregate in a way that makes sure Xi Jinping gets the message that in the event of a military invasion, that he's not just picking a fight with Taiwan or the United States, but he's really putting the entire global economy under assault. And allies and partners have a lot to say about that. So we're continuing to look for even extended engagements from allies and partners on just how catastrophic those consequences would be. Thanks.
That gentleman in the black and the blue.
Hi, thank you. Michael Martina from Reuters. I'm wondering if you could just maybe give us an update on what the Department of Defense U.S. military is doing with Taiwan in terms of training, how that's been upgraded over, the past year or so, if at all. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Michael. As we've watched the region become increasingly competitive based on PRC behavior and actions, Taiwan has stepped up its own game and has really tried to make sure that it identifies current and future military requirements. And they have asked the United States to come alongside and support them, again, consistent with the Taiwan Relations Act. We've done that. And so the scale of our engagement with Taiwan remains consistent with historical approaches. But as Taiwan brings those problem sets to us, we work with them very carefully and directly to make sure that we are able to service those requirements over time. So I'm not suggesting that this is out of character, but we do see that the need it has grown because the security environment has changed and has become more dangerous. Thanks.
Kelly?
Thank you, Jed. Kelly Curry. I wanted to ask you about the broader Indo-Pacific force projection challenge that the United States faces, where we continue to lose ground vis-a-vis China on shipbuilding. We continue to face a lot of challenges in terms of our defense production capabilities as China continues to ramp up theirs, both from a technological standpoint and from just a sheer mass standpoint. Can you talk a little bit beyond the specific US-Taiwan preparatory efforts to the broader landscape in terms of our force and power projection capabilities?
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. I think this is a really important question and a really important issue for this generation in the U.S. national security enterprise to wrestle with. Frankly, COVID plus some strained realities in Ukraine have helped us identify that the U.S. defense industrial base needs to be further developed. It needs additional resources. We've made our case to Congress. I'm very glad to say that Congress has found a way to support us, for example, with multi-year procurements for critical munitions. And so it's a constant conversation with Congress to make sure we're making smart investments in our defense industrial base right now. But I also think there's opportunity opportunity for a broader allies and partners collaboration on defense industrial base work. And in this regard, I think that there are some untapped opportunities in the Indo-Pacific region in particular, where we might be able to find new sources of skilled labor, new critical materials or minerals, new processing facilities. And so my office is engaged within the Department of Defense to really find those opportunities and to develop some initiative around that service both our requirements, those of our allies and partners, and expand the reliance that we have on one another. Most importantly, to find ourselves, where necessary, extricating ourselves from the China value chain. So that work is underway, and we'll be keeping it up. Thanks.
So we just stick it in the front table over here, this lady.
Thank you. My name is Morgan. I am with the Korean Defense Veterans Association. I have a question about South Korea. So we did mention all the allies supporting the United States, but Korea seems to be a bit reluctant because its priorities obviously are North Korea. So I was just wondering if there are any updates about this. Thank you.
Thank you. A marvelous question. I probably should have put a little more spotlight on South Korea. I was there only a couple of months ago as a part of our delegation to the first nuclear consultative group. I will say that Korea, I'll let them speak for themselves, and their new Indo-Pacific strategy directs them to take more engagement in the South China Sea region more broadly, to play a role for peace and stability throughout the region. And that's their own words, that's their own strategy. We certainly support them in that endeavor. We're looking for a variety of opportunities, whether it's on the operational level or through defense industrial base collaboration, to expand the role that the Republic of Korea will play throughout the entire region. And so I'm proud of the steps that they're taking there. There is still a really serious problem with North Korea, for sure. I don't want to minimize that, and we're spending a lot of time talking through that as well. And the trilateral aspect associated with ROK, Japan, and the United States is already paying dividends in that regard. So there's a lot of work ahead of us, and the South Koreans have just done a fantastic job of stepping up to the plate and finding creative ways of supporting. Thanks.
Let's go back there on the right. Right over there. Yep, keep your hand raised. Yep, that way the mic right can see you.
Yeah, my name is Sang-min Lee. I'm a reporter from Radio Free Asia for Korean Service. I have two questions. If there will be Taiwan contingency, do you think that U.S. forces Korea can be moved to Taiwan to deal with this contingency? And second question, do you have any indication that arms trade between North Korea and Russia take place?
Well, thanks for both of those questions. On the first, I won't divulge what's inside U.S. war plans. But I will say that the United States is looking to make sure that we have the access, the reach, the depth, and the flexibility to be able to get after any contingency that we may face in the region. And our combined forces work with the Koreans. We're constantly having really great conversations with our host country partners on thinking through our force distribution in South Korea. So I'm confident that that is where it needs to be right now. Your second question, sorry, if you could remind me what your second question was? Or
North Korea and Russia.
Yes. Look, Kim Jong-un's visit to Russia and his visit to strategic missile sites in Russia should be concerning for all of us. I won't try to describe any specific deal that may have been made, but I do think that if this is the nature of how no limits partnership between Beijing and Moscow is going to operate by bringing the likes of Kim Jong-un to strategic missile sites in Siberia, that should really concern all of us. And I do expect that the Northeast Asia military dynamics are going to be changing a little bit. We need to pay very close attention to that and make sure that we are doing everything we can to ensure it doesn't get out of hand. It's a good question and worth paying attention to over time.
Okay, we'll go up to the front over here.
Thank you. My name's Ann Vroom. I wanted to ask you, in broader scope, do you expect President Xi at the ASEAN meeting? And if so, would President Biden be likely to meet with him?
Thanks for the question. Look, I'm going to leave that one to our colleagues at the Department of State and the rest of the interagency as they think about that, but most particularly to the White House as they think about the president's schedule. I don't have an update for you there, but I would say it's not out of the question.
Great. Let's go to the front over here. This gentleman here. Okay.
Thank you. My question relates to helping Taiwan to build its defense capability. Recently, they launched the first native-made submarine with the help of United States key technology. And my question is that, would that become a normal if they request for the long-range missile technology? Will that fall in line with the current policy? That's just my question is what kind of policy change in the Defense Department to authorize those kind of critical technology transfer?
Thank you. So I would say we don't have a particular policy around support to Taiwan, whether it's indigenous production or through foreign military sales or direct commercial sales that's associated with a specific range or otherwise. What we're doing is we're spending a lot of time with the Ministry of National Defense to understand what their requirements are, commensurate with their operational requirements. And in that regard, we're constantly having a discussion about which systems might best service those requirements over time. And so our policy is to make sure that we have that very healthy conversation with our partners there, and that we find the right application for the right operational requirement. And that's what we've been doing.
I'll take the moderator's prerogative and ask the final question here, and I know causing of your time here. What is your assessment on the likelihood and imminence of a military invasion versus other scenarios like a blockade of Taiwan?
Thanks, Russell. You saved the best for the last there. Look, conflict is neither imminent nor inevitable. That is certainly the view of this administration. Blockade is neither imminent nor inevitable. Any other scenario is neither imminent nor inevitable. But we can't take anything for granted, and nothing is guaranteed in this space, particularly as we see the PRC really tailoring itself to making sure that its forces can, if called upon, conduct a cross-strait invasion, a blockade, or any other scenario. And so we're taking that seriously. We want to make sure that we're doing everything we need for the US side, but also in support of our Taiwan partners in that regard. And I don't think that the PLA has left any option off the table here as well. And so that just means we need to be prepared across the board. So forgive me for not properly evaluating the likelihood of one scenario against another. The fact of the matter is we are preparing ourselves for any scenario, and I believe we have the right people and the right attention and the right policies to be able to do that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense, for your time. You've been very generous in taking all our questions. Please join me in giving him a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks again to all of you for joining us here today. I'm John Dodson, the Deputy Director at GTI, and I'll be your moderator for our third panel today, looking at defense and security issues related to Taiwan. And as I was thinking about how to frame this, going back to the introductory remarks that were made by our chairwoman, Ms. Hu, this morning, she pointed out that one of the things we've tried to do at GTI is to sort of bring Taiwan back into the conversation. Taiwan has, for many years, been treated as a subset of sort of US-PRC relations, almost. And I think a lot of the focus of our work at GTI is trying to sort of draw back out Taiwan's sort of rightful status and role as an independent actor with its own agency. That as we look at this topic, again, at defense issues and security issues I should say, not just narrowly military defense issues, but security issues writ large. As we look at those issues affecting Taiwan, it is almost inevitable that we are drawn towards a discussion that is not completely grounded, but to a very significant extent is grounded in consideration of the policies of the government of the People's Republic of China. And as I will tiresomely point out to anyone who will listen to me, getting on one of my favorite soapboxes, I think when you consider Chinese state policy, you have to always bear in mind very specifically what that means. When you're talking about the Chinese state, you're talking about the Chinese Communist Party. And when you're talking about the Chinese Communist Party, specifically you're talking about the upper leadership echelons of the CCP, as well as the institutional bureaucracies that implement the decisions coming out of that higher level leadership. The other thing I guess I wanted to discuss or put out in terms of framing is, as we've seen from many of the previous conversations already today, I think there's pretty widespread agreement that there has been a fundamental change in the status quo that for decades we saw in the Taiwan Strait between the PRC and Taiwan. There might be periodic outbreaks, periodic crises such as those in 1958 or in 1996, but for the most part, for years, for decades, that balance was relatively stable. But again, I think very few people would disagree with the assertion that that has fundamentally changed, particularly in terms, in its most prominent aspect, in terms of the greatly elevated coercive PRC military activity in the vicinity of Taiwan. And the visit to Taiwan in August of last year by then Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi certainly got the our former Speaker Pelosi has sort of gotten the lion's share of attention. I would argue, though, that we've actually seen a steady change in that previous status quo going back at least to 2019, when in early 2019 in January, Xi Jinping gave a significant policy speech commemorating the 40th anniversary of what the late 70s CCP leadership under Deng Xiaoping had put out as their letter to Taiwan compatriots that really stressed the idea of one country, two systems for Taiwan. And I think if we actually go back in time a little bit, you can actually see that a lot of the coercive activities that we have seen recently really began to ramp up in 2019 in terms of aviation flights, PLA Air Force, I should say, aviation flights across the Taiwan Strait centerline, bomber flights circumnavigating Taiwan, and so forth. I think you can also say, well prior to former Speaker Pelosi's visit, there was also a rather rapid, or dramatic, I should say, ramping up in terms of the other forms of subversion or coercion that the CCP has directed against Taiwan in terms of United Front activity, directed political warfare, disinformation, and so forth. If you'll forgive me a very shameless plug, in August, GTI published a report that I wrote on the America skepticism narrative, the Ime Lun, which we've also heard some discussion of today. So I would sort of put out, again, as a framing issue or question matter for consideration as to whether or not this uptick in coercive activity that we've seen from the PRC directed at Taiwan is really something that has really ratcheted up just over the last year, or if it's something that goes back further, and if the Pelosi visit may have provided the CCP leadership with a pretext for doing things that they were intent upon doing already anyway. But I think there's certainly a lot to discuss today in terms of PRC coercive activity directed against Taiwan. again, both in the military sphere, but also in other non-military areas as well, and what that means for Taiwan's own security decision-making and what that means for U.S. policy. And we do have a very distinguished panel of 4 speakers to discuss that today. I'm going to hold off and give a more detailed individual introduction, I think, when it comes time for each speaker to go up. But we have with us Mr. John Culver, currently a fellow with the Atlantic Council, Mr. Elbridge Colbury, co-founder of the Marathon Initiative. We have Mr. Devin Thorne, a principal threat analyst with Recorded Future, and Mr. Peter Mattis, the president of the Jamestown Foundation. I think for the order of our speakers, Mr. Culver, if you would perhaps be kind enough to take that duty first, I think with sort of a framing conversation or consideration of some of these issues. Mr. Culver had a long career in government as a senior analyst with the Central Intelligence Agency, focused on East Asia issues, including service as the National Intelligence Officer for East Asia from 2015 to 2018, where he led the intelligence community's support to top policymakers on East Asian issues and represented the intelligence community to senior U.S. policy, military, academic, private sector, and foreign government audiences. His service included his award of the 2013 William N. Langer Award for achievement in the CIA's analytic mission, and he was a member of the Senior Intelligence Service and CIA Senior Analytic Service. He is currently a non-resident senior fellow with the Atlantic Council's Global China Hub. Mr. Culver, I will turn the floor over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, John. Keep me at 10 minutes or I'll just keep going.
Yeah, if you could keep your remarks to about 10 minutes or so, no more than that, I would like to allow time for Q&A.
So I'm trying to do some framing, so I wanted to talk sort of very bluntly about whether a war will happen, how it could start, and when that might occur. So these are my thoughts. I'm sure I'm going to be responded to by members of the panel if I'm deeply off course. That'll be fun. So first of all, in my view, war is not the plan for the Communist Party. They're executing a decades-long strategy to win the Civil War that started on the mainland and ended with the Kuomintang fleeing to Taiwan in 1949. And their goal is to achieve something they call reunification. Now, what that means has shifted over time. I suspect the parameters are not as generous as they were in the original letter to Taiwan compatriots. So we went through a military phase of this drive for what the Chinese like to call reunification with military force in the Taiwan Strait as late as 1958. But then from 1970s to the present, then tracking with the shift of U.S. opening to China, then recognition of Beijing and derecognition of Taiwan, China has shifted course to the achieving this through non-military means, binding the two sides together through economic, people-to-people, cross-strait travel, et cetera, and always as a goal of keeping the U.S. from Beijing's perspective on side, meaning not stepping in. And indeed, one of the great constraints of Taiwan, for example, during the Chen Shui-bian period, wasn't Beijing, it was Washington. It was the Bush administration. But China has never renounced the use of force and has been pretty clear about red lines. I believe that China has no fixed timeline for compelling Taiwan by force. But I agree with the opening comments that since 2021, it has remilitarized the Taiwan Strait. So in that way, we're kind of back to 1950s rather than the 70s. I believe that China's red lines for war will be based on conditions, not the military state of readiness. And I think that if Taiwan declared formal independence, especially backed by the United States tomorrow, China would go to war the next day. But it would be a whole regime war, not simply a military contest. It would be multi-dimensional across all domains, economic, military, political. And it could be a landing operation or it could be something very different. I think for China, if you look at their previous conflicts in Korea, which is kind of the exception, India, Vietnam, their goal was to teach a lesson, or in crises over Taiwan with the United States, to return to the status quo. So Taiwan reconquest would be a whole different matter for them. And I think that depending on their assessment of risk, they could either attempt a quick campaign or they could attempt a deliberate campaign and build the conditions for victory. Under China's conditions for war, they've been pretty clear about this. Of course, a formal declaration of independence, especially one that is recognized by other countries and in particular by the United States. Another one that they, and all these are pretty clearly laid out in China's 2005 anti-succession law. Another one is a return to a U.S. guarantee to fight Taiwan. So President Biden's occasional gaffes, which are not gaffes, are really, do hit a sensitive nerve for the Chinese. The Taiwan Relations Act binds presidents to Congress's intent. It is not a treaty with Taiwan or the ROC. And all it says on China's use of force is that, it goes on a bit more, but it says the U.S. would view with grave concern China's use of non-peaceful means. And then I think over the decades, we've seen other things that would cause the Chinese to consider force. One would be, offensive weapons deliveries, especially things that clearly show the U.S. has returned to an explicit security guarantee for Taiwan. In 1979, when we derecognized the ROC, we abrogated our mutual defense agreement with the ROC. And anything that looks like the trappings of that, even if we don't call it an MDA or call it a security guarantee, there's going to be a point where China decides it's basically the same thing, and then they will do things. And that would include, especially if the U.S. started to station major military forces on Taiwan. I mean, there are more U.S. military on Taiwan, but they're rotational troops. They're not assigned, garrisoned, billeted, et cetera. And the final one that they're less open about, but I think from past experience, would be if Taiwan gets nuclear weapons. Taiwan did have nuclear weapons programs in the 60s, 70s and 80s in particular. They were shut down not by China, but by the United States. I think the current government, the DPP, seems unlikely to pursue this course, but it's there nonetheless for China to warn about. And then kind of more ambiguously, the Chinese have reiterated occasionally that if Taiwan fails at some point undefined to begin negotiations for a permanent resolution of the Chinese Civil War and cross-Strait. I think the reason why war is on our minds is because everything that we used to hold stable that really drove stability on the Taiwan Strait have eroded. One of them, is objectively a good thing. Taiwan's emergence is a full, vibrant democracy, quite distinct from the Chinese regime. But that means, of course, that the people of Taiwan, I think, would not welcome under any non-coercive conditions something called unification. The idea of living under the Beijing is antithetical. And that's very different, of course, from the period of the first letter to the Taiwan compatriots, 1979. Taiwan was still under martial law. The people making decisions and speaking for ROC were all Chinese who had come over in 1949. Just contrast today from 2015. It almost seems like decades ago rather than, a handful of years. Xi Jinping met with President Ma Ying-jeou as leader of the Kuomintang in Singapore. It was the first of such meetings since 1949. And before the pandemic, you had 2 million Taiwanese, depending on who you listen to, living in China, mostly involved in manufacturing and production, and roughly 1 million Chinese visiting Taiwan annually. Then the pandemic came, and it's just such a starkly different world compared to just 8 years ago. The other thing is the emergence of a full-blown U.S.-China rivalry. The U.S. is in a different role now than it had been for most of the past 40-odd years, where we were interested in maintaining the status quo. Of course, we didn't start this. I mean, one of the things that used to drive me crazy as an analyst at CIA was watching the modernization of the People's Liberation Army. And we started warning in 2004 of what the PLA would look like today if it continued on its current trajectory. And they did continue on that trajectory and in some cases exceeded it, that it was going to create real problems in the event of conflict because the ability of the United States to do what it had always done, send in the aircraft carriers, show that we were not going to stand idly by if China used lethal force against Taiwan. Those threats and those assurances don't mean as much today because the Chinese may not be a superbly well-trained army. They may not be a military with any combat experience newer than the 1980, 1979. They're a very lethal force. And any military planner in Washington has to take that at face value, that the missiles they've developed will work, that the Air Force, the Navy, the submarine force can execute their basic missions. And in a way, the arithmetic no longer really is in our favor, or Taiwan's. And of course, the last thing that marks the change over the past few decades is China's emergence as a great power. I make a point on this, I don't think really sticks with most audiences. In the past, when we had a major incident with China over the Belgrade embassy bombing or the so-called EP3 incident in 2001, part of what controlled China's reaction was the sense that they were weak. In 1999, the Belgrade embassy bombing, in 2001, the EP3 incident, the Chinese were convinced we deliberately bombed their embassy in Belgrade. They don't believe it was an accident even today. But they felt they couldn't respond proportionally because they were too weak. Well, today, weakness is no longer an excuse for the Communist Party. Chinese have grown to think of their country as strong, and to think of China as able to push back proportionally in the event that another power treats it without respect or attacks it. So it means that going forward, the situation is just a little more, going to be a little more fraught, especially as John also mentioned to begin with, you've had China remilitarizing the Taiwan Strait since 2021. To me, the most striking thing about their reaction to Speaker Pelosi's visit in August of 2022 was, I'm pretty sure they did that from a standing start. When they wanted to do demonstration exercises in 95 and 96 to show their anger, they had to prepare for months and then move forces from across China in order to be able to do that demonstration. The things they did, firing ballistic missiles over Taiwan, the uptick in air and naval activity around the island, closure zones off the island's main commercial ports, redirecting commercial shipping away from the island, those are all capabilities they have in being 24/7, 365 on the Taiwan Strait. That's a huge shift from any crisis we had a few years ago. I'm going to wrap up because I'm going to run long otherwise. What might a war look like? Mostly, there's a lot we don't know here. I mean, the U.S. has no treaty commitment to defend Taiwan, but I think given the context of rivalry, given China's own treatment of its people in Hong Kong and Xinjiang, given what's happening in Ukraine and what's happening this week in Israel, I think the U.S. would have a huge reputational stake in the outfit. And the Chinese would have to assume, and I think have always assumed, that if they go to war with Taiwan, they're going to war with the United States. So they've always planned for that. No two nuclear powers have ever directly fought. There's a real risk of nuclear threats and even possible use by China. The one big change we didn't foresee in 2004, or even when I retired in 2020, is a massive expansion of Chinese thermonuclear forces. They're going from the smallest total number of warheads of any Perm 5 member in 2018 to parity with the United States and Russia in terms of ICBM deliverable nuclear weapons, 1,500 or so, according to the Pentagon. There's a reason they did that. There's a reason that they decided that minimal nuclear deterrence was no longer enough. And I think the reason they did that is tied a lot to the potential for war over Taiwan with the United States. All of our bases in the Pacific and operating areas can be struck. There's no place to put the Iron Mountain of massive logistical preparation that the U.S. did any closer than Australia than we did before both Iraq wars. And their build-out continues. I mean, their Navy is larger than ours if you count just number of ships. We have more heavy ships, especially nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. They're building at a rate. I mean, their largest shipyard near Shanghai produces more tonnage of commercial and military hardware than all of our military shipyards combined. They build 43% of the world's commercial shipping. We build 0% of the world's commercial shipping. And you've seen a lot of stories in the press about the problems we're having with ship construction and repair. So It's a war in a way that I won't say that can't happen, even though I don't think the Chinese have decided yet to do so, because they have been creating a military force for the last 20 years that's tailor-made to defeat U.S. power projection in Asia. You have to treat that with respect. And it means for Taiwan, what Taiwan does in arms acquisition, modernization, conscription, professionalization of its services, building national resilience. It matters because the U.S. in any scenario is going to need time. We're not going to swoop in, and sending in the aircraft carriers won't have the same result that it did in the mid-90s. So Taiwan is going to need to show that it's going to be a hard nut to crack, not a soft nut to crack, or the U.S. is going to have less options than otherwise. I'll close on a happy note, which is this. I don't think Xi Jinping trusts the People's Liberation Army. So if he's waiting for the PLA to stick his hand up and say, we're ready, we've completed all your modernizations, either today or in 2027 or 2035, you know, he came in and the first thing he did in the PLA was put the two most senior uniform figures from the previous decade in prison. Last month, he removed the defense minister, and just before that, he removed the commander and political commissar of their rocket forces, their largest nuclear component. He does not act like he believes these guys are ready to roll the dice and bet the regime on their capability to win a war not only over the ROC or Taiwan, but over the United States. So, but I still think, you know, what I said at the outset, his decision to go to war is not going to be based on whether the PLA is ready. It's going to be based on whether conditions compel him to make that choice.
John, thank you very much. Thank you, John. You know, as you were talking, I'm going to hold off on any of my own questions till we do get to the Q&A. Yeah, something I've been thinking about while listening to you speak is, and I might ask you about it and some of the other panelists later if we do have time, is to drill down a little bit more into that question as to whether, you know, if there has been a change in PRC posture towards Taiwan in recent years, you know, to what extent that is due to just the increase in military capability that the PLA now has. You know, they can act more assertive now because they can act more assertive, or to what extent it's a reflection of sort of political impatience for a resolution of the Taiwan issue. But like I said, I'm gonna hold on to that for the moment. I'm gonna ask Mr. Colby to be our next speaker for us. Mr. Colby has served in a number of prominent roles in recent years. From 2017 to 2018, he was the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Strategy and Force Development. In that role, he was the lead official responsible for the development of the 2018 National Defense Strategy, which provides overarching defense policy guidance for the U.S. government. Subsequent to that, in 2018 and 2019, he was the director of the defense program at the Center for New American Security, leading CNAS's work on defense and defense policy issues. And he is currently the co-founder and principal of the Marathon Initiative, which is focused on developing strategies to prepare the United States for an era of sustained great power competition. In addition to his professional roles, he is also a member of the Council on Foreign Relations and the International Institute of Strategic Studies. Elbridge, I'm going to turn the floor over to you, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. Great to be here and back. Thanks to Russell for the kind invitation, and always a pleasure to be here for GTI's conference. I have a much more alarmed sense. I mean, I think I've said this for a number of years in a row, so I'll probably repeat myself, but unfortunately, I don't think the reality has gotten any better. I think Taiwan is in very, I would say, dire straits. And I think there is a very, very real chance of a war with China in this decade. I don't make any predictions because I don't know what Xi Jinping is thinking or deciding. I personally don't think he has made a final decision yet, but I have no idea, and I really don't think anybody does. Why do I think that? While I think China's interests in Taiwan are, of course, irredentist and nationalist, we're all very familiar with the unfinished Civil War narrative, but they're actually considerably deeper in structural terms than that. I mean, basically, China has to, in my view, there's no other way China's going to be able to break out of the first island chain without basically using military force against Taiwan. And if you're going to break apart this anti-hegemonic coalition, as I think of it, that's forming under both the Trump and the Biden administration, it's a pretty consistent policy if you're looking at it from Beijing, and that does appear to be, that's what their Ministry of State Security basically says in public statements. I think there's pretty much no way around it. Why do I think that? Well, I think China has a structural interest in some form of regional hegemony, and my basic heuristic for looking at China is not qua China as much as rising great power, and I think that looking at China as a rising great power has done a lot better job analytically of explaining China's behavior over the last 30 plus years than looking at China as a unique entity, and geopolitics and strategy are pretty Darwinian. It doesn't mean that it's not perfect heuristic, it's not infallible, but particularly when you're looking at the biggest muscle movements that a state makes, China's behavior is actually pretty typical. It's become more ambitious. It had a lot of pledges of restraint that it had made consistently going back to very revered leaders like Mao Zedong, that it's basically left by the wayside, which is consistent with what a rising great power does. And I don't think that, this sort of great power competition stuff, I think that's basically become conventional wisdom, which is great, but that doesn't solve the problem. So if China is a rising great power, what are its incentives? Well, if you look at Robert Gilpin and more recently people like Dale Copeland, if you're interested in that scholarship, that's one way of looking at it. You can come up with historical examples or whatever, but just to kind of make the heuristic clear, I think rising great powers, no longer, there's a memorable section in Lee Kuan Yew's memoirs where he's having a discussion with Deng Xiaoping about not, you don't essentially want extensive expansion anymore. It's not the Mongols, taking over as much territory as possible, which, by the way, is one of the reasons I think decolonization happened, but that's a digression. You basically want a kind of an economic, a sort of a geopolitical ascendancy or hegemony, a kind of soft form of control that gives you what I think of as a secure geoeconomic sphere, which is basically, what is it that you want in the world? You want it to be the world's premier economy. You want to have that economic security, prosperity. You want the world's best companies, universities, et cetera, to be oriented around you. You want trade flows to be oriented around you. Why? Well, look at our behavior, right? So only somebody in our position could find this to be questionable. And I think, it's pretty much what the Chinese are saying is that that's actually what they want to achieve by mid-century or whenever their particular timeline, at least ostensibly, is. I think that's what they want to do. Now, that's all speculative. That's all sort of deductive. I think it maps with what the Chinese are trying to do, trying to expand their economic influence, their political and diplomatic influence, and so forth. It also, though, has features of a security dilemma. So people sometimes say, oh, well, Bridge, aren't you concerned about the security dilemma? Yeah, I'm really concerned about the security dilemma. But the Chinese appear to think that we are trying to strangle them. That's what they're saying, at least from what I can read in the press and so forth, that we are attempting, when Li Shangfu rejected Lloyd Austin's request for a meeting, he said, you are trying to contain and suppress us. And according to Ling Wei in the Wall Street Journal, Xi Jinping is saying that we are trying to strangle them. Now, I don't know if that's true, but I'm seeing a lot of behavior like that's pretty consistent, which means they think with our economic measures and other things and this coalition that's forming, we are basically trying to lop off their future development, which is, if you read people like Copeland and Gilpin, that is what great powers fear, is their economic future. So those are the stakes of what's going on. How does China deal with it? Well, it tries to do it so peacefully, and that's what it's tried to do with Belt and Road and the use of public, political soft power, et cetera. But to make a long story short, that's basically failed. In fact, it's been counterproductive because the nature of being a major rising great power that throws its weight around is you precipitate balancing behavior. It's pretty standard, right? It's like a cause and effect kind of relationship. And in fact, I think economic sanctions that we've employed have had very little impact, including potentially on China itself, and certainly on Russia and Cuba and others. But actually, the Chinese are finding that as well, that there's actually limited political coercive value coming out of sanctions. Okay, so do they have another option? Yeah, they have another option, which is military force. Are they building a military to do that? Absolutely. What are they building a military to do? Well, first and foremost, they're building a military to take over Taiwan, basically, to have that option. And again, we don't know if they've decided or not, but it's like pretty clear that they're practicing to do that. Are they confident and ready yet? Well, first, what do they assume that conflict would look like? Maybe they assume that it would be a narrow soda straw attack on Taiwan. I was struck, I participated in a survey that Bonnie Lin did a couple of years ago where they asked a whole bunch of questions of like 30 people who follow this stuff. And the only question to get a unanimous answer was, do the Chinese assume the United States would come to Taiwan's defense? All 30 people said yes. Okay, well, if you assume that the Americans are going to come to Taiwan's defense, you don't do the soda straw strategy because you leave yourself totally vulnerable, and that's why the blockade, I don't think is, I agree with Eli Ratner that that's less of it's not China's best strategy. Instead, you look to preemption, and you look to a large-scale attack against the United States and potentially Japan, Australia, or at least forces operating in the area to give yourself the best foot forward, because what do you learn from Ukraine? If you're going to use force, make sure you don't screw it up. Don't take half measures, right? Like, that's clearly the lesson the Chinese must be learning from Ukraine, is don't assume anything. Don't assume that you have some voodoo ninja plan that's going to work out, because if you're wrong, it's really hard to get back into the advantageous position. So the Chinese appear to be, obviously they're planning for a blockade, but as part of also joint landing operations and so forth, and they're exercising that. And people say they're not ready, posited, except here's the thing, they appear to be trying to rectify their deficiencies. That's the thing, like they're acting like somebody who is actually trying, it's not a Gilbert and Sullivan military. It's not a military for show, it's a military that's actually working on, and you talk to US military and defense people, and they're very concerned about the progress the Chinese have made. Moreover, yes, the militaries generally always have a tendency to say they're not ready, correct, and in some sense they are. They may not be, but as Don Rumsfeld said to Tommy Franks, I think, you go to war with the army you have. Or as Hitler said to the German High Command in 1939, we're never going to be readier relative to the Western allies, and unfortunately he was right. So I don't think, if you're waiting for perfection and you're Xi Jinping, and this is all deductive, you could be waiting until Armageddon, and that probably that's not going to achieve your goals. If you look at open source Google Earth kind of imagery from the Western deserts and stuff, they're clearly practicing attacks on what are obviously outlines of US ships, and also interestingly Japanese ships that are tied up at pierside essentially, or still on their open landing platforms, i.e. not generated, right? So a surprise attack, whatever they want to call it, active defense. Obviously people come up with a rationalization for what they're going to do, but that's just a military logic to be successful. Moreover, I think their future force development essentially seems to assume they've solved the Taiwan problem. Aircraft carriers, nuclear attack submarines, and a basing architecture that I will bet anybody here money that we're only seeing the beginnings of. Now, if you can't get out of the first island chain, what do you need all that basing architecture? Because it'd be like the German basing architecture in World War I and II, as Churchill put it, like a cut flower, beautiful but fated to die. It's going to get cut off. You can't do anything with it. So you have to assume, also with the islands in the South China Sea, that they have some plausible, right? I mean, it's an inference. But the thing about military force development that's reliable is it's very expensive. It takes a lot of top-down planning. It takes consistency over time. So it's revealing about what a country thinks is really, and by the way, it creates capabilities that even if Jiang Zemin didn't want to act like this, the fact that he initiated this military force development now leads a guy like Xi Jinping to have capabilities that Jiang Zemin who knows what he would have done with it. So that's part of it. Secondly, they're building up their nuclear forces. Look, they already were a member of the P5. They already had a survivable nuclear deterrent for all intents and purposes. And now they're going through nuclear breakout, and they're completely violating however generous your assessment of Mao Zedong's commitments on nuclear restraint are, they're obviously violating them. I mean, there's no way of rationalizing that. So, and why would you do that? What's the value? I think the value to me is you think you're going to get in a large war with the Americans, and you don't want to be subject to nuclear blackmail, as the Chinese refer to it, as we used on them potentially in Korea, but also during the Taiwan Straits crisis. They appear to be, through things like dual circulation, trying to prepare for large-scale sanctions, both to prepare themselves, and of course using the Russians and so forth as a kind of strategic reserve for capabilities, et cetera. natural resources, but also to maximize their own leverage on us, the logical. And someone like Peter would know a lot more about this than I, but a kind of political mobilization of the population. Again, I'm not an expert on that, but it appears to be that there's more in the water. We get news of propaganda coming within the Chinese language ecosystem that is making this a bigger thing. Okay. So then logically, if I were in their situation, and the lesson I'm learning from Ukraine and so forth is don't screw it up, how would I go about doing it? Well, if you're going to launch an invasion across 100 miles of water against a very defensible target, at least in theory, Taiwan, what you're going to do is you're going to give as little warning as possible. And I think one of the lessons we need to draw from the Israel situation is operational surprise remains possible. Now, it's obviously totally different breaking through an electronic wall or barrier between Gaza and Green Line Israel versus launching an invasion. But I think the point remains, the 1973 war being an example where they were heavily surveilled and they still, the Arab states were still able to generate surprise. And the question then is, what does surprise look like? Well, it's probably normalizing behavior that would provide indicators so that your behavior as China doesn't trigger or doesn't provide sufficient political confidence and provocation to generate the response necessary to be effective. So it's not really surprise. They don't have to surprise us. Russia didn't surprise the West. Now, fortunately, the Ukrainians were able to fight hard, but the Russians did it in plain sight, but still achieved what they thought was operational advantage. So their misassessment was at the relative military balance, which is a different question, which is far less favorable to Taiwan than it is to Ukraine. So I think it's very possible they could achieve what is effectively a kind of surprise or operating below the level at which we would take, and because of what John Culver is saying, it's absolutely right, the military balance has shifted heavily in China's favor. It's so that at this point it's probably uncertain at best. We would have to do some pretty aggressive things to be able to stand a chance, we being the Americans in Taiwan, possibly Japan, together. So what does this say to me? It says to me that something could happen with relatively little warning, and it could. And if I were Xi Jinping and I were making a decision, I wouldn't base it on whatever William Lai says. I would point to what William Lai might or might not say. But what I would really do is make sure that I can succeed, and that's going to be based on the relative military balance over time. I think they already think that we are trying to permanently separate Taiwan and the mainland. Now, I personally am against anything that suggests support for Taiwan independence, or I'm in favor of speaking softly and carry a big stick on the policy side. But whether Beijing believes that or not is a totally different question, and I'm candidly somewhat skeptical at this point of how much influence we can have on them. So that leads me to think, I think sometime later in this decade, I don't make predictions, but I think there's a very serious possibility of conflict or a militarily significant crisis along the lines of the Berlin crises or something like that. Or, at minimum, one of the Taiwan Straits crises, which would be relatively small. But the thing about the Chinese is they're not going to want to give us the warning to give us time to prepare and respond. So I would, if they're going to do that, I would expect something like an ultimatum or something. Because if they do the blockade, this is what Eli was saying rightly, if they do the blockade, there's a lot of vulnerability. It relies on convincing Taiwan to give up, but it also allows us to generate when we decide to respond, which I'm confident we would, which forfeits the element of surprise for China and allows us to reposition. So I think this is a very dangerous situation. I mean, what to do about it? I've been saying the same thing for a number of years, and I'm not popular in a lot of places in Taiwan because of this, but I don't know why Taiwan isn't spending 10% of its GDP on defense. People roll their eyes, but I was talking to a TechPro friend the other day who was saying, oh, we increased defense spending 30%. And I said, look, you don't really need to convince me. You need to convince, this is, I think, true. The People's Republic of China, at least the government, has essentially a death wish for Taiwan. It's a stated goal to unify coercively or forcibly if necessary. And of course, they're openly talking about reunification. So people that say, oh, it's 30% increase, like that's supposed to be significant. I think what we're seeing in Israel is a country that really takes its self-defense and its freedom seriously. And I think the question for Taiwan at this point is, I think there are very real questions that people sometimes say, oh, Bridge, people aren't going to support a defense of Taiwan. I think that is a real question. I know the president has said some things, but when it comes face to face and the scale of the cost and risk presented to the American people is shown, I think it's going to be, as I say in this country, a real come to Jesus moment. And I think it's very, very, very important for Taiwan to be in a position where it can say, look, we are putting everything on the field to defend ourselves and our freedom. Because otherwise people are going to say, well, as Secretary Mattis said, we can't love your country more than you do. And I think that's the basic attitude that a lot of people might take. And I go out there and I say we should defend Taiwan all the time. It's like I'm a broken record. But I also saying to people on Taiwan, time could be very short. It's possible Xi Jinping will croak or will decide not to do it, but I wouldn't bet my future and my freedom on it.
All right, Bridge, thank you very much. There's certainly a lot of, or some substantial contrast we could point to in the comments from first John and then Elbridge. I've been noting down as you've been speaking a couple points and maybe some areas where, again, although there's some contrast in the statements, some areas of commonality too that I might, once again, if we have time later, I might try to circle back on, particularly the issue that both of you touched upon regarding the perceptions of the CCP leadership on cross-strait issues and how that affects their decision-making calculus. But like I said, once again, I'm going to hold off on that for the moment while I turn to our next speaker, Devin Thorne, who is currently a principal threat intelligence analyst with the firm Recorded Future, where he focuses on using open source Chinese language sources to explore the PRC's security strategies and their implementation. And in his research work, he focuses on maritime security, national defense mobilization issues, military civil fusion, and propaganda. Many of which are also topics near and dear to my own heart. He's previously done work with the Center for Advanced Defense Studies, and done research on behalf of the U.S. Naval War College, China Maritime Studies Institute, the Hudson Institute, and the U.S. Department of State. Devin holds a bachelor's from the University of Alabama at Birmingham. And a personal note, I'm always happy to see another Alabama boy or girl up here on one of these panels, as well as an MA from Johns Hopkins. Devin, I'm going to turn the floor over to you, please.
Sure, yeah, thank you for that introduction, John, and the opportunity to speak to you all today. My comments are a little bit more narrowly focused. I was asked to speak about the cyber domain in the context of the cross-strait situation and how the PLA might leverage cyber in a wartime scenario, so kind of what these two components look like today and going forward. Cyber is definitely an important element of both the PLA's preparations for a potential war and the PRC's broader approach to integrated whole deterrence or integrated strategic deterrence, which Culver mentioned something similar, where they're seeking to marshal diplomatic, economic, cultural, military, and then also cyber and other means to compel and deter changes in the target's behavior, in this case, obviously, Taiwan. More specifically, what we're seeing today is the PLA and others, like the Ministry of State Security, or MSS, using cyber capabilities to inform strategies and plans with regard to Taiwan, to deter the government and wider population from pursuing perceived moves toward independence. That's obviously as Beijing would define those moves, and also to compel the same groups to accept some form of unification with the mainland. Now, in an invasion, blockade, or other wartime scenario, to Colby's point, the PLA is almost certainly going to use cyber to support achieving and maintaining information dominance throughout the conflict. Now, if we drill down into the coercive and the sort of wartime pieces, starting with the coercive, what we're seeing is, again, similar to Culver's point about an increase in coercive behavior over the last several years, there is also an increase in cyber targeting of Taiwan from the PRC. In total, Taiwan sees something on the order of tens of millions of cyber attacks per month. Many of those, not all of them, but many, are known or suspected to originate in the PRC. Most are likely pursuant to intelligence collection and economic espionage goals. And while the vast majority are thwarted, some are serious and some are successful. Now, this has been going on for decades, since at least, 2 decades, since at least 2003. But just to give you one statistic that sort of demonstrates the I think the phrase that has been used by Taiwan officials is omnipresent penetration. Since 2018, entities in the PRC have reportedly compromised the emails of 6,000, at least 6,000 Taiwan government personnel across 10 different agencies. Now, this activity is not particularly public. It's not necessarily destructive in nature, but it is coercive in that it demonstrates PRC capability, intent, and vulnerability, particularly to the decision makers, right? The people in the government and likely in the military as well. That said, PRC cyber attacks against Taiwan today do occasionally include a more overtly coercive and destructive edge. So for instance, after Tsai Ing-wen was reelected in 2020, members of the loosely MSS-affiliated APT-41 targeted a Taiwan state-owned energy company with a destructive ransomware attack. And that attack deleted company files, ultimately impaired payment at gas stations. And the interesting thing was that although it was a ransomware attack, which is typically financially motivated, based on public sources alone, it didn't actually appear to come with any ransom demand. Now, given the timing and the actors involved, it raises some serious questions about whether or not that was actually financially motivated or it was a political statement. Then again, similar to events in Korea in 2017, the Philippines in 2012, as I'm sure everyone in this room will remember, after Nancy Pelosi's visit in August 2022, the websites of Taiwan government, utility, and transportation entities, as well as public screens at gas stations and convenience stores were targeted with a variety of cyber attacks that were destructive or defacement in nature. This is generally attributed in the cybersecurity community to patriotic hacktivists, but there's a strong possibility they were motivated by the state or directed by the state, in my opinion. Can get into that if people have questions during the panel or afterwards. One other thing I would highlight here, as far as if we look forward on this coercive piece, while there are real reasons that, overt coercive cyber activity is actually kind of rare, one being the need to maintain secrecy around your capabilities and known vulnerabilities, there's a strain of analysis in PRC and PLA research literature that is really advocating for the idea that for cyber coercion to be effective, it needs to create a demonstrable real-world effect. And as we kind of see that shift happening, we might see this kind of activity more in the future. Turning to a potential sort of wartime scenario, such as a joint landing or joint blockade campaign, the PLA is almost certainly going to mobilize cyber capabilities to support information dominance, which is a prerequisite for air and sea dominance in their view. Based on PLA writings, we could expect to see cyber used to disrupt, degrade, deceive, destroy, paralyze, and manipulate targets such as positioning and weapons targeting systems, early warning systems, command and control systems, critical infrastructure that is civilian and dual use in nature, such as for energy and transport, as well as radio broadcasts and potentially radio and television broadcasts, and potentially the direct communications of civilian leaders and military personnel. Now, while I'm not aware of any particular incidents along these lines in Taiwan as I speak right now, there is evidence of the PLA and other cyber actors from China engaging in pre-positioning for these kinds of disruptive attacks elsewhere. So for instance, again in 2020, the PLA infiltrated power facilities in India during the Doklam standoff and the border crisis there. More recently, Microsoft has disclosed PRC-linked disruptive infiltrations of communications in Guam. So to the point that the U.S. could also be a target here if China assumes, which they likely do, that the U.S. is going to intervene or going to try to intervene. Throughout whatever form the conflict takes, the goal is going to be to severely impair Taiwan's ability to accurately assess the battle space and effectively mobilize resources against the various threats that the PRC poses, as well as to weaken any resolve among the government, the military, and the people to engage in a war, to fight back or resist. Now, I might be coming up on time. One final point that I did want to make, though, is that while some PLA texts do refer to a quote-unquote electronic Pearl Harbor, in which, at the very start of any conflict, the U.S. is totally taken out of the fight, or Taiwan is totally shut down and can't resist, cyber's probably going to be more of a supportive rather than a decisive factor here. For one reason is that cyber is not the only means of achieving information dominance, right? Electromagnetic activities in the electromagnetic spectrum, as well as kinetic strikes, are going to facilitate this. And for two, Taiwan is aware of this threat in the cyber domain, and cybersecurity is an increasing priority for the current administration, as well as for the broader US-Taiwan relationship. And any preparations now will likely help thwart whatever the PLA's plans might be when the day comes, if it comes, right? I had some other points here about sort of how cyber can be integrated with kinetic effects, but perhaps it's a little too detailed, though I'm happy to talk there as well. And there's other things we could talk about when it comes to PRC coercion of Taiwan in the cyberspace, including, the American skepticism narrative and manipulation of Taiwan's online information space. But I'll go ahead and stop here, and we can discuss further if there's any interest in that.
Okay. Great, Devin. Actually, one of your last comments there actually dovetailed with one of the notes that I was making there, because you were mentioning that you would sort of skip over your thoughts about how cyber might be coordinated with kinetic military operations. That was actually a possible question I'd been noting. So again, time allowing, maybe we'll come back to that one. But in the interest of time, I do want to move along to our final speaker, last but certainly not least, Mr. Peter Mattis, who has served in a number of roles over the years. Earlier in his career, he was a counterintelligence analyst with the Central Intelligence Agency. He was also the editor of China Brief from 2011 to 2013, a role I share with him in the long apostolic succession of China Brief editors. More recently, from 2019 to 2021, he served as the staff director of the Congressional Executive Commission on China, which focuses its research on human rights issues and religious liberty issues in China. And more recently still, he served with the Special Competitive Studies Project, and also, while in that role, contributed time as a senior fellow to the House Select Committee on the Strategic Competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party. He has very recently taken up a new position as the president of the Jamestown Foundation. And he has published very widely in a range of publications and offered testimony before multiple government bodies, to include the House Foreign Affairs Committee, the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission, as well as the European Parliament. And amongst his publications, perhaps most prominently, is his book, Chinese Communist Espionage, an Intelligence Primer, published in 2019. Peter, I'm going to let you round out our list of speakers, and the floor is yours, sir.
Please. Thank you, John, and thank you, Russell. Notice that there are 5 China Brief editors in the room that I think represent the majority of time at the publication, including the 3 longest-serving ones. I think this is one of those things we don't often think about in Washington, D.C., but the people are the product in many respects, and certainly that's the case from CIA, where the people that come out are often as important as any individual products that are delivered to policymakers. But I'll go over, I think, three large points. I was asked to talk a little bit more about the political warfare side, which is worth thinking about, that we used to define this in the State Department, that this was not about propaganda or anything else. It was simply all non-kinetic means that are being used to achieve a specific political objective. That's essentially a George Kennan state policy planning definition of the word, and I think it behooves us to think about it in that way, rather than trying to siphon it off and say, well, this is just United Front work, or this is intelligence, or this is propaganda. It is the coordination of the diplomatic, the economic piece that is going into it. So the first big point is just to reiterate what John had said about Beijing's political objective, right? This is not about a military objective per se. It has military aspects, but this is a political project for the annexation of Taiwan. And it's worth us remembering that the CCP has a long history of using the PLA as a political tool, that it's not simply about war fighting in the same sense that we do or looking for tactical excellence. But we should remember, for example, it was 1968 that they invaded the Soviet Union in a time that seems kind of wild and crazy. But it was because they were thinking about it in very narrow political terms rather than looking at, well, we would obviously go to war and this would be a massive operation. They were thinking about it in terms of politics. We remember the Vietnam War in '79 and sort of the continuing shots and skirmishes that were fired into the early '80s as a military failure, which is all true, except the fact that they got their political objectives and that's how they remember it. And among those political objectives are that Hanoi learned the lesson that they wanted them to learn, which was that the Soviet Union was not going to come and save them, that they were not a reliable partner, and therefore if Vietnam was going to continue down this path, that they were on their own. Deng Xiaoping was able to isolate some of his domestic political opponents and people outside of his sort of control in the PLA to show that the PLA was not in fact ready and able to serve Beijing's purposes in the way that they might have liked, and therefore the other modernizations and the other efforts that needed to be pushed forward from 1979 onward are things that needed to take priority because the PLA was not necessarily able to execute and deserve the lion's share of the resources. They couldn't provide the options that they can provide today. And lastly, they also got goodwill from the United States because we were still smarting from what some of our policymakers consider a humiliation in Vietnam. So terrible battlefield results, horrible casualty rates that we saw in places like Korea, that were seen in the trench warfare in World War I, and yet they achieved the political objectives. And when you look at the way that the PLA looks at campaigns, the way the party leadership has discussed some of these issues, it is the political outcomes that matter, not the outcomes on the battlefield. Now, what does this mean in sort of a larger sense? The first, I think, is that the militarization, as John referred to it, of the Taiwan Strait, it is having political effects by changing the situation that is there, because the Taiwanese military has to respond, if for no other reason than to help keep the PLA at arm's length, because the closer they get and the less Taiwan is able to respond, the easier it is to hide normal activity or hide within what is ostensibly normal activity, the first strikes of taking military action. The second issue is that we should remember this is not about casualties and that Beijing is going to think about this along conditions that we have historically not been very good at. The kind of conditions that John is talking about could conceivably come from domestic political reasons. And when you look at kind of a general sense in intelligence history, we don't have a good track record of recognizing the domestic political reasons why someone might make what we consider to be militarily bad decisions. The Yom Kippur War in 1973, I think, is a good example of this. We did not understand why Sadat would win politically, even if he lost on the battlefield. And I'm not sure that we've always had a good sense of understanding the party leadership's intent over the last several decades, and that we've got good insight into the way that Xi Jinping is going to calculate his domestic political position and the way he's going to evaluate what these options are. And the last thing that's important to realize about this political decision-making is that I have, over the last, say, 15 years, I have heard a number of people say, well, Beijing knows what the consequences would be if they go after Taiwan, and they know what the international response would be. So, well, what? The way they learned the lessons after 1989 and the Tiananmen massacre, the way that they learned the lessons of the militarization of the South China Sea, the way they learned the lessons of breaking the pledge that was made in the Rose Garden in September 2015 about using state resources for economic espionage. Right? There are a lot of different ways in which we can't be confident that they have learned the lessons that we would want them to learn. A year ago, I had a conversation with a foreign intelligence service that's generally had a good track record on in collecting on China, and their concern with what Beijing was learning about the situation in Ukraine, or Russia's invasion of Ukraine, was not there's friction and there are unintended consequences and that this is difficult, but it was all of the things: we can go hard, we can go fast, we can go in comprehensive form, and we can still control this the way that we would want to control it. They've never gone through a moment like the Cuban Missile Crisis where there are miscommunications and both sides see some of those consequences. And the way that they have framed war control, what they call escalation management, is based on assumptions that they think they can dial things up and down, and that we will understand exactly what they are doing and why, and that message will come through, even in a crisis, even in wartime, which I think is very much at odds with our practical experience in thinking about and sort of lived experience with these kinds of issues. The second thing that I think is important to mention is that what we're calling the status quo, the only thing that has been consistent about this from, let's say, 79 to the present, is that Taiwan and the PRC are politically divided, and that they are functionally sovereign entities that are apart. But I would go back a little further than even 2019, and I would probably go to the inauguration of Tsai Ing-wen in 2016, that this was the beginning of a shift of what we call the status quo. And if we're going to use that word today, then we should understand the status quo is that Beijing is relentlessly squeezing on Taiwan's international space. There's no quarter being given, whether it is diplomatically with the countries that still recognize Taiwan, whether it is Taiwan's participation in international organizations. And this sort of new military pressure is simply one more aspect being added on to a comprehensive effort to keep Taiwan down. And this leads ultimately to a new set of efforts, and the third point, to disrupt Taiwan's society and polity. When I think about CCP's influence operations around the world, there's a big chunk of them that are positive in the sense of they are trying to build something, right? The PRC can succeed by building, whereas Moscow's operations for a long time have been built around tearing things down because they don't have something to build forward toward. They don't have a future that says Russia's on this trajectory and can compete with the United States or can compete with Europe on an equal footing at some point. Therefore, their one response is to bring the system down or to bring us closer to their level to be able to be effective. After 2016 and Tsai Ing-wen's election, there have been gradual step changes, the first in 2016, the second in 2020, and if William Lai wins next year, then I would imagine some sort of change taking place where they continue to go down this road of trying to be disruptive and to do real damage to Taiwan's functioning as a society and as a government. Some of the themes have already been touched on of this narrative. The U.S. is unreliable. Taiwan's political leadership is not invested or engaged. Right? They've got escape plans and escape hatches to get out, and they'll simply run from the fight rather than stay and lead the country. That the DPP government cannot deliver, and that this is in some of the usual narratives, that there's basically nothing Taiwan can do to stand against what Beijing wants. The way in which these messages are delivered have been touched on a little bit. There's the cyber component, the content farms. They're sort of dumping information into that space. But there's also, as I think one of the NSB vice directors delivered in their kind of equivalent of the worldwide threat testimony in 2017 or 2018, there is something like 85% of Taiwan's media that is affected, at least indirectly, from Beijing's influence to help shape the narratives and to push those Beijing's narratives into Taiwan's information space. There's also been an effort to recruit journalists and academics and other political commentators to, again, control some of those platforms to deliver the messages. I think in the United States, we've tended to talk a lot about narratives, but I think if you're going to look at what the CCP does, you have to focus on the medium and then the message. How are they trying to control the platforms that carry messages and shape the information space? And unfortunately, the sort of distressed and angry and isolated portions of the KMT have been willing collaborators in that information space to simply promulgate those narratives because they just want the DPP to fail, and they're not thinking about it in terms of how do we modernize the KMT to lead Taiwan. And that's certainly, it's not all of the KMT, but that's certainly a part of it. And lastly, one of the components of espionage that we think about, but I think everyone who has been in the executive branch here will recognize as a concern, is that in one sense, the espionage problem in Taiwan is not necessarily about what information is stolen, but rather, can we trust the integrity of our partner to be able to know who we're dealing with in the room, and that messages will get through and decisions will get made and they'll be teed up in the way that we are trying to assist. If you think about the ship of state, if you will, right? Ships have damage control functions to be able to seal off compartments and to isolate those things. And as one person put it to me, how do you look at this ship when there's a fire inside every compartment, or near enough that it's very difficult for you to tell in a trustworthy way? And so even if the goal is just about collecting intelligence to inform decision making, it very much has this added political effect of making it difficult to work with Taiwan as a partner, because how do you know the reliability and the integrity of the people you're working with? Thank you.
Peter, thank you very much for that comprehensive view of CCP statecraft. And I think the sorts of things that we can often start to lose sight of if we do take too narrow a focus on military issues, we can sort of lose sight of the fact that the CCP's views of geopolitical struggle might be fundamentally different from the ones that we tend to hold here in Washington. And thank you so much to all of our presenters. I have a page full of questions written down, but in light of the limited remaining time that we have, I think I'm going to forego the traditional moderator's prerogative. And I'd like to go directly to questions that we have from our audience. If you have a question that you would like to ask, again, standard rules, please identify yourself and your affiliation briefly, and I'll turn your question over to our panelists. Let's go to the gentleman with his hand raised right here. If we could get this gentleman a microphone.
Hi, I'm Alan Jung. I'm a student at Georgetown University. So I have a question for Peter. So Peter, you mentioned that 2016, when Taiwan got elected, it changed the status quo. But what if I told you that when Chen Shui became elected in 2000, or Lee Teng-hui became the first democratically elected president of ROC back in 1996, right after the third Taiwan Strait crisis, wouldn't those events also change the status quo as well?
To some extent they did, but they didn't necessarily generate the same response from the PRC. And I think you can kind of bin that period into a different time, in part because the change in PRC capabilities to do something inside Taiwan or to use the military to threaten Taiwan was so fundamentally different. I mean, a story that's worth remembering is that we had to basically broadcast on the news in 95 and 96 that US carriers were in the area because we weren't sure that Beijing would actually know that they were operating as close as they were, right? And right now we probably can't send them out of port anywhere in the world without them knowing that that ship went to sea within minutes, if not hours.
All right, let's see. I think we may have time for one or two more questions. I think I saw a hand go back first to this gentleman towards the back. Yes, if we could get a microphone to this gentleman.
Do you think, Richard Coleman, I'm retired from the CBP, given all the advances in AI, are we going to see the debut of misinformation squared in the coming Taiwanese election?
Any of you, maybe Devin, perhaps, would you care to take a crack at that one?
Sure. I would say it's very likely. So the PLA specifically and others have already attempted to interfere with various elections, including in 2018. It's not just the PLA, of course. It's a wide range of organizations that, to Peter's earlier point, that are infiltrating the news sources. If you look at PRC state media, PLA activity, as well as academic research, all of it is geared toward generative AI, or not all of it, but there's a substantial interest in generative AI, what that can do in terms of creating both content that's going to be more persuasive and impactful, as well as how you can use generative AI and other AI technology to actually control the dissemination of this information in a more human-like form that's harder to detect and ultimately more successful.
All right, thank you very much, Devin. Unfortunately, I would love to get to the rest of our questions. I wish we had more time for them, but unfortunately, we are time constrained, and we do need to turn to our final keynote speaker for today, Ms. Laura Rosenberger, the chairman of the American Institute in Taiwan. But I would ask you to take a moment to join me in a round of applause for all of our speakers. And thank you very much again. We will clear the stage for Ms. Rosenberger's speech in just a moment.
Strong testament of not only the importance of the issue that we are discussing today, but of course the caliber of the final closing keynote that we have arranged for you today, that we have so many people still here at the conference venue after a long day of conferencing. So now it is my honor and privilege to introduce our closing keynote speaker. Laura Rosenberger is the chair of the American Institute in Taiwan, the nonprofit organization established under the auspices of the U.S. government to serve its interests in Taiwan. Immediately prior to joining AIT, she served as special assistant to the president and senior director for China and Taiwan at the National Security Council in the Biden administration. Ms. Rosenberger served in a variety of positions in the executive branch and also at think tanks, including serving as the director of the Alliance for Securing Democracy and a senior fellow at the German Marshall Fund of the United States. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Rosenberger.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's wonderful to be here. Russell, GTI members and friends and distinguished guests, thank you for inviting me to join you today for this important conversation. It's an honor to be speaking alongside such esteemed leading experts and practitioners, and a privilege to offer remarks following a day of what I know were deeply insightful and productive discussion. It's clear that in just 7 years, the GTI annual symposium has really established itself as a key venue for examining the issues and opportunities at the heart of the US-Taiwan partnership. And these kinds of conversations are especially important as attention to Taiwan has risen on the agendas of policymakers, C-suites, and media around the world. As today's discussions show, in the past year alone, the US-Taiwan partnership has only grown in importance. And under the Biden administration, the partnership between the United States and Taiwan has continued to broaden and deepen across numerous aspects of our unofficial relationship: economic, technological, security, democratic values, cultural, educational, people-to-people, and more. Today, it's safe to say that the US-Taiwan partnership is closer than ever. I believe there is great confidence in the US-Taiwan partnership in both Washington and in Taipei, and that the support for this partnership extends across party lines in both places. And of course, the importance of Taiwan and of peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait is increasingly recognized in a growing list of countries around the world. So today I want to talk about the core elements of the US approach, opportunities to continue to grow our partnership, and the key role of the international community. The U.S. approach to Taiwan is driven by our deep and abiding interest in maintaining peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. Preserving this peace and stability is a core tenet of the United States' longstanding cross-strait policy, and Taiwan is a crucial partner in that effort. And of course, the US approach has remained consistent for over 40 years and across administrations. We remain committed to our One China policy, guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint communiques, and the 6 assurances. The United States opposes unilateral changes to the status quo by either side and expects cross-strait differences to be resolved by peaceful means. And for over more than 4 decades, this framework has enabled not only the maintenance of peace and stability across the strait, but also the growth of Taiwan as a beacon of democracy in the Indo-Pacific, a thriving economy that is one of the United States' top 10 largest trading partners, and a technological powerhouse with innovation that is critical to today's global economy and societies. And as Beijing's pressure campaign aimed at Taiwan grows, our approach will remain steadfast, as will our efforts to support a capable and resilient Taiwan. Let me lay out the pillars of the effort that we are pursuing to do so. First, through our expansive economic partnership, we are advancing a shared vision for a prosperous, resilient, and diversified Taiwanese economy that is integrated regionally and globally. Disruptions wrought by the COVID-19 pandemic underscored both the importance of supply chain resilience and interconnectedness in building sustainable economies. A Taiwan with robust foreign trade and investment, secure and resilient supply chains, and energy resilience is a Taiwan that is able to thrive, withstand regional and global shocks, and contribute its essential talents and expertise to the global economy. Here are a few of our main lines of effort in this space. Strengthening our mutually beneficial trade and investment ties is one of the most important things we can do for the US-Taiwan partnership, and that's why we rightly spend so much time talking about them. Taiwan has long been a valued economic partner of the United States. In 2022, US goods and services traded with Taiwan totaled an estimated $160 billion. And in just the past several months, our trade relationship has significantly broadened and deepened. I need two hands to count the number of US state governors and senior state trade officials that have visited Taiwan in recent months, including from Arizona, New Mexico, and Michigan, just to name a few. 18 US states have either opened or are planning to establish a representative office in Taipei, and we applaud the most recent opening by the state of Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia. And Taiwan investors continue to make their way to the United States. In May, Taiwan fielded the largest delegation of any foreign participant at Select USA 2023 Investment Summit at National Harbor. And on the issue of double taxation, we recognize this problem, and we are exploring potential ways to address it. Now, in June, under the auspices of AIT and TECRO, the United States and Taiwan finalized the first agreement under the US-Taiwan Initiative on 21st Century Trade, a major step in streamlining regulations to pave the way for increased trade and economic opportunities in both markets. This is about real trade in real goods. Taiwan exporters being able to ship more goods to the United States across the spectrum of our trade, and US exporters sending more of what Taiwan industry and consumers need. We held our second negotiating round of the initiative in late August, where we addressed important issues such as agriculture, labor, and the environment, with further negotiations expected. 21CT, as we shorthand it, represents an advanced high standards initiative that we can all be proud of and that will stand out within the broader Indo-Pacific region for its high ambition. Progress on 21CT can help set the stage for new opportunities for Taiwan to develop similar arrangements with other partners. We're also working to create more secure and resilient supply chains that build sustainable economies in both Taiwan and the United States and around the world. This is driven by initiatives such as the Technology Trade and Investment Collaboration Framework, or TTIC, which works to facilitate deals between US and Taiwan companies in the 5G, electric vehicle, energy, AI, semiconductor, and cybersecurity sectors. I want to underscore that the investment facilitated by arrangements such as TTIC flow in two directions. Building resilient supply chains requires fostering a healthy semiconductor ecosystem in both Taiwan and the United States. For example, US technology companies are substantially increasing their investments in Taiwan. In 2023 alone, several US high-tech companies such as Micron, Qualcomm, and Merck Group, among others, have increased or announced their intent to increase investment in research and development in Taiwan. And Taiwan high-tech investment flows toward the United States as well, spreading innovation in ways that bolster Taiwan's world-class industry clusters at home. With 68% of the fabless market comprised of U.S. firms and more than half of the global semiconductor foundry business in Taiwan, the United States and Taiwan are natural and mutually reinforcing partners in this endeavor. And we can't overlook the importance of energy resilience in powering Taiwan's economy. Two key provisions of the TTIC are to shore up cybersecurity protections and support Taiwan's energy sector. Just last month, the director of the National Institute for Standards and Technology traveled to Taiwan to meet with President Tsai, with Digital Minister Audrey Tong, and others to discuss how to bolster collective cybersecurity capabilities, as well as to adopt recommendations from NIST's Cybersecurity Framework 2.0. For Taiwan's energy sector, both policymakers and companies have worked to identify technology, policy, and process solutions for building Taiwan's energy resilience and supporting Taiwan's clean energy transition. This means strengthening Taiwan's grid, advancing the deployment of renewable energy and storage, which will help bring the skilled clean energy jobs of the future, among other initiatives. Second, the United States continues to support Taiwan's efforts to acquire self-defense capabilities, enhance its resilience, and reinforce deterrence in the Taiwan Strait. As we have said before, the United States' commitment to Taiwan is rock solid and essential to the global interest in maintaining cross-strait peace and stability. The United States continues to work to ensure that Taiwan has the capacity to defend itself and help Taiwan incorporate the right kinds of capabilities, concepts, and doctrines to support an asymmetric defense strategy. This includes through more than $50 billion in foreign military sales cases, almost $5.9 billion of that in more than 20 notifications during the Biden administration alone. Our arms sales remain commensurate with the needs of Taiwan, and the administration is using what tools are available to us to better support Taiwan. To that end, we are reviewing existing security assistance authorities and seizing upon the full range of tools authorized by Congress, such as the Presidential Drawdown Authority, to achieve this objective. By using PDA this summer, the administration announced for Taiwan the drawdown of up to $345 million in defense articles from the Department of Defense stocks. Similarly, the administration has announced the provision of foreign military financing and international military and education and training assistance for Taiwan. We have also designated Taiwan as eligible to receive excess defense articles as grant assistance, which provides another mechanism to support Taiwan. As Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Political Military Affairs, Mira Resnick, said in her recent testimony on the Hill, our security cooperation is not just about systems, it's also about strategy. And alongside U.S. efforts, Taiwan is making unprecedented steps to underscore its commitment to its self-defense, which we applaud, including annual increases in the percentage of Taiwan's overall GDP dedicated to its defense budget, and President Tsai's announcement last year extending the length of Taiwan's conscription program from 4 months to 1 year, beginning in January 2024. And we are supportive of Taiwan's defense in-depth capacity through reforms the Tsai administration has already taken this year to reserve forces, conscription, and mobilization systems. Taiwan also needs the capacity to address Beijing's daily pressure and gray zone tactics. And this challenge underscores the importance of bolstering Taiwan's resilience beyond just the traditional defense space to a broader whole-of-society effort that integrates Taiwan's defense and civilian agencies through a range of initiatives, hardening key infrastructure nodes, stockpiling food, and employing command and control capabilities that can function in a contested environment. Accordingly, the United States is working with diverse players in Taiwan, such as the Ministry of Digital Affairs and the Ministry of the Interior, on these efforts. This effort means thinking beyond just traditional defense to a broader concept of security. And of course, as has been our longstanding policy, the United States remains focused on maintaining the capacity to resist any resort to force or other forms of coercion that would jeopardize the security or the social or economic system of the people on Taiwan. Third, we are reinforcing deterrence and expanding Taiwan's international space through raising global awareness of the importance of Taiwan and of maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. As I noted earlier, there is growing recognition that peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait is a matter of concern for not only the United States, Taiwan, and the Indo-Pacific region, but also for the international community at large. A growing number of states are reiterating this publicly, including in the statement released following the trilateral summit between the United States, Japan, and the Republic of Korea in August, which affirmed peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait as, quote, an indispensable element of security and prosperity in the international community. The recent G7 foreign ministers meeting statement at the UN General Assembly last month also underscored this point. In addition to joint statements, this support is evidenced through actions, such as the recent joint transit of the Taiwan Strait by US and Canadian military vessels. The rise in international support should not be surprising, and I believe it is driven by two factors. First, the increasingly coercive and provocative actions from Beijing, contrasted with Taiwan's responsible behavior in the face of that pressure. And second, the growing understanding of why Taiwan matters. I think everyone in this room understands the dynamics of the first point, but let me spend a moment on the second point. The world has much to learn from Taiwan, be it democratic resilience, pandemic preparedness, women's health, promoting LGBTQ+ rights, countering dis and misinformation, high-tech development, or electoral integrity. Taiwan is a beacon of democracy in the Indo-Pacific and the world, and a model of expertise on many pressing issues. Taiwan's COVID response is viewed as one of the most successful in the world, striking an effective balance between promoting public health and upholding democratic values. Taiwan also generously shared critical supplies such as PPE when others were in need, in addition to its know-how. More broadly, as the 8th largest economy in Asia and 20th largest in the world by purchasing power parity, Taiwan is a critical player, an absolutely critical player, an outsized contributor to the global economy for its population of 23.5 million. In fact, 50% of the world's container traffic flows through the Taiwan Strait. In 2022 alone, Taiwan exported goods with a total value of nearly $480 billion US dollars. Through fora such as the Global Cooperation and Training Framework, or GCTF, many governmental and non-governmental partners in the Indo-Pacific region and international community have been lucky enough to learn from Taiwan's expertise, attending workshops on topics spanning sustainable development, law enforcement cooperation, internet freedom, and pandemic preparedness. Taiwan is also a standard bearer in terms of facilitating people-to-people exchange, another way we are lucky enough to learn from Taiwan. Taiwan hosts one of the largest Fulbright programs in the world, with over 300 American scholars and teachers per year. And the United States is working through the US-Taiwan Education Initiative to facilitate language training and language teaching and learning in this area. The Biden administration is committed to expanding Taiwan's engagement with like-minded partners and diplomatic allies. And we encourage and support Taiwan's meaningful participation in international organizations, including as a member in organizations where statehood is not a prerequisite. We applaud Taiwan's contributions in organizations such as APEC, where Taiwan makes important contributions to building APEC as an institution and to APEC economies through its expertise in areas such as the digital economy, agricultural biotechnology, and women's economic empowerment. I know the United States appreciates Taiwan's robust partnership in the 8 sectoral ministerial meetings and numerous other meetings throughout our host year, and we look forward to Taiwan's participation in APEC Economic Leaders Week in San Francisco next month. Finally, Taiwan is a model of democratic resilience, including in the face of pressure and coercive actions in the information space. Through both summits for democracy, Taiwan has made meaningful commitments to countering authoritarianism, fighting corruption, and advancing respect for human rights at home and abroad. Taiwan's world-class expertise in countering disinformation serves as a global model, as does its work to uphold transparent governance. Taiwan's democracy consistently ranks as one of the strongest in Asia, with the Economist Intelligence Unit's new 2022 Democracy Index ranking Taiwan as 10th in the world. Freedom House just this month ranked Taiwan as hosting the freest online environment in the Asia-Pacific region for its affordable access and free speech protections. And turnout in Taiwan's elections usually exceeds 70%. The United States is confident in Taiwan's democratic processes and its free and fair elections. And I'm sure this room is all aware that it is once again election season in Taiwan. The United States will not take sides in Taiwan's elections and looks forward to working with whomever the Taiwan voters choose as their next leader. And as we have been getting to know the candidates, we have been committed to engaging them on a fair and equal basis. The United States opposes outside interference by any actor in Taiwan's elections, and of course, our policy will remain the same regardless of the election's outcome. In many ways, I feel like this is just the wave tops of the US-Taiwan partnership. And as you can tell, there's quite a lot happening. And the work we are doing is better for the intellectual and analytic work by many of you here that helps us generate ideas and identify opportunities for us to seize. So thank you not only for having me here today, but for all the work you do in support of this absolutely critical partnership. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair Rosenberger. The chair of AIT has generously agreed to take some questions from our audience. And let me just say, I don't think we could have found a better keynote to bookend our annual symposium, since this morning we heard from Ambassador Shelby Kim, the representative of TECRO, and I think there's just such a strong degree of convergence there in both your remarks that I think really reflect the current state of US-Taiwan relations in such a profound way. I'd like to exercise my moderator's prerogative and ask you a question. And this came up several times in our discussion throughout the day. And I'm sure this is not a new question for you, but I would nevertheless like to ask you this. President Biden has stated 4 times now that he would intervene militarily in the event of an invasion of Taiwan by the People's Republic of China. However, observers have claimed that these statements have been walked by administration officials, or they were gaffes, if you will. And then they have asserted that there have been no change in policy. So what is the Biden administration on strategic clarity regarding U.S. commitment to Taiwan's defense?
Well, thanks, Russell, for starting me off with a softball. Very kind of you. Look, as many of my colleagues have said, U.S. policy has not changed. Our one China policy guided by the TRA, the 3 joint communiques, the 6 assurances, that remains our framework. And as I noted in my remarks, we believe that this framework for over more than 4 decades has enabled not only the maintenance of peace and stability across the strait, but also the growth of Taiwan as a beacon of democracy, as a thriving economy, and a technological powerhouse. And we think that that is all critical and underscores the importance of remaining steadfast in our approach and focusing on upholding peace and stability across the strait. Of course, as part of our commitments under the TRA, there's a number of policy commitments there, including to supporting Taiwan's self-defense capacity, including, as I noted, maintaining the capacity to resist any resort to force, et cetera, and all of those remain very much U.S. policy.
Okay, well, thank you very much. All right, so please raise your hand and state your name as well as your affiliation, and please try to reserve your question as a question. Okay, all right, so, okay, Garrett. Okay, please wait for the microphone.
Great, thank you very much for an excellent speech. Garrett Van der Wees, I'm with George Mason University and also an advisor to GTI. Until now, the United States has been the main ally of Taiwan, pushing back against China's aggression. But the Biden administration has been very good in building alliances, Japan, Korea, and also in Europe. And I just came back from Europe, and we've seen really a sea change of opinions about China and about the importance of being supportive of Taiwan. We've seen the statements of Annalena Baerbock, of Madame von der Leyen, and so on. How does this, in your view, change the calculus of China vis-a-vis Taiwan?
Well, thanks for the question. Yeah, as you noted, underscoring that peace and stability across the strait is a matter of concern, not just in Washington, but in numerous capitals around the world, has been a real priority for the administration. And I think the many joint statements, communiques, et cetera, that have come out, as well as individual statements, as you mentioned, really underscore this point. I see this as important for 2 different reasons. One, it underscores to Beijing that a lot of places are watching and a lot of places have an interest. And when you think about ways to reinforce deterrence, that is an important element. And influencing the deterrence calculus from that perspective, I think, is really, really critical. And as I noted, in addition to words, there are actions, for instance, joint Taiwan Strait transits, that are also underscoring that broader interest. The second thing I think is important as well is continuing to bolster, again, Taiwan's own international space. And oftentimes we've talked about international space largely in the context of international organizations, which remains a hugely important priority. But I think thinking about these other kinds of ways to reinforce the broadly shared interest in what happens in the Strait, what happens on Taiwan. This also has an important element of bolstering Taiwan's confidence and Taiwan's own ability to take steps that it needs to for its own self. And so I think those are mutually reinforcing pieces that Beijing probably also sees. And I think it's notable as well as I know you heard from Foreign Minister Wu this morning, but even if you look at President Tsai's remarks on National Day just yesterday, a sizable component of her address was focused on the international community's support for Taiwan. So I see this as a really essential piece of the overall strategy.
Right, we have time for about 2 more questions. Let's take the question in the very back over there by the camera. Well, yep, over there.
Hi, Jessica Ni with TVBS News of Taiwan. We know Laura is going to Taiwan this month, so just wondering if you can preview your trip a little bit with us, or maybe are you having any plans to meet the presidential candidates? Thank you.
Well, thanks for the question. Traveling to Taiwan is one of my favorite things about this job, especially for the food. Okay, it's not just for the food, but it's a little bit for the food. Yeah, I don't have anything really specific to preview to you. Obviously, I am able to do a wide range of things on my trips, engaging a wide range of thinkers that are leaders and also members of society, and I look forward to continuing to do that on future trips.
Right. Okay. All right. Let's get this gentleman here in the front. Okay.
Hi, Laura. Thank you for speaking with us. My name is Andrew Chang, local Taiwanese American. Wanted to see what are the top 3 priorities for AIT this year or next year?
Well, thanks for that. Boy, I like narrowing down to like top 3 is always a very tough question. I mean, there's a number of things that I sort of highlighted in my prepared remarks. Number 1, I think a huge amount of work on the economic bucket, right? And that, as I noted, in itself has like a number of sub-elements that are each like pillars in and of their own right. And I think that that's a really big priority, and we see it as important from a number of different perspectives. And so I think that that's a really critical priority. Continuing to make progress on all of the priorities on the defense and security side. As I noted, again, there's the traditional pieces that we've been working on for quite some time. The whole of society effort that I highlighted, I think, is also a very important undertaking, and one that is also a substantial priority. And then, I think third is honestly, as we think about our partnership with Taiwan, we want to make sure that we are doing as much as we can together with Taiwan in this moment while also planning for the long term. And I've appreciated the relationship that I and my colleagues in Taipei have been building with the presidential candidates, as well as their advisors. And as I noted, we look forward to working with whomever the Taiwan voters elect as their next leader. And it's a really important thing for us to be well prepared to work with whomever that is.
Time for one last question. The lady in the pink jacket. Hmm?
The fates aren't in my favor today. Thank you. Jillian Zwicker, I'm the Director of Energy and Environmental Affairs at the National Bureau of Asian Research, NBR, just up the street. Thank you so much for these remarks. It's really encouraging. We've spoken a lot about assurances to Taiwan, how to increase Taiwanese security across the board, across sectors. And energy hadn't come up explicitly until you brought it up just now. So that's really encouraging to hear. My question is brief but broad. What more would you like to see the U.S. government do to engage with Taiwan to increase their energy security? I know you mentioned the 2 things under TTIC, but are there things that you deem feasible, realistic that the U.S. can do, and if maybe not at the track 1 level, are the things that you would recommend the track 2 folks like us at NGOs, focus on to increase Taiwan's energy security? There's a really great, just a plug, there's a really great report in here from 2018 by Blaine Johnson on Taiwan's energy security, so you should read it.
Great. Well, thank you. Well, I'm actually really glad that you asked about track 2, because what I'm going to do is broaden it one step even further, which is, yes, I think there's a lot that the U.S. government can do, and I highlighted some of it, and there's more I could go into. But in the interest of time, what I'd actually highlight is I think that this is an area where there's substantial knowledge in the private sector, both in the nonprofit sector, but also in the private sector. And I think sometimes as we think about policy tools in Washington, we don't often think about where we can harness the private sector and its own expertise in ways that complement what the U.S. government or other governments can do. And so I would just highlight whether it's best practices from other other places where there might be sort of comparable needs and challenges, both on the resilience side, on the energy security side, on critical infrastructure side. There's a lot of, I think, transferable know-how and also some commercial solutions, frankly, in certain areas where it may include, thinking about industries that haven't as traditionally been focused on Taiwan, but that might actually be able to bring a lot to bear. And so if you're thinking about places where, for instance, a place like NBR could pull in expertise, that would be an area I would point you to as, I think, a real ripe opportunity.
Well, thank you so much, Chair Rosenberger, for giving us your time and closing out our annual symposium this year. Please join me in giving Chair Rosenberger a round of applause.
Thank you all.
Thank you all for joining us for the 7th Annual Symposium. That's a wrap. Thank you to our co-founders and our board of directors, as well as our staff and interns. And thank you all for joining us, and see you again next year.